You didn't know I could touch you, did you little bastard? Nobody's safe. I'm paying a lot of money for these cameras, and if you're not giving me the right reaction, I'll come and get you. Remember that, every last one of you. Now let's enjoy the show. That's great to be here. Great to be back now. I live in London now, as some of you know, and I'd say leave Ireland. You know, you should leave Ireland. It's shite being Irish in Ireland. You know what I mean? No one gives a fuck that you're Irish. You know, I'd go as far as to say it's of no advantage at all. You know what I mean? That's what I would say. You know, because you leave Ireland, people like us for no reason. Just because we sound like little flutes, you know? Like, this is true. Recently, the Irish accent got voted the most attractive accent in the world. Yeah. And I thought to myself, that explains a lot. Like, that explains why my uncle kept trying to fuck me, you know? I mean, if I'm being honest, it also explains why I kept letting him fuck me, you know? I was like, faster, you silver-tongued devil, come on! Christmas dinner's nearly ready, Frank, you fucker, go on! You don't look unlike him. Very agricultural-looking man. Looked like a potato became sentient and just started walking around. I live in London now. Jeez, I had a great introduction to England because on the flight over to England was a hen party from a place called Essex in England. And these were not good people, you know. These women were so drunk, they didn't realise they were on a flight, you know. They were so drunk, at the start of the flight, I genuinely heard the pilot make an announcement over the loudspeaker, and one of them said, the music's fucking shit in here. The music's shit changer, I don't like it. But she seems to like it, she's dancing, she seems to like it. It was the woman doing the fucking safety demonstration, right? She seems to like it, right? That's my impression of an Essex woman drunk, right? So I'm sitting across from three of these mad fuckers. They're sitting here, I'm sitting here, and one of their friends comes up to talk to them from another row. Just waddles up to talk to them. About fucking nothing, by the way. She just comes up, all right, girls, what's it like down here? It's all right, what's it like down there? Same, really, same. And in that moment, as an Irish person, it was the first time I understood Brexit. You know, like, I was like, that's right, these are not Europeans, you know, like, these are not descendants of Da Vinci, for fuck's sake, you know? So, they're stupid. And, so, next thing, your one was standing up, she's standing here, I'm sitting here, and she turned to me, and she did the most ignorant thing to me, but in the most beautiful way. She just turned to me and she said, sorry, babe, do you mind if I just... And she sat on top of me. Are you listening to what I fucking said? Now, I'm like most of ye. I'm from the south of Ireland, not the north. So this was my first experience of English oppression. You know, like, if I'm honest, I could feel myself becoming a terrorist. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, we need to unite this country! 6 counties, I want them back! Like, I could feel a balaclava growing around my face, you know. Turned out just to be her back hair, but, oh, she was a hairy fucker, she was, yeah. But sure, you really think about it, that's exactly what England did to Ireland historically, isn't it? Exact same thing. They just drunkenly looked across the Irish Sea, and they just went, sorry, babe, do you mind if I just... And they sat on top of Ireland for 800 fucking years, right? Then finally the War of Independence, we were like, get the fuck off us! And they were like, we're going. But they didn't fucking go, did they? They just scooched up a bit, the bastards, right? Now that's a very clever geographical joke, so don't worry about it there. I could see the bewilderment. Yeah, they didn't fucking pay for these. I didn't pay to think, that's for sure, ain't you? Yeah, fucking idiot. I can kick you as well. I don't know, it's great being Dublin. Jeez, meet some characters here as well, man. I was back here a couple of months ago. I was on Dublin bus, a beautiful transport vehicle, and stunning, you know. And I was on Dublin bus, and I went back down to the back of the bus, and there was this owl lad down there, and he was drinking a can of harp. Now, if you don't know harp, that kind of like liquidized depression. You know what I mean? Like that's how I would describe it. And I made the big mistake of making eye contact with him, right? And he just shook the can of harp at me. He said, would you like a drop of harp? And I said, fuck it, yeah, go on, you know. I was like, I'd forgotten my earphones, you know what I mean? I was like, this fucker can be today's podcast, you know. So anyway, I sat down beside him and I immediately learned some very interesting things about him, right? Like for one thing, this was not his first time drinking harp. And I know that because he told me. He said, I've been drinking harp for 30 years. Am I right or am I wrong? I was like, you fucking look right, you know. You look like you've been playing a harp with your face for the last 30 years, to be honest, you know. You do not look well, my friend, you know. And he said, yeah. He said, you're a good young fella. Am I right or am I wrong? I said, by God, he's right again, you know. I said, that's 2 out of 2. I started to think, has he ever been wrong, you know? And then next he said, listen, I have to tell you something. And this I was like, oh, Jesus, don't tell me he's my real father, you know. That'd be a nightmare, you know. I said, what is it, right? And he said, oi, I'm a member of the IRA. And I didn't know what to fucking say. So I just panicked and went, nice, right? And then he just goes, nice, yeah. But then that gave him like confidence. And he just said, would you maybe want to be a member of the IRA? And again, I was like, fuck it, yeah, go on. You know, like, I'm not doing nothing else today. Let's unite the fucking country, you know? And that was it. I was in the IRA, you know? And I have to say that being in the IRA, it felt very, very similar to not being in the IRA, you know? Almost identical, I would say, you know? But it was fucking exciting, though. Because it turned out, get this, that my first mission as a member of the IRA was to give this lad money for more cans of harp. That was my first. He said, you're going to donate to the cause. Am I right or am I wrong? I said, first one you've got wrong all day, you cunt. He's human after all, I said, you know. But, he's good crack, you know. But I'm in London now, and, you know, people are different. I don't know how well I get on over there, do you know what I mean? I'm big agricultural fucking Egypt, you know. I'm like you, you're just fucking half a cow. Look at the head here. Because I grew up on a farm, I just want to milk you. I just look at you and I just want to milk this bollocks, you know what I mean? I know, but I like that. That's what you want around, you know? That's what I grew up with, like, do you know what I mean? Like, just to put it to you this way, right? My father, for example, right? This is a farmer from 1950s Ireland, you know? So literally one of the founding members of Sadness, you know what I mean? Like, this is my father at all times of the day. Like, technically, he is alive, but he haunts our house, you know? Like he spent so much time with cows that now they're the only ones who understand him, you know? And he's like, we're like, what's he saying? And the cows are like, something racist, you don't want to know. We're like, is it about the Jews? They're like, like, he is a big Kanye fan, you know? So it's starting to make sense now. That's what I'd say, you know? And you go to fucking London, lad, and I don't know how well I get on there, in any big cities in general, because, like, I just don't believe what people there believe, you know? Like, I don't believe photography's a talent, you know? I just don't. Deep in my soul, I just think you're pressing a button, you know? I just do. It'd be like if turning on the kettle was a talent, you know? Like, well, every fucker I meet over there, everyone's like, I'm a photographer. It's like, you're unemployed, John, you know? Like, you're a burden on the state, that's what you are, you know? And I bumped into this girl, right? I used to know from Ireland recently, but like London's fucked with her head. So she just came up to me, she said, Mike. Oh, silent night. You know what she said, Mike, she said, my boyfriend's a great photographer, Mike. He's got a great eye, Mike. He's got a great eye. And she went on to show me pictures he had taken of the Grand Canyon. He has a great eye. He spotted the Grand Canyon. Did he, Kate? That old slippery minx, you know. You have to get up very early in the morning to catch the Grand fucking Canyon, Kate. It's like he's not a photographer, is he? No, he's a fucking accountant, all right? Tell the truth. My boyfriend's a boring bastard that makes a lot of money. I miss you, Mike, and I want you back. Okay, with that? Oh, I'm lonely. Go on with the claps. What the hell? Oh, I'm lonely, you know. Lonely and I'm afraid, you know, I'm afraid. She's like, I know I'm slagging off, but I love you, you know. I love you, like deep in my soul, and I miss people like you over in London, because if war arrives, I want a fucker like this around, do you know what I mean? Someone who could eat a chair, you know, like that's what I want. Do you know what I mean? Someone who's just gnawing at the curtains. You know, that's kicking lads like bull. That's what I want. I'm over in London. If the Russians get to London, we're fucked. Biggest load of useless cowards that have ever lived. 90% photographers, you know, like if the Russians invade, all they'll do is be like, shy cheese, cabbage. I'll tell you what did it for me recently. I just fucking the fear of God in me. I was on the underground train in London, and a wasp got on the train. A wasp. The place fucking fell apart. People couldn't believe it. This is like our generation's Vietnam, to be honest with you. People were like, oh, no, not my latte, please. There's people trying to hand the wasp their wallet. They're like, take it. Please, Mr. Wasp. And I swear to God, there's just this big fucker from the Middle East on the train, and he just fucking caught the wasp. And he looked out at everyone in utter disgust for their cowardice, and then he just fucking re-released the wasp. This is what you deserve. You fucking cowards. 5 photographers fainted, you know. The rest of us converted to Islam. It was fun, you know. Praise be Allah, that's what I say, you know. Downloading the Quran on the way out of the train, you know. This seems to be the way of life we should choose, you know. I don't know, man. All that shit fucking worries me. All that war shit, you know. It's over a year now, Russia, Ukraine, and like, I just want countries to help to Ukraine, man. I really do, you know. Like, apart from Germany, obviously, I'd prefer if they stay neutral. Do you know what I mean? Like, just between us here, I'd just be afraid if they got the uniforms back on, you know, like. I'm just afraid they'd be like, this feels quite nice, actually, yeah. I just feel better than everyone for some reason, you know. I just feel like we should own everything. Is that wrong on me, Hans? I don't know. Hans, take a picture. You've got a great eye, Hans. You've got a great eye. Take a picture. Woo, I'm so naughty. Hashtag be back, you know. And don't get me wrong, like, in my opinion, Germany, best country in Europe. They take in thousands of immigrants. They bailed out our country in the crash. They gave us billions. We're never giving it back, but they gave us billions. Oh, I'd suck Merkel's tits if she'd let me, you know. Thank you. Oh, she'd need new tits. I'd suck them so hard. New tits for Merkel. I sucked them off. New tits, Hans. Okay, the tits for Merkel. But let's call a spade a spade. It is not fair to ask Germany to go to war, is it? No. Because they are recovering waraholics. They are, but it's still an everyday thing for them to stay sober. Every day. They're like, shite in the war. No. Shite in the war. No. They mustn't. They still have to go to waraholics meetings like this every day. They have to be like, hi, my name's Germany. It's been 20,000 days since my last invasion, you know. And recently I've been finding it hard, you know. Like the other day I was tired and I was like, why can't we just have Luxembourg, you know? Why can't we just... I mean, it's a silly little country, you know? And we wouldn't even have to invade. We would just say, Luxembourg, you are Germany now. And they would have to be like, okay, I guess, you know? And then America just wades into the meeting fucking covered in blood. It's like, I don't have a fucking problem. Well, I can quit whenever I want. You know, because they're evil. Evil bastards, you know. Even though, like, I do, like, there's something I do like about Americans, you know, there's naivety, there's something going on. They'll ask you some stupid fucking questions sometimes. Good God. I was in Berlin recently, I was doing a gig. I was with this American guy, I was talking to him, I'd say for 20 minutes. 20 minutes, me and him talking in Berlin. He just goes, correct me if I'm wrong, dude, but you're not from around here. Correct me if I'm wrong. I was like, this guy is sharp. You know, this guy probably works for NASA. I said, no, man, no. I said, I'm from Ireland. He said, word, dude. Any particular part of Ireland or no? No. Just generally Ireland. We never knew exactly where, you know. Our address at home was always just apartment number 2, Ireland, the world. That's where we're from, you big fool. But they have something about them, though. Like, you know what it is? They're emotionally open. They're emotionally open people, which is hard for Irish people to take. Because we keep everything down. You meet Americans, it's hard for us. Like, I was even at a party in America recently, and my American friend was like, oh, you leaving, mate? I fucking love you, dog. And I was like, I think you're a nice fella too, you know. I'm not telling you I love you because you're a man and my father's still alive, you know. Because my father would sense that shit. Even back in Ireland, he'd be like, something gay is going on, you know, like, be able to feel it. He's a close relationship with the wind, you know what I mean? Because you can't really do it in Ireland growing up, you know. Like, don't get me wrong, a lot of you probably the same. Like, I'm a sensitive person, you know, but you can't show that growing up. Where we're from, you know, it's just not the banter. Because my friend would come up to me, like, Michael, you stupid bastard. I can't be like, Brennan, you've hurt my feelings, you know what I mean? You can't do it. You have to be like, Brennan, your mother's tits are dyslexic, or whatever, you know what I mean? And then you're like, no offense, Mrs. Brennan, you know, she'd be driving us. And she'd say, none taken. She knows her tits can't read, you know, like... At least I hope they can't, you know. You hear flicking pages with her nipples. I finally understand the eights, you know. Anyway, my point, I'm getting away from things here. My point is, keep Germany out of the fucking war. That's my point. Keep those folks. I'll tell you what happened. If they entered the war, this is my fear, right? We'd win the war. The war would be won. They're good at that shit. But then about 2 weeks after the war is won, we'd be like, Germany, why are your planes and tanks still out, you know? And Germany would be like, promise you won't get mad. We'd be like, Germany, no! We'd be like, just sit deep of Poland, come on! We are back on the hooch, you know? That's my worry, man. That's my worry. I'm very worried about that, you know? I'm worried in general. But you know what? All this shit, get it in your head. I'm like, Jesus, our generation of people, you know, we're not ready for war. So we believe in nothing. We believe in absolutely nothing. Like, say whatever you want about the Russians. They believe in Christ. They're fucking Christian Orthodox. Fucking Christ. They believe in Mother Russian. Who here believes in God? We're fucked. Do you know what I mean? Like, bunch of useless, godless cowards. Good for nothing. Putin had used you as his comrade. You know what I mean? Like, useless, right? And I thought this recently. I was like, Jesus Christ, what on earth does our generation believe in? And I went up to a good friend of mine in London. I said, man, what do you believe in? And he thought for a second and he just said, vibes. I believe in vibes. I was like, this is why you're not allowed to see your kid, Trevor, you know, because you never recovered from the acid trip, you know. Like, what's he going to teach his kids? Come round here, Timmy. Let me tell you what we believe in. We believe in vibes. What are vibes, Daddy? Well, it's hard to explain, but you just fucking... You're dabbing. You know, it's better if you're on ecstasy, you know what I mean? And he'll open his eyes and his child will have left to give himself up for adoption, you know. And then he said to me, he said, well, Mike, he said, well, what do you believe? And I said, well, you know, I believe in the universe, you know, like I believe that the energy you give out in life is the energy you get back, you know. Yeah, vibes as well, fuck. Fuck! And then we both just started, you know, we were on ketamine. It was a good time. You know, man. But that's the thing, because I have a thing in me. I don't know, because I grew up with religion. Like, I need to believe in shit, you know. I just have that in me. I need to believe in shit. You know, like, I think being an atheist, that's for successful people. You know, like, that's for people who refuse to drink tap water. You know, like, these kind of people, that's what it's like to be an atheist. You know, like, I share a toilet with 3 drama students in a shithole in London. I need to believe in magic, you know, like, I need it. And man, it leads me to some dumb shit. My need to believe in shit. Like for 2 solid years, I had a thing called a gratitude stone. This is a stone that I talk to. Every night, a stone. This is what happens when you leave Christ. A stone. You know a stone. You see them underground in walls, you throw them at people with mullets or whatever. You know a stone. I talk to it every night. I'd be in bed, just before bed, I'd thank it for things in my life. I'd be like, oh, thank you for my mother's stone. And I'd thank it for things I want in the future, you know. I'd be like, oh, thank you for my brother's business failing, or whatever, you know what I mean? Whatever. You know, thank you for my ex getting less attractive, you know. And she fucking did! And that strengthened my belief in the stone. I was like, thank you, stone. Her hair's falling out, stone. She'll never be loved again, stone. You're my best friend, stone. And I know, I can see it in your fucking faces. I can see some of the men. Look at his fucking bollocks up his front. I can see you looking at me. I can see you looking at me like, Mike, you seem like a weak-minded imbecile who'd get me killed at war. And I can see some of the women looking at me and thinking, I like Mike, you know? Mike has some good ideas. But his gratitude stone and my confidence spoon, we could go a long way, you know. I'm going to light my curiosity candle tonight to find out more about him. He seems to have a close relationship with the moon, you know. He seems to be in cahoots with the moon, I feel, you know. And the funny thing is, I'd be doing this with the stone, and then I'm so mean to people about, like, religion. Like, even my own mother, I'm so mean to her. I'm like, oh, yes, mother. Mary was a virgin, was she, mother? No one fingered Mary, did they, mother? You're a fool, mother, you're a fool! Wake up! Meanwhile, I'm in my room whispering to a stone, you know. Thank you for a bountiful harvest, you know. Thank you for the continued health of Angela Merkel. Long may she reign, stone. You know. Ah, but sure, I'm no good. I'm no good. I grew up Catholic, though, I did. Very, like, super Catholic, like, genuinely. We'd all talk about it now like it was all bad. Everyone's like, oh, it wasn't all bad. There were some great parts to it. Like, when I was growing up, this is absolutely true, my mother would tell me all the time, she'd say, sex is a filthy, evil thing. And to this day, when I have sex, every time it feels wrong. Do you know how good that is? It's unbelievable. I don't have to spice things up in the bedroom. There's nothing kinkier than going to hell, you know what I mean? Like, it's amazing, every time. Like, God, look at you with little mustache, you godless little bastard, look at you. You look like half cat, half porn director, look at the head in you. Like, God knows what someone like you has to do to come, you know? Something has to die for you to get there, you know? Let's say you have to do little evil role plays, so you're like, I'll be Hitler, you be Anne Frank, I'll come find you, come on. Him now, not me, him. I think that's wrong what he said. Nasty little boy. I'm just saying, I don't have to do any of that shit. For me, it's evil every fucking time. Like, I could be having sex with the woman I love, missionary position, the lights are off, the windows are closed, we're under the covers, and I'm like, oh. This is a disgrace, you know, like, we'll never get away with this, you know. And she's like, can we please change positions? I'm like, oh, we're already dancing with the devil as it is, Mary, you know what I mean? And Mary's my mother's name. I don't know why I said that. I don't know. It's funny, though, because without religion, you still try to fucking be a good person, you know? Try to be moral. You know, like, for one thing, me personally, like, I think cheating is wrong. I think cheating's bad. I think you're humiliating your partner. I do not agree with it whatsoever. But there is one time, the only time that I think cheating is okay, this is the only time, is if it's with me. You know what I mean? And then I actually think it's quite cool. You know, then I think it's quite a noble pursuit, to be honest. And don't get me wrong, I'm a complete hypocrite. Like, if you cheat on me, I genuinely deeply believe you should be sent to a work camp in Siberia. You know, like, if you cheat with me, I think you should win the Ballon d'Or. You know, I think you should win it, you know? And I was at this party in London recently, right? And I was in this apartment, and a couple owned the apartment. And I was in the kitchen on my own, right? And the girl from the couple came into the kitchen, her boyfriend in the other room, and she tried to fucking kiss me, right? And I just thought, she's a good girl, you know, like, she's a risk taker, you know? She's on MDMA. I could tell because she tried to kiss me. And because I gave her some. That was the other clue. That was the other thing that tipped me off, you know? So I kissed her. It's like if Jaws was a romantic film, you know? Because that's the thing, you try to be good. But then you go doing drugs and sure, listen. Like, if you do MDMA, there's no right or wrong, you know? It's only right or tremendous, you know? Like, for me, MDMA stands for morals don't matter anymore. Oh. But the problem is, the next day, you have to continue being alive. You're going to find this out tomorrow. But the next day, you have to continue being alive. And I even remember the day after I did that, I kissed her one. I woke up. Oh, gee. That deep hatred of yourself. Oh. What? I'm no good. My father was right about me. They were all right, you know. I remember I felt this deep shame and guilt. And I went over to my friend's house, the American guy. And I told him, I was like, man, I'm such a scumbag. I kissed this girl, her boyfriend was in the other room. I'm just such a fucking piece of shit. And my American friend was like, dude, this is not on you, dude. She's not your girlfriend, brother. Dude, you didn't even fuck her. Why didn't you fuck her, dude? And again, in that moment, it was the first time I understood America's foreign policy. You know, I understood. Iraq made sense, you know? Ah, yes, fuck everyone, you know? And that's why there's so many serial killers in America. It's not because of the serial killers, it's because they're friends, you know? Because you know there was a day that Jeffrey Dahmer walked into a kitchen and he just there, well, Brian, I gotta tell you something. I've been killing people. I've been eating people. It just ain't no damn good. And his friend was like, dude, this is not on you, dude. People taste delicious, brother. I mean, dude, you're not even fucking them. Why aren't you fucking them, dude? And he's like, well, Brian, I have been fucking them. That's mainly what I've been doing, truth be told. I'm doing a lot of MDMA of late, you know. But you kind of need it. It's like, I don't know, I feel like you just need something to believe in. Because, like, life is hard, you know. Shit. Like, even being a comedian, it's fun on stage in front of everyone, it's laughing. It feels like, you know, my father did love me, you know. So, it's great. But off stage, it's a nightmare being a comedian. You tell anyone you're a comedian, ever. Same response. Go on, then, tell us a joke. Go on, tell us a joke. Hey. As if you'd meet a carpenter and be like, make me a table. Go on. Meet a politician, receive a bribe for me. Go on. Take her up for me now. Woo-hoo. I made a massive mistake when I went to London. I applied for a job and I put on my CV that I was a comedian. Nightmare. This Scottish lady we're a few minutes into the interview and she just goes, all right, Michael. So I was looking at your CV there and it says that you're a comedian. Well, you know I'm going to ask you next then. That's a joke! And I said, no, my jokes wouldn't be appropriate. They're about my uncle fucking me. And, you know, they're just... It's not the time or the place, you know. She goes, oh, come on. I'm a big girl. I'm a big girl. Tell us a wee little joke. I'd love a wee little joke. I was like, are you fingering the air? What are you doing? You know? And then she just goes, come on! She just turned into William Wallace fighting for freedom, right? So I said, fine, I'll tell you a joke, you know? And I don't tell many short jokes, so this is the only joke I could think of, right? So this is the joke I told her. So I was going out with this Indian girl, which I was for 2 years, Sonu. And one day, one of my friends came up to me and I said, oh, Mike, that must be unbelievable. She must be unbelievable in bed, because Indians, they get taught Kama Sutra from like the age of 13. And I said, yeah, actually, that makes a lot of fucking sense, you know? Because the girl I've been seeing is 12 and she doesn't have a fucking clue. Now listen. I know that's not a good joke, you know? I mean structurally great joke, you know? But like, morally, I know that wasn't any good. But she said she's a big girl. I thought she'd like it. But her face just... Wait, what? Wait, so let me get this straight. So the joke is you're a paedophile? And I said, no, that's the punchline to the joke. It's not the joke. I don't go up to you and be like, hey, would you like to hear a joke? Yeah, I'm a paedophile. Ah! I'm like, that's a good one, Mike. You have a future in this business. BBC, probably, you know? So I felt... You getting the BBC thing? I like that at the back. A little Savile in there. Well, I genuinely felt I had to defend myself then. Like in the interview. So I just go, no, jeez, no, I'm not a paedophile. I've never had sex with any children. But when you hear those words coming out of your mouth in a job interview, you start to think, I might not get this one, you know, because I wouldn't have brought that up voluntarily, you know what I mean? Like, if she had been like, all right, Michael, tell me about your interests, I wouldn't have been like, well, let me tell you something I'm not interested in. Children romantically. Not my cup of tea, madame. She's like, he's a paedophile, is he? You know, he must be, right? So anyway, next she just goes, all right then, well, let's just try go back to your CV, okay? Let's just go back to your CV, okay? I was like, great, let's go back to my CV, great, right? And I swear on my life, I completely forgot what was on my CV. But next she just goes, all right, so next here it says that you volunteered at a children's shelter in India. And at this stage, I just completely gave up on the interview. And I was like, yeah, I had a fucking great time. Made a lot of friends. You know, I'll be back next year. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. I don't know. There's some things like just in modern life these days that I just don't like. Gender neutral toilets. I hate them. I hate them with all my heart. That's nothing to do with politics or anything like that. I'm ashamed of my shits, lads, I'll be honest. My shits are the worst thing about me. I've never once taken a shit and been like, I just want to ban my audience for this, you know? It kills me that most women will never know what I'm capable of in here, you know? And I know, and again, women get annoyed with me and they're like, well, Mike, you don't want to share a toilet with us. Cut this shit, all right? I know women don't want to share toilets with men. I know that. You know how I know? I've wandered into women's toilets before. By accident. And I have never been fucking welcomed, okay? If I'm honest, I've been treated like a criminal. And okay, yeah, I shouldn't have been taking pictures. I'll admit that. But I've got a great eye. Well, it's true. You wander into women's toilets, you're like cats. You're like... Which is completely different than if a woman wanders into a man's toilet and we're just like... To what do we owe the pleasure? May I show you to your stall, Susan? Would it be okay if I were to listen in from next door to make sure everything was just okay? We're creeps. You especially, but we're creeps. You'd eat a woman if she came in, you cunt. Ah! No, I've been nasty, and it's on camera, which is the best thing. I don't know, man. I tell you what did it for me with gender neutral toilets. That I was doing a gig recently in Berlin, and I take a shit for the gig, right? This thing, I get nervous sometimes. I'm like, I need to poo or do. Maybe they won't like me. You know what I mean? So I go over this shit, right? And I had about 10 pints of Guinness the night before, right? So listen, most of you know what that does to your insides. What you shit out is like a Dementor from Harry Potter coming out of you, you know? Like when we were growing up, if my father had 10 pints of Guinness the night before, we'd be sent to our cousins the next day, you know? Because my mother was honestly afraid it would stunt her growth. If I'm honest, she knew the house would be like Chernobyl, you know? So anyway, I was taking this shit, you know, and I was just like, you know, it's just a bad one, you know? You're just sweating and you're kind of contorting into yourself, and I got up off the toilet and my legs were like the legs of a baby calf. They were shaking. I was gone blind in one eye, you know. I was muttering to myself in Hebrew for some reason, you know. And again, you just felt that deep, deep, deep shit shame, you know. I'm no good. My father was right about me. And I stumbled over to the door of the toilet. I opened up the door. Who was waiting outside? The most beautiful German woman you've ever seen in your life. And her little 4-year-old German daughter. And her daughter was just looking up at me with this little smiley German head in her. And I knew she wasn't going to be smiling for long, you know. She wasn't even going to be German for long, you know what I mean? Like, it's the kind of shit that'd turn you Dutch, you know. Like, after she goes into that toilet, she's just going to be from that toilet. Like, that's where the rest of her life begins, you know. And I tried to look at the mother and plead with her with my eyes. I tried to plead with her like, you can't let her in there. She's innocent, you know. Like, if she goes in there, she'll just know Santa's not real, you know, like, she'll know 9/11 was an inside job, you know, she'll know Bush was involved, you know. But you can't say anything. What can you say? You can't be like, oh, you know. You can't do it. So all I could do, I came out, I was sweating, hunched over, and all I managed to say was, sorry, and I just fucking scuttled away like a little rat, you know. And man, I know that girl. That little girl, like, she's going to be in fucking therapy, you know. Like 20 years from now, she's going to be like lying down on a couch, and a therapist is going to be like, and friends, it's a pain start, Matilda. I remember waiting outside the toilet with my mother. I remember feeling happy. I haven't felt that way since. So next thing I remember, a guilty, sweaty man left the toilet. And he said he was sorry. If he didn't know why, we would soon find out. So next thing I remember, I woke up on the bathroom floor and I couldn't feel my legs. And my mother, she was screaming, it burns, it burns! My mother didn't talk to me much after that. She said I reminded her of the shits. She would want to kill herself a year later. Her suicide note had 2 lines. Guinness shit. It was a Guinness shit. I'm sorry, I have to take a moment in the bathroom, I'm sorry. And the therapist is like, Matilda, I wouldn't go in there, I've been eating a lot of ethnic food. Oh, that's the dumbest thing I've ever written. Well, listen now, I feel like I've been most of what I've been doing up here, I've just been fucking complaining and, you know, life's been good for me, really, you know, like, I had my first threesome recently. I did. Yes, thank you very much. I did, yeah. It was actually with my best friend Jimmy O'Brien. Me, Jimmy, and his dog, would you believe? It's the 3 of us. And Well, now, before you start thinking animal cruelty, I assure you, the dog was dead. You know, the dog was dead. By the end, the dog was dead. Look, no, I'm joking. We didn't shag a dog, you know. We made love to the dog. No, rose petals, candles, you know. Nah, we didn't. It happened in London. It was a lady, and you know, that's the thing, because, like, you know, here no one gives a fuck. We're Irish women hate me. I see her looking at me all the show, just like, he thinks it's funny, doesn't it? You know what I mean? It's disgusting, so she is, you know. It's actually growth, actually. But over there, we just say 33, and people are like, say it again, you know. And we do. I'm like 33,333 and a third, and they just give birth, you know. And a little mic comes out, and I tell him, never pronounce your THs. Tis, tat, T's and toes, that's the way you get the hose. Come on! So, anyway, this is the crack. Here's the story, right? So, myself and my friend Jimmy, we're at this bar. So we're at this bar in London, right? And this English girl comes up and starts talking to us. And she's talking to us for about 10 minutes, right? And after 10 minutes, she asks, hey, listen, I can't even tell the difference between you two. So I'm going to fuck both of you. We were like, thank you very much, you know. Absolutely lovely, you know what I mean? Now, in our hearts, we were like, was that offensive? You know, fucking 800 years of fucking English rule in Ireland, you know? But our dicks were like, for the Queen, you know. Oh, Lizzie, we must prevail, right? And usually, like, I'd be so nervous about something like that, you know. Like, I'd never done nothing like that before. I'd be nervous with one person, but I felt good about it because it was with my best friend. And I know him. So, like, I know my dick's bigger. You know what I mean? I know that. Which I think, honestly, is like a good dynamic for a threesome, you know? Like, good cock, bad cock, you know, you want that. You want that mix, right? But we have to have that chat, right? So we're like, hey, now listen, Jimmy, if we're going to do this, we can't be putting Anton up each other's assholes. No, we don't want to fall in love here. You know what I mean? We don't want to fall in love, right? So, because we would. You know we would. It's fucking good, have you? Anyway, so that's the last thing I need. Fucking Jimmy's my Valentine. I don't need that, right? So anyway, nothing like that happened. Nothing like that happened in the threesome. The only thing that happened during the threesome is at one point, I was having sex with the lady, and my dick slipped out, and Jimmy put it back in. Okay, now, and I'll be honest, lads, I didn't even see him fucking do it. Because I was having sex with the lady, she was on top, I was like, oh, you know, up the Queen, right? And then my dick slipped out, and then it got put back in, but her hands didn't move. And my hands didn't move. And for a split second in my heart, I was like, thank you, Stone. You know, like, I was like, it's the Stone or Jesus, one or the other. But then it happened again, and I was like, oh, that's not Jesus. You know, that's the hand of a sinner. You know, that's my best friend, Jimmy O'Brien, son of Tom the Butcher, you know. And the second time it happened, it came out, he put it back in so quick that I was like, that's what he's focused on back there. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's made that his priority for the threesome. Like, he's just back there like a Wimbledon ball boy, just like fucking... just like a referee, out of play, back in play! And then it happened the third time. And the third time I was like, that's 3 strokes. Like that's a hand job, you know, like Jimmy's wanked me off, you know. And I just felt deep in my soul, like, that's the best friend you're ever gonna have. Like, there's a lot of guys who help you get laid, but how many guys are gonna help you stay laid? You know, like honestly, after I came, I felt like a jazz musician, you know. I was like, give it up for Jimmy on the 1s and 2s back there. Give Jimmy a hand, he gave me one back there. And it made me think, man, what about you? Would you grab his kyak? Yeah. 100%. I'm not even joking, for the cameras right now. And I want... And don't stop till I see the cum. Okay, no, I was saying, he's been waiting for that for a while. He just... I hope someone forces me to wank him off, you know? then it wouldn't be gay. If an entertainer forced me, then it'd be okay. We'll sit in the front row. I don't know, man. It did make me think though, lads, you know, like, I have needed help for a while, you know. I have, man. Like, I've been having sex with women alone for a long time. And it can get lonely, you know. There's no one to talk about crypto, you know. And so from now on, when I have sex, I'm going to be like a bank robber. If a girl's like to me, hey, do you want to have sex? I'm going to be like, listen, I'm in, but if I don't work alone, you know, I got a guy keeps watch out back. His name's Jimmy Fingers, you know. And she'll be looking at me like, I've worked with Fingers before. The man's brilliant. Oh man, I saw Jimmy come, man. I did see my best friend come, and honestly, I think I would have rather see him die. You know, I think it would have looked similar. You know, just you know, because like you have to imagine how weird it was for me to literally see the jizz coming out of his dick and into my mouth. You know, it was just it was a salty one. Now we're best friends. That's what I say, you know. You're loving it. You're like, why don't we all do it right now? Oh, listen, lads, I'm no good. I'm rotten. I'm a rotten egg. The rapper Jay-Z has a line, as opposed to the plumber Jay-Z. As opposed to Jay-Z, the traffic warden. The rapper Jay-Z has a line in one of his songs where he says, once a good girl goes bad, they're gone forever. And I was a good girl, you know. I've gone bad. I've gone wicked bad, you know. I still think I'd be good, you know. I still think I'd be good at war, you know. I think I would. If war broke out, I think I'd be good. Just because, like, I grew up on a farm, you know. Like, I played a lot of sport growing up. I like period sex, you know. I think... Honestly, I think that's the closest to war I've been. You know what I mean? Like, who likes it? Give me a shout, period sex. What the fuck? Jeez, sure, you'd stick it in the fire, you dirty bastard. You wouldn't give a shite. I like that, man. I like it, man. Just it's the closest to a warrior you'll feel in your life, you know. Closest to the Colosseum you'll get, you know. Do you ever go into the bathroom after a bit of period sex, you know? You just look at yourself in the mirror. You've got a bit of blood there. And you're like, my name is Maximus Decimus Meridius. Father to a murdered son. Husband to a murdered wife. And I will have my vengeance. Are you not entertained? You dirty bastards! You dirt board! I did a show one night, this Dublin one just shouted out, you fucking dirt board! I said, Jesus, that's the pot calling the kettle black. But I know, man. I do. I like it. I like period sex. I do. I think it's fun. But let me tell you this, though. The first time I period sex, that shit blew my fucking mind. Because the girl did not tell me she's on her periods. Yeah, I only found out because she tasted like coins. You know, like that. Oh, why are you covering your... Why are you moaning? How do you think I fucking felt? Grow up! How do you think I felt? I was so confused. I was literally down there. I was like, is she saving money up there? I didn't know. I was like, she mustn't trust the banks. You know, I told her, I was like, you need to get into crypto, Kate. You know, you need to diversify. This isn't safe, you know. But I'm going to leave you on this now. I was doing the show a couple of weeks ago, and this girl came up and introduced herself to me before the show, American girl, you know. Just wanted to just say, hi, she said, my name's Kathy, and I'm from Texas, and I play American football, and I just want you to know that I'm coming in here to enjoy your show, and I want you to know that you are spreading laughter, and joy in a world where there's so much blood, destruction, and war, and you're one of Jesus' soldiers, spreading vibes and smiles. I said, Kathy, listen, you've done cocaine, just kidding. It's okay. I'll do so much after. I'm a bad girl. Right? So, anyway, I do this show. right? I finish on that line about coins, period, out. Remember that? Masterpiece. Remember the best joke you ever heard in your life? So I finish on that. As soon as the show ends, Kathy makes a fucking beeline for me. She's knocking people out of the way. She just marches up to me. She just says, "Are we gonna fuck or what?" I said, "What?" She just leaned into my ear and just said, "I'm on my period. I taste like money, baby." And I said, "Listen, I'm in, but I don't work alone." Evil bastards, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Vittorio Angelone.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you. You're wonderful. Thank you so much for coming. This is very exciting, recording my first ever special of my award-nominated show. It's very nice. Some of you very excited about that. Some of you really not impressed at all, which is good. No, I got nominated for an award at the Edinburgh Fringe. If you didn't know that, that's where I got nominated for an award. And I wasn't expecting to get nominated for an award. I was expecting to win. And no, I wasn't expecting to get nominated because the Edinburgh Fringe is an interesting place. Like, has anyone here been to the Edinburgh Fringe before? No one. One guy going, me. And who's never been to the Edinburgh Fringe? See how much happier they are? It's a fucking terrible place. None of us should ever go there. It's a weird place. And before I went up, I was looking at the types of shows that normally get nominated for awards, right? And they're interesting stand-up comedy shows. Because they're sad. They're so sad. The comedian gets on stage and goes, "These are my problems. And I think that you should care about them." And everyone's like, "I guess. Maybe, but probably not." They'll be like, "You don't really fucking care." It's strange, and they kind of follow this little formula where like 40 minutes in, there's a really sad bit. They're all the same. 40 minutes in, there's a really sad bit where somebody dies. And it's normally the comedian's dad. But my dad's still alive. So I didn't know what to do before the Fringe. I was like, do I have to murder my father to try and get nominated for an award? Carlo would have taken him up for the team. He doesn't give a fuck. So I don't know how to do any of that. I don't know how to do a 40-minute sad bit. I'm not sure how to do that. I'm just going to tell you a story. Because a few years ago, I went to see a play. Because I'm gay. No, I'm not gay. But going to see plays is gay. And if you don't think that's right, you're wrong. Imagine how that went down in Brighton. Terrible. So bad. But fun for me, and that's what it's all about, really. No, I'm only joking. Of course, some people in here have probably been to see plays, and congratulations on coming out. That's really cool. I'm an ally. No, I'm only joking. I went to see a play called Translations. This is a little script over here. I went to see it at the National Theatre in London, the Olivier Theatre. It's this massive 1,000-seat theatre, very similar to this. You're not allowed to go for a piss there either. It was incredible, and it was me and kind of all these very posh English people watching this incredible piece of Irish theatre by Brian Frail. And the play's set in a place called Ballybeg, which is a fictional town in the real county of Donegal in Ireland. And Donegal, if you don't know, is the northernmost county in Ireland, but it's not in Northern Ireland. Any questions at this juncture? Confuses people sometimes. And the play is set in this little hedge school. And the play is largely about what it is to be Irish in the context of English people. And I live in London now, and my show is about what it is to be Irish. I am aware that my name is Vittorio Angelone. So it would be weirder for the next hour. I was like, guys, what's the deal with being Irish? Isn't it fucking crazy? I'm Irish. That's mad, isn't it? What's going on there? Anyway, I've been Vittorio Angelone. I'll see you later on. I'm from Belfast. That's what this noise is. But I am half Italian. That's why I'm called Vittorio Angelone. So I come from an immigrant background. That gets a round of applause in London. I know, don't worry. It was a joke. There'll be jokes throughout. Keep your eyes out as best you can. I grew up in Belfast, half Italian. My family had to move away from Italy during World War II to get away from all the bombs and violence. So they moved to Belfast. Good work, team. Out of the frying pan, into the IRA. It's fucking good stuff. So that's the Italian stuff, but the show's about me being Irish, really. Now, I'll tell you a few things that happen in the play. The play's in 3 acts, and the first act opens in this little hedge school. Hedge schools are interesting things because at that time in Ireland, the British Empire controlled the schooling system. So Irish people, if they wanted to learn stuff they wanted to learn, like the Irish language or classics like Greek mythology, they had to set up their own little specialist schools called hedge schools, and they were little rebellious things. And we open the play in this hedge school, and we meet a character called Sarah and a character called Manus. And it becomes very evident very quickly that Sarah is mute. She doesn't know how to talk. And Manus is trying to teach her how to say her own name. He's trying to teach her how to say, my name is Sarah. Very tense opening to a show, 1,000-seat theatre. Sarah's there going, my name. I was like, she's shit at acting. Can we... What? It's one fucking line. Say it. What happens next? But I understand Sarah's difficulty in pronouncing her own name, because like we discussed, my name is Vittorio Angelone. And that's not how you're supposed to say that. It shouldn't be in a Belfast accent. There's no one in Naples going, Vittorio Angelone. That's not right. But I can't say it right. Do you know what I mean? Like, I physically can, but it would be fucking stupid if I came on stage and was like, what's the crack? How's it going? My name is Vittorio Angelone. It's like, and my hand just does that for some reason. I can't stop that from happening. It sounds like a fucking Dolmio ad. It's fun being called Vittorio Angelone doing stand-up. There's often a compere at comedy clubs, and they welcome all the acts to the stage. And I do that job quite a lot. And I always take extra special care to make sure I pronounce everyone's name correctly. I think that's the kind thing to do. I'm not afforded the same kindness by my colleagues. They fuck it up so much that I've had to pre-record me welcoming me to the stage for the start of the show, because I don't trust anyone anymore. Welcome to the stage, Vittorio Angelone. It's not that hard. One time a guy went, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Vittorio Angelone. Which isn't right. It's not my favorite. It's not my favorite. One time a guy went, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Vincenzo Alabaluzzi. Which isn't a name in any language. I Googled it, there's no Alabaluzzis anywhere. But neither of those are my favorite. My favorite is a guy who brought me to the stage, tried to pronounce my name, and gave up in the middle. Because he went, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Valentino, fuck. Which I thought was quite honest of him on some level. I kind of appreciated it. I didn't get called Vittorio growing up in primary school. Belfast's a very good place for nicknames. I had a nickname in primary school because in primary school, I had a lot of struggles with anxiety attacks. Do you know what they called me? Panicking Skywalker. Which is just great bullying. You gotta respect it. That's top level work. It's actually only the 3rd worst nickname I've ever heard from Belfast. Number 2, there was a guy in my class called Donal. And you know when you were younger and your mum used to cut your hair? Not a lot of poor people in, don't worry about it, that's fine. Basically, Donal's mum was doing the buzzer up the back, and she accidentally went too high. So she had to give him a full skinhead, like bald. Do you know what we called him for 10 years? Shmuel. You know, like out of The Boy in the Striped Pajamas. That's a bit much for some people in the audience. My primary school was fine with it. Even the teachers in the register were like, Shmuel, here, okay, he's fine. That's true, he's a dentist now. He puts the gold fillings into people's teeth. If you're upset about that joke, I think you're right. I think it's good that you're upset. That's probably a good thing that you're upset. It is funny that you're upset. Because it is number 2 on the list. Number 1's my dad. The worst nickname I've ever heard is my dad. My dad grew up in Belfast, but he is Italian. Do you know what my dad got called in primary school? My dad got called the N-word because he was the darkest person anyone had ever seen. Don't know if you can tell by my face, but he's a white man. Puts my dad in a very strange situation, though, because he got called the N-word for a long portion of his life. So he thinks he can say it. He's like, I'm reclaiming it. I don't think you are, Dad. It's good you're laughing. All your dads think they can say it as well. At least mine has an excuse, you know? No, my dad doesn't think he can say the N-word anymore. It's like my dad's listening to hip-hop, like, she take my money. I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing. No, my dad doesn't like hip-hop. I like hip-hop. We have arguments sometimes, me and my dad, but I think he's starting to win the argument because hip-hop confuses me. Every hip-hop song now just seems to have a voicemail in the middle of it. Right in the middle of the song. It'll just be like, hi, Kendrick, it's your mom. Just leaving you this message to say, keep striving for greatness and always believe. Where's Kendrick Lamar getting all these inspirational voicemails from? You know, if I put my voicemail on a song, do you know what it would sound like? Oh, fuck, sorry. And that's all they ever are. You can't make hip-hop out of that, unfortunately. I do admire racists in Northern Ireland. It's good to have heroes, no? I just admire people that have tough jobs. That's a tough job. Being a racist in Northern Ireland, it's such a white place that they have nowhere to put their racism. So they saw my slightly tan dad and were like, that'll do, we're in, we're doing it. It's such a white, Northern Ireland is such a white place. And people don't believe me. It fucking is. It's, just ask Liam Neeson. If you don't remember what I'm talking about, Liam Neeson on TV, in an interview, decided to tell a little story. He told the story about how his friend had been assaulted by a black man in Northern Ireland. And in his very Liam Neeson way, he went, so I got a bat. And I walked through the streets of Northern Ireland for 2 weeks trying to find some black bastard to beat the shit out of. Liam Neeson tried to find a black guy to beat up for 2 weeks and couldn't. That's incredible. And he just ran out of racism. After 2 weeks, he was like, they're fine, I guess. Because he had no one to be racist to. And I think that's the solution to racism. Just get rid of them. No, you can't clap that, actually. Please don't. I'm very sorry. I'll move on. The next character meeting the play is a character called Jimmy. Jimmy's a very, very old guy, and he's very, very mad. And you know when someone's so old that they're insane? But everyone's like, nah, that's Jimmy. He's old. Just lets him away with it. Like all the people in this school are learning really, really cool stuff, like the Irish language and classics like Greek mythology. And Jimmy's just sat there in his rocking chair, steaming. And I swear to God, his first line in the play is, say if you had to have sex with one of the mythical goddesses, would it be Athena or Artemis? I was there like, surely Venus, she wouldn't have hairy legs. No, that's a joke and a half, actually. And you can fuck off. That's the best joke in the show. That's an award-nominated joke. How dare you not laugh at that? This is on camera. Go fuck yourselves. Your design. Fuck you, actually. I'm unhappy. We're using the Late Show. Fuck you. But I love mad old people. I love mad old people because I'm related to mad old people. All my grandparents are insane. The Italian ones, we call them Nonno and Nonna. And they're brilliant. They're wonderful people. But Nonna is clinically mad. Like, do you remember that Oscars thing where Will Smith got up, slapped Chris Rock in the face because Chris Rock was making fun of Jada Pinkett Smith for being bald as fuck? And people got very angry at Chris Rock. I saw them online. They were like, actually, she's got alopecia. And it's a very serious condition, and you shouldn't make jokes about it because it's called alopecia, and it's very serious. It's just tweets, but that's what they sound like in my head. That confused me. Because my uncle has alopecia, and we make fun of that guy all the time. He is bald, bald, no eyebrows, no eyelashes, the baldest man in the world. And every time his name comes up in conversation, my nonna goes, lovely hair. Should I have to slap her? Is that the protocol? She's 89 years old. Like, keep my uncle's name out your fucking mouth. But Nonna's an incredible woman. She grew up in Italy until she was 13, then moved over to Ireland as a refugee on a boat all by herself. She moved over, she lived there for like 20 years, then moved over to Florida, ran a motel over there for like 30 years, and now lives back in West Belfast. So her accent is the maddest thing you've ever heard in your whole life. She's like, what's the crack? How's it going, buddy? I was around visiting her recently. It was nice, but she's got this real dark sense of humor. I was like, all right, Nonna, how's it going? She was like, oh, Vittorio, have you lost weight? I was like, no, actually, I think I've put on a few pounds. And she went, yeah, I thought so. That's the Italian side. The Irish grandparents, they were called Betty and John, but everyone called John Pappy, so Betty and Pappy. And they passed away a few years ago, but towards the end, they were completely away with the fairies. Or as my uncle would say, they didn't know whether it was Tuesday or August. So we would help them out around the house. And I was around helping out with dinner one time, but I was only 17, so I wasn't doing proper dinner. I was just reheating leftovers in the microwave, right? And I'm in the kitchen, there in the living room. I can't see them, but I can like call through to the living room where they're sat in their individual armchairs, like out of the opening sequence of Up. It's very nice. I'm in the kitchen, right? And I call through to Betty and Pappy. I go, Betty, do you want your dinner heated up in the microwave? And there's no answer. I was like, she's pretty old. She probably just didn't hear me. I'll call through again a little bit louder. It'll be grand. Betty, do you want your dinner heated up in the microwave? And there's no answer. And I started to get stressed because if she's dead, I'm in so much trouble. So I called through again, but like fucking loud. Like, Betty! Do you want your dinner heated up in the microwave? Please? And there was no answer. But all I heard from the living room was Pappy go, woman, do you want your food in the computer? Which I think is the funniest thing anyone's ever said. I'm a professional comedian and I'm never gonna beat that. It's so annoying. That's the end of Act 1 of the play. Act 2, we meet a character called Owen. Owen's a character I relate to a lot in the play because Owen's an Irish character, but he moved away to England and now he's back in his own hometown, but he feels like a bit of an outsider in his own hometown just because he's moved away. He feels like people treat him a little bit differently. And I grew up in Belfast, moved over to London. And sometimes when I'm back in Belfast, I feel like people don't treat me the same. I feel like it's very strange, it's very confusing. It's less confusing for Owen because he moved away to join the British Army. And then he brought them back with him to his own hometown. And he's there like, why is everyone being mean to me? I'll give you one guess, Owen. But Owen brings all these English characters over. It's because they're doing an ordnance survey. They're renaming all the place names from the original Irish into English. And all the Irish characters in the play, they only speak Irish. And all the English characters, they only speak English. And Owen's one of the only characters that speaks both. All the actors on stage are speaking English the whole time, because otherwise you couldn't put it on anywhere. But it's very cleverly written, so you always know who's understanding who and who needs to be translated. Hence the play is called Translations. And the Irish language, English language thing, it's a very big thing in the play. It's quite a big thing in the show. And I need to tell you a little story about a woman in the front row at Vauxhall Comedy Club when I did a work in progress of this show in London. A woman in the front row, about 35 minutes in, so a good bit further into the show, a woman in the front row of Vauxhall Comedy Club kind of went, which is worse than heckling, can we agree? Because if you heckle, you're being a dick. But if you put your hand up, it's like, can I be a dick, please? It's not polite. So I tried to just do the show around her and ignore her, but she had great defense. She was like, she was like Dennis Rodman. I was like locking me down for the game. So I was like, okay, what? How can I help? What's going on? And she goes, I didn't think that Irish was a language. Wait. I thought it was just an accent. Wait. Like Scottish. Where do you start with that? Because every word in that sentence is wrong. Actually, every word in that sentence is more wrong than the word that came before it. It's incredible. Because sometimes stand-up comedy is difficult. Sometimes you've had a bad day. You still have to come on stage, try and make people laugh. What about when 35 minutes into the show, you're consumed with fury? Took everything I had not to boot that woman in the face. The spirit of Eric Cantona was just like in me. I was like, you fucking... No. So if you didn't know that Irish is a language, thank you for coming. It is. And if you already knew that, I'm sorry we had to take that little detour. We're only as fast as our slowest audience member. So Owen brings all these English characters over, and it's a lot of the Irish characters' very first time meeting English people. And do we have English people in? Slightly too enthusiastic, that's okay. It's also a tricky thing to ask in Liverpool, because some of you are like, no. I've seen your stupid little t-shirts, I get it. It's fine. So if you want to identify as English for the rest of the show, if you don't, that's fine, whatever. The thing is, the problem with English people... The problem with English people is that they think they're factory default. You know what I mean? They're like, there's English, and then everybody else is so weird. That's because you grow up with English people, you don't know anything different, and they're on TV, you just think that's normal. When you've never met English people before, and you meet them for the first time, I'm here to tell you that you guys are fucking freaks. You're spooky, and I'm done pretending I enjoy your company, right? What are you on about ever? And I moved to London at the age of 18 to study classical music at a music college. So I met the Englishest of English people of all time. Like if you cross Benedict Cumberbatch with a crumpet, like that's who I was dealing with. I remember moving over. I was very, very stressed, very upset about moving away from Belfast and moving in with all these English people. I was unpacking in residential halls, and my mum was there, and she was trying to talk me down from this emotional height. She was like, listen, Vittorio, they're not all bastards. They just talk like that. I was like, no, they're fucking dickheads, man. They think I'm drunk, they think I'm lazy, they think I'm stupid just because of my accent. I'm fucking sick of English people. It's day one in England, and I've got them sussed. I'm sick of it. I want to go home. She was like, no, they don't think any of those things. You're being silly. You're just getting stressed about moving away, and you're trying to come up with excuses to get away with it. You're stressed about moving away. You're coming up with excuses, right? I was like, oh, fuck's sake. She was like, you've got 6 new flatmates. I'm sure they're lovely. Go into the kitchen, introduce yourself, give them a chance. I was like, okay, I'll give them a chance. Went down to the kitchen, introduced myself, and first person I met was a girl called Eva, and Eva was one of my flatmates in first year, and she studied at a secondary school called the Purcell School, which is a specialist music secondary school. There's a few of them around the country, and most people that go to specialist music secondary schools end up at music college. So it's not like normal unis, where everyone arrives, you're all strangers, you're just trying to figure out what your friendship group's going to be for the next 3 or 4 years. They arrive in pre-made cliques with the dorkiest in-jokes you've ever heard in your whole life, and you have to just pretend it's cool when you arrive. I walked in, I was like, oh, Eva, what should we do tonight? And she went, I tell you what we should do. We should play this game that we played at the Purcell School. It's a drinking game where you listen to Mozart and you drink every time it changes key. I was like, or we could all jump out the window. Because that sounds equally fun to me. I didn't actually say that. I didn't say anything. I just stood up, left the kitchen, phoned my mum, like, you lied, they're all bastards, actually. She was like, no, you just met a weird one. Go down to the bar. It's the first night of Freshers Week. Give them another chance. Introduce yourself to English people. It's like, okay, I'll give them another chance. Went down to the bar, tried to introduce myself to English people, tried to give them a chance. Walked up to an English guy. I was like, all right, mate, what's the crack? That was a mistake. Because when you say, what's the crack to English people, you guys freak out. You do this double take that's also like something out of the film Predator. I'm like, what's the crack? And they're like, oh my God. Are you Irish? Oh my God. I'm Irish? Because you don't want to say, no, you're not. Because obviously I live in England, and if and when I have kids, they'll probably have English accents. See if they ever come up to me like, oh, Daddy, I'm English. I'll kick them in the face. So I get it. But you keep going through, you find out all these mad English traditions. They're like, oh my God, it's bonfire night. I'm like, what's bonfire night? Because we don't have bonfire night in Belfast. We do. It's just not in November. And it's a different vibe, I think. I think Ross Kemp goes to your one slightly less often. So I was like, what's bonfire night? They're like, oh my God, it's great. We have fireworks. I'm like, why do you have fireworks? So there was this guy, cold guy, and he tried to blow up Parliament. So every year we're like, woohoo! Because we killed him. What? No, listen, no. All I'm saying is I'm from Belfast. If you're putting on celebrations for people trying to blow up London, when's my night? They find out you're from Belfast, they always ask the same question, like, oh my God, you're from Belfast. What is all the fuss about? Fuss is an interesting word to use for civil war. No, what is the difference between Catholics and Protestants? I'm like, Protestants, icebreakers? No. Because they're natural predators. Realistically, it all comes down to transubstantiation. If you don't know what that means, basically means that Catholics genuinely believe that the bread and wine turns into the body and blood of Jesus Christ. And Protestants genuinely believe that Rangers are going to win the league. But I like English people sometimes. I think English people make me laugh quite a lot. Past 5 or 6 years, English people have really started making me laugh. They started saying a really funny thing. In the past 5 or 6 years, English people have started complaining about living in a divided country. Did I not say that right? That is hysterical. It's so difficult living in such a divided country. Do you know what you guys did? Everywhere. Do you know how many whatever the fuckistans there are? You went round the world drawing random lines through everyone else's country and you have one referendum. You're like, this is tricky. This is tricky. But I get what people mean when they say we live in a very divided society. Maybe not England in particular, but broadly everyone's on the opposite end of every argument. Everyone's just shouting at each other. Whether it's vax and anti-vax or Brexit and Remain. No one's agreeing on it and everyone's just shouting at each other. I think that's really, really sad. Everyone's become so polarized. A few years ago when I was back in school, we would just agree on anything. It was great. Just agreed on complete nonsense. I think that's better because at least we agreed on something. We should all just pick something that doesn't exist. We all know it doesn't exist. It's fucking bullshit and just believe in it. Some people call it religion, but I just think it's better. But we were brilliant at it in school. We would agree on anything in school. Do you remember going on school trips and the boys at the back would get on the bus? Do you remember the boys at the back? That was aspirational. All I ever wanted to be was a boy at the back of the bus. Those are my career goals at one point. It's like, one day I'll be a boy at the back of the bus. And fun fact, boys at the back, they grew up to be lads, lads, lads. And boys at the front, they grew up to be Louis Theroux. But the boys at the back, they ran the show because they could see everyone. They were throwing Maltesers at people, rolling bottles of piss down the aisle. We might have had different school experiences. Boys at the back would get on the bus and they would say this little phrase. Different places in the UK have different phrases for it, but I think you'll recognise it. In Belfast, they would say a phrase that went, same seats on the way back. Do you remember same seats on the way back? It basically means wherever you're sat on the bus on the way to the school trip, on the way back, you'll be sat in that seat. It makes sense, right? Boys at the back would get on and go, same seats on the way back. And everyone else would go, yeah, fine. Why did we all agree to that? It doesn't make any fucking sense. They just shouted something. It wasn't written down anywhere. But it's nice. We agreed. I think that's lovely. I miss same seats on the way back. I miss it. It's not like you can't say it anymore. It just doesn't work. I was on the bus yesterday. I got on. I was like, same seats on the way back. And the driver was like, yeah, I'll probably sit here on the way back as well. I think same seats on the way back is a good analogy for colonial history. Bear with me. I just think if you imagine, like 400 years ago, every country in the world went on a school trip. Every country in the world had to get on the bus. 400 years ago, who are the boys at the back? England. Killing it. Maltesers, piss, the whole thing, right? And now we've been on our school trip. A couple hundred years have passed. Maybe we learned some lessons. Got a little bit educated. We're getting on the bus to go back from the school trip. And the boys at the back, England, get on. And someone sat in their seat. And you guys aren't happy about it. You're like, we called same seats on the way back, actually. And every other country's like, I think you'll find you voted to have your own bus. And your bus is just a Mini Cooper with flat tires. No, that's mean. Your country's fucked. The next character meeting in the play is a character called George. George is one of the English soldiers in the play, but he's probably the nicest of all the English soldiers, which is a real tallest dwarf situation. People always tense up at that. I don't know why. Is it because I say dwarf? Should I keep saying dwarf? I shouldn't keep saying dwarf, should I? I can't stop. Anyway, George is there and he's working with Owen to try and rename all these place names. And they're researching the cultural context of what they're called in Irish and why they're called that in Irish and how best to represent that in English. And George gets very upset. He goes, oh, I don't think this is right. This feels problematic. It feels like when we wipe this language off the map, we're wiping a culture off the map. And I don't think that's good. I think that's bad. And then he does nothing about it for the rest of the play. It's an incredible character arc. He walks on stage and goes, whoa, this is bad. I'm a good person. See you later. Job done. Bye-bye. But I get it. You know, we all want to be good people. I want to be a good person, but it's hard to be a good person nowadays because we know all the bad things that are happening around the world because of the internet. So you can't play an active role in solving every single bad thing. We're filming. You can't play an active role in solving every single bad thing that happens in the world. So what do? We just fucking tweet. We're just like, oh my God, this is bad. Have you seen how bad this is? Hashtag bad. Laptop closed, I'm a good person, job done, see you later. I think you're not a good person, you just called the Dalai Lama a paedophile. I feel bad about that joke, you know, the Dalai Lama thing. Because everyone thinks the Dalai Lama's a paedophile now. It's terrible, just because he asked a young boy to suck his tongue. That's terrible stuff. But I actually researched it, and I do feel bad because I don't think he's a pedophile. It's a thing. It comes I researched it. It comes from like this old Tibetan tradition. It's like a cultural thing. It's this old Tibetan tradition where they fuck kids. It's so stupid. I agree. It's hard, trying to be a good person, especially online. Like, everyone expects you to be woke. You know this word woke? Like, socially aware, professionally offended, sexually unfulfilled. Like, it's hard. But I'm trying to be woke. You have to be woke when you move to London. I started reading Stonewall, which is the LGBTQ website. It's got all these articles. I saw this article. It was the top 5 LGBT employers of 2023. I was like, that's interesting. I'll give it a read. Do you know what number 3 was? MI5. And I don't want to stereotype, right? But the gay people I know aren't very good at keeping secrets. Like, where's the money? Right? But you can't tell anyone, okay? This goes no further. I make a lot of jokes about my time living in England and my uni life, but my uni life was good despite all the English people. It was good. Actually, the negative bits of my uni life were caused by a girl from Belfast because she dumped me 3 times. But you know what they say? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Dump me on Christmas Eve. You're a cunt. That happened. I posted a little video of that joke on my Instagram, and she liked it. And I had a panic attack. It's very stressful. It's just a joke. I make all sorts of jokes, I make jokes about stuff that I do care about. It was a good relationship. It meant a lot to me. We were together from when I was 16 till I was 20. It was a good relationship, really formative relationship. It was a good relationship. I took her to the zoo once. I know that doesn't make it a good relationship. It wasn't even a zoo, it was a petting park. Because zoos make me sad. Do you know what I mean? Do zoos make anyone else sad? Yeah, zoos make you sad? Why do zoos make you sad?
Because they're all locked up.
They're all locked up? Are you a vegetarian? No. Like, oh, they shouldn't be there. They should be here. I'm the exact same. We're hypocrites together. I'm not a vegetarian. But I get it. Zoos make you sad. Because you see like a majestic lion sitting there. And you're like, you should be out majestically roaming the plains of Africa. But you're just here in a cage, and that is sad. You've been brought over and put in this cage, and it is sad. I get less sad at petting parks. It's a goat. Like, what's a goat gonna do? If I take that goat to Africa, it's gonna get eaten majestically. Like, I just feel like zoos are the only place where you're allowed to be anti-immigration. Like, for the animals, like, it's the only place where it's woke to walk in and go back to Africa. You don't belong here. You're stealing our jobs, not that one. But we were at this petting park, and we went to see the peacock, and it was doing the peacock thing, giving it all that. And my girlfriend at the time was like, isn't it amazing what animals will do to attract each other? I was like, your eyebrows are drawn on. And your cheekbones are an optical illusion. Like, I don't know if you're better than that peacock, necessarily. Talking about the relationship stuff, there's a little love story in the play between George, our nice English soldier, and Maura, who's one of the Irish women in the play. It's a very interesting love story because Maura only speaks Irish and George only speaks English. So they fall in love in this incredible way where early in the play they just lock eyes and vibes. But they just connect and they know that they're supposed to be together. But it's very scandalous, the Irish and English thing at that time. So they have to scurry away and find private moments together to forge their relationship. And they have these incredible conversations where They're speaking to each other in languages that the other one doesn't understand. But as an audience, because the actors are speaking English, we know that they're saying the exact same thing. And their love kind of transcends language. It means more than language ever could. And there's one scene where they learn one word in each other's language, and that word is always. And they just say always, 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 backwards and forwards. And a lot of people say it's the best romance scene since Romeo and Juliet. To those people, I would say, what about when Rachel got off the plane? It's fucking always, always, always. Shut the fuck up. She got off the plane? You can't do that. Some people might recognize that little George and Maura love story. If there's any fans of Richard Curtis's Love Actually, you know the movie Love Actually? If you haven't seen it, I'll tell you what happens. A little round of applause for Love Actually there. You're going to hate this next bit. If you haven't seen it, I'll tell you what happens. And you can verify this. Colin Firth's in it. He plays this kind of bumbling English fella. What are the chances? And he falls in love with this Portuguese lady. And she only speaks Portuguese and he only speaks English. So they fall in love in this incredible way where they just lock eyes and connect and know that they're supposed to be together. And there's this one scene where they fall into a lake and they have this incredible conversation where they're speaking to each other in a language that the other one doesn't understand. But because of the subtitles, we as an audience know that they're saying the exact same thing. And their love kind of transcends language. Like it means more than language ever could. It's amazing. How did Richard Curtis come up with that? He stole it from the... No one believes me and it pisses me off. People are always like, how the fuck, what are you talking about? Richard Curtis wouldn't know some Irish play just because you know about some Irish play. He wouldn't know anyone involved in the play. He wouldn't know anyone in the original cast like Liam Neeson, who's also in Love Actually. I'm trying to cancel Richard Curtis. Can we get on board? I've been getting audiences to tweet him after the show. But like cryptically, I've been getting people to tweet, we know what you did. Just in case he admits to something way worse. Wouldn't that be so funny if we all tweeted Richard Curtis and we're like, we know what you did? And he was like, I've got Maddie, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's very scandalous in the play, the Irish and English relationship. Still a very scandalous thing today. Like, I've got a girlfriend. She's English, so I hate her. No, look, see, when she's there, I love her. I think she's the best person in the world. But when she's not there, the concept of her, I hate her. Because all couples have little arguments. A classic one is you took up more than half the bed. But I feel like an English-Irish relationship is the only one where she takes up more than half the bed and I call her a colonial bastard. She'll move back, but she'll take 6 pillows. It's very strange. But we moved in together recently. We moved in and we used to live with other people, but we recently moved in our own place, which is really nice. But we just moved around the corner. So we didn't get a van or anything. We just carried all of our stuff round the corner like some kind of weird Chuckle Brothers thing. Rest in peace, or whatever. Is that the line? I did an N-word joke earlier and you were like, ha 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 ha. But the Chuckle Brothers, enough of this offensive comedy. It's not even the Chuckle Brothers anymore, it's just the Chuckle guy. And he doesn't chuckle anymore, he hasn't been the same. But it was grand carrying all the stuff around the corner. Problem is there's a homeless guy that lives on that corner. And you know you normally feel bad when you walk past a homeless person. Have you ever carried all your earthly possessions past a homeless person? I was there with an Xbox, like, sorry, I don't have any change, mate. I'm really sorry about that. He's like, why do you have 2 milk frothers? One for coffee, one for hot chocolate. Grow up. Since me and my English girlfriend moved in together, she keeps calling everything ours instead of mine and hers. I'm like, you've stolen enough from my people. It's getting out of hand. I was walking to work recently. I found £30 in cash on the street. I was like, this is the best day of my fucking life. So I phoned her up. I like sharing nice moments with my girlfriend. I was like, I found £30 on the street. She was like, that's amazing. We can go for dinner tonight. We? I'm moving to Mexico. Like, I don't know what you think's happening. But I come out quite late in the evenings to do gigs, so I get home quite late. So I don't have time to cook, so I'll just pick up chicken and chips on the way home. And I'll sit down in the kitchen to eat my chicken and chips. Problem is, she thinks everything's ours. She comes in, she's like, how was the gig? Just takes a chip. And have you heard of generational trauma? It's when something that happened to your ancestors affects you today. So when my English girlfriend steals potatoes from me, I freak out. She takes it, I'm like, it's happening again! You find out things about your partner when you move in together. It turns out she sleepwalks and sleep talks. So I think our whole relationship might be a lie. Like we're gonna be in Wagamama one day and she's just gonna go, who are you? And it makes consent very tricky. It does. Anytime she leans in to kiss me, I have to grab her by the shoulders and be like, are you awake? That's not even the worst bit. Fairly regularly, I'll wake up in the middle of the night and she's wanking me off. But she's asleep as well. And that's a remarkable scenario because no one is consenting. So what do? I'm simultaneously being molested and molesting. Like, what do I do? And you're not supposed to wake up a sleepwalker, so I'm just in it for the long haul. Because guys have this romanticized idea of, oh, I'd love to be woken up to a hand job. It'd be so cool to be woken up to. It's different when you wake up and are inadvertently committing a sex crime. But I feel very lucky to have had my girlfriend around the past few years. It's been a very difficult few years to be a comedian. It was illegal. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do gigs. Couldn't earn money. I had to find different ways to earn money. Went back to teaching in schools. That's what I did before the pandemic. And before I started stand-up as well. But during the pandemic, the schools opened back up. And I had to go in and you had to talk to the principal about the new protocols to keep everyone safe during the pandemic. Went in, the principal was like, okay, new rules. You're not allowed to touch the kids. I was like, I thought that was already a rule. I don't know what you guys have been doing, but I have not been touched. I could have been touching them this whole time. That's so annoying. But the schools were closed. I couldn't teach, couldn't earn money that way. Couldn't do gigs, couldn't earn money that way. I was broke. I was so broke during the pandemic that I started selling underwear online to make a bit of cash. My girlfriend came in, she's like, why are you selling my underwear online? I was like, listen, it's our underwear. A few people have come up to me at the end of the show on the tour and gone, so what is it? You just hate all English people? And I'm like, listen, yes, we all do, globally. Everyone around the world hates English people. And I think that's beautiful. Because it fucks with English people's perception of themselves. Because in English people's own minds, they're like, we're the pinky finger people. We like to queue at the post office. Do you ever see English comedians, like posh ones, doing relatable comedy? They're just like, I did the most English thing the other day. I was very polite and apologized. Is that what you think people think about you? You're evil. You've done fucked up stuff for hundreds of years. Of course, everybody hates you. But to be fair, there's lots of countries that have done fucked up stuff. But we don't all hate them. But we do all hate England. There's loads of countries that have done fucked up stuff. Germany. I'll say it. Germany. But the difference with Germany is at the end of World War II, Germany kind of went... Sorry, lads. We fucked up. Ich bin ein fucked up. And they admitted to all the bad things that the Nazi Party did. And they learned about the rise of the Nazi Party, so they know how to not let those things happen again. English people, they don't know so much about anything. But it's fun when you get to tell an English person something the British Empire did do. They're just like, I would have heard about that. It's interesting when you come from somewhere like Belfast, because the British Army never admitted to what they did and didn't do. When you come from somewhere like Belfast, rumours start about what they might have done. And I don't know if they're true, But some of them are fucking mad. I heard a rumour that during the Troubles, the British Army would pump microwave radiation into Catholic areas of Belfast to make the population unwell and weaken the resistance. I don't know if that's true. It's fucking mad if it is. I don't think it would work. You just have Belfast mums coming out going, give us another 30 seconds on that chicken chow mein. Do you want your food in the computer? We're moving into the third and final act of the play. Third and final act. No, that was too weird. In the third act of the play, our nice English soldier George, he disappears. And so the head of the British Army, a guy called Lancey, arrives and he says, oh, where's George? And all the Irish people go, dunno, because snitches get stitches. And so what Lancey says is, okay, every day until he comes back, we're going to evict a family from a home and destroy their home. And if he never comes back, we'll just demolish the whole village. It's easier for us, then we don't have to rename it anyway. And at this point, the very posh theatre in London, all the English people kind of went, huh? That's not nice. That British Army officer in Ireland's not doing nice stuff. What are the chances? Whereas Irish people, when we watch that play, just get gradually more and more furious. Up until that point, we're like, I fucking knew they were going to do something like that. But I had a difficult time watching that play in London, not because of the story of the play. I know what happens, it's brilliant. If you ever get a chance to go and see it, please do. But the English audience had a very strange reaction to the play. In the first half, they were just laughing at stuff that wasn't funny. They were laughing at the Irish characters having a really hard time. I felt like they thought the Irish characters were stupid. That's why it was funny that they were having these problems. And they were always laughing at the Irish characters for not speaking English. They were never laughing at the English characters for not speaking Irish. And it was hard because it's a sad play. And I was sat in the theatre, like crying my eyes out, and the rest of the theatre was just laughing. 1,000 people laughing, and I'm there really, really upset. Because based on the conversation I had with my mum on day one of moving to London, I built up all these walls of English people don't think any of these things about you. It's an easier way to live your life to just walk about going, no, it's fine. But I was just proven wrong in that theatre in that moment. All these walls came crashing down. And I look back at stuff that I'd written off as a coincidence or pretended didn't exist, but I couldn't pretend anymore. I was an actor once in a play, and the director and I were talking about what accent my character should have. And the director said, word for word, could you do this in your own Irish accent? I think this character would be a bit more unrefined. All my Irish actors' friends that study at drama schools in London, they do these things called casting workshops, where a casting director comes in and talks to the class about what kind of roles they'll be going up for once they leave drama school and enter the profession. It's based on what you look like, act like, and sound like. All my Irish actors' friends, no matter what they look like, act like, or sound like, are told they're castable as teen mums, alcoholics, and maids. Because that's all we can be. I was on a train once in London. I was going to Bank Station. We were about 3 stops away. I was with my friend Jack. And Jack leans in and goes, we need to get off the next stop. I was like, no, we're going to Bank. What are you talking about? He leans in and goes, no, we need to get off the next stop. I was like, no, it's in 3 stops time. What are you talking about? He goes, listen to me, we're getting off the next stop. So I got off. I was like, what was that about? He said, I overheard the guys in the seats behind say, when we get to Bank, we're going to kick the fuck out of that Paddy cunt. That was 3 years ago, so it exists, and I'm sick pretending it doesn't exist. Also, by the way, 40 minutes, sad bit, fucking nailed it. That's how you get nominated for an award. English people, I know I give you a hard time over the course of the show, but it's not your fault. I want you to know it's not your fault. I'm just saying it exists. It just exists in English subconscious. It's just how Irish people are presented in the media. Irish people were drawn as gorillas and monkeys in English newspapers until the 1980s. So it takes longer for that to leave your kind of collective understanding of what Irish people are. I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm just saying it exists. I don't expect you to care about it. That's the problem with these fringe shows. You've got all your own shit going on. People come to comedy shows with all your own problems in your own life. And then the comedians at the Fringe are like, you have to care about my problems now as well, actually. You fucking don't. I don't expect you all to leave here and become Irish activists. Because that's not a thing. When it is, it's class. You get to wear balaclavas and all. It's so cool. But I can't can't even fight. I'm up here being like, oh, I want to fight Irish stereotypes. It's really hard as a comedian. I'm just like, hey, whoa. Irish people aren't just here for a drink and a laugh. But you're not going to care about that. We've all got our own problems, and you can't expect people to care about your problems. I learned that during the pandemic. We all learned a lot of lessons during the pandemic. Mostly that banana bread doesn't cure depression. We all learned a lot of lessons because everyone was stressed about COVID. If you had a problem that wasn't COVID, no one cared. My jaw stopped working. I couldn't open or close my mouth for 3 months during the pandemic. But it wasn't COVID, so no one fucking cared. People were like, oh, my granny died of coronavirus. I was like, well, I'm finding it quite difficult to eat my morning bagel, so we all have problems. I had to go to the doctor about my jaw, but you couldn't go into the doctor during the lockdowns, so you had to text them. On the Ask My GP app, we were texting our GPs. I was like, my jaw doesn't work, what's the fucking crack? Text back XOXO. She was like, lol. We went backward and forward about my symptoms. She was like, Vittorio, I think you need to cry more. I was like, do you have the wrong number? I cry like once a year, that's fucking loads, no? She's like, no, that's not loads. But what you've got is TMJ, that's what it's called. It's basically what happens when you haven't let yourself feel a feeling from the age of 12. It all builds up and then your jaw stops working. I was like, fuck. How do you solve that? She goes, I think you need to apply for therapy on the NHS, which is basically like telling someone to apply to win the fucking lottery. There's no funding, there's no appointments, it's fucking terrible. But I wanted to eat my bagel, so I phoned up. I phoned up my local mental health service, and I don't know if anyone here has ever phoned up their local mental health service. It's interesting, the people on the other end of the phone, don't know if it's part of the job application or the interview process, all the people on the other end of the phone have a voice that makes you want to fucking kill yourself. I phoned up, I was like, I'm sad, my jaw doesn't work, send help. Hi there. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put you in Zoom group therapy on the NHS. If there's ever a sentence that summed up the lack of mental health funding in this country, it's Zoom group therapy on the NHS. But I wanted to eat my bagel, so I signed into the call. I was nervous, my first Zoom group therapy call. It was me, 9 women, and the therapist, who was also a woman. I was like, nice. I logged in, tried to be brave, tried to tell the truth as much as I could so I could get as much help as I could. Finished the first session, come back the next week. It was me, 5 women, and the therapist. I was like, oh, maybe they were just busy. Sure, it's fine. Try to be brave, tell the truth as much as I could so I could get as much help as I could. Finished the session, come back the next week. It was me, 1 woman, and the therapist. If I just keep sharing horrific truths about myself, I'll get one-on-one therapy on the NHS. Just weed them out week after week. It's fucking genius. So I got a bit more time with the therapist than I thought I was going to get. I was like, what's going on? I'm very stressed. I'm very anxious. The therapist said, oh, Vittorio, I think you worry too much. I was like, do you have a degree? Because that's what I said. I know I worry too much. I'm fucking Anakin Skywalker. Like, I know that I worry too much. She just parroted it back to me. It was so strange. It was like, my back home in Belfast, we've got this little dog called Cosmo. He's a little cabochon, little fluffy thing. And he shakes every so often, and we didn't know why. So we took him to the vet, and paid the vet a bunch of money. We're like, what's going on? The vet said, oh, he's got a transient idiopathic tremor. What does that mean? He shakes every so often, and we don't know why. You're a vet or a thesaurus? What? But I was very stressed and worried during the pandemic. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to catch COVID. I'm going to give someone COVID. I'm going to kill someone's granny. I was freaking out. The therapist was like, see, that's too much worrying. All you need to do is condense all your worrying into 20 minutes a day. Is that not a panic attack? 20 minutes of dense worry? That feels like a fucking panic attack. She was like, no, just sit down in your living room, set a timer for 20 minutes and try and worry. I was like, don't you fucking worry about that. I'm worried. So I sat down in my living room, set a timer on my phone, 20 minutes, worry. Woo! Beep, 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 no more worrying. Still worrying, what's going on? Because you spiral. When you try to worry for 20 minutes, you go into this really terrible spiral. So you have to get techniques to get out of the spiral of worry. So they give you these grounding techniques. One of them is called 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's where you name 5 things you can see, 4 things you can touch, 3 things you can hear, 2 things you can smell, 1 thing you can taste. It's really helpful if you ever get stressed or anxious. Take that with you. It really centers you, brings you back into the room. So I'm sat there freaking out in my living room. I was like, okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5 things I can see. I can see the park, outside. I can see the TV, the Xbox, milk frother. Cool, 5 things I can see. 4 things I can touch. Easy, I can touch my jeans. I can touch my shirt. I don't have a lot of stuff. Cool, named 4 things I can touch. 3 things I can hear. I can hear the birds outside. I can hear my girlfriend being English in the other room. I can hear Kendrick Lamar's voicemails for some reason. Grand, 3 things I can hear. 2 things I can smell. Easy peasy. That's all right, we'll skip that one. Smelling's hard. We'll be all right. 1 thing I can taste, that'll be easy. Into the kitchen, open the fridge, grab some food. Fuck, I've got COVID. And then we're straight back into the spiral of worry again. It's fucking terrible. I did get COVID. You know, I did get COVID. I feel like everybody got COVID, but it fucked me up. It fucked me up so much. I was so unwell. We'll do that again, and it was your fault. I did get COVID. Everyone got COVID, but it really fucked me up. I was so unwell, I genuinely had the thought, if I have a wank, I might die. Which, when you live with Inception hand job, is very stressful. I went to bed every night like, this is the last time I'm going to sleep. It's over for me. We're done. I was building a peace wall out of pillows. I was like, fucking stay away. I don't expect you to care about me and my mental health or my jaw. Like, my jaw's getting better. I just need to stretch it every so often. So if you see me after the show, going like that, I am not on coke. It's so annoying. People always think I am. People endlessly come up to me in bars. They're like, oh, mate, are you selling pills? I'm like, no, I'm depressed. You can't care about my problems. You've got your own shit going on. I think human beings can only care about 3 things at a time. We spoke about it earlier. You just run out of steam. You can't care about everything. You get a thing called compassion fatigue. That's what it's called when you try to care about everything. You can care about 3 things. You can tweet about loads of stuff, but I think you can only care about 3 things maximum. Start of COVID, I was like, right, mask on, social distancing, do it for society, save your granny's life. I care about COVID. And then black people were like, excuse me, we're having a bit of a shit time. I was like, fuck, how do I solve it? What do I need to do? And then all the progressive white people got in a team huddle, and they kind of went, all right, this is a fucking serious problem. This is terrible stuff. We need to solve it. How do we solve it? Should we ask them? No, don't ask them. They're busy. I reckon we can solve it amongst ourselves. We're clever chaps. It's definitely a serious systemic issue that we need to kind of sort out together. Oh, thank you for bringing the biscuits, John. That's so nice. That's really nice. Thank you for doing that. But yeah, it's definitely a serious problem. We need a serious solution. Anyone got a serious solution? Oh, fucking that's brilliant. John, again, that's so good. Right, everyone agree? That's a brilliant... I think that'll solve everything. We don't need anything. Yeah, I think that'll do it. Okay, I'll tell them. Post a black square on Instagram. Felt easier than Martin Luther King made it out to be, didn't it? People were pulling down statues. I was going into gardens, kicking over gnomes. I was like, they might have owned slaves. They're old white guys. Fuck them. I finally let out my Eric Cantona. I was like, fuck him. It's like, cool, I care about COVID. I care about black people. And then women were like, excuse me, we're still being sexually harassed. I was like, I thought we'd solved that one. The second wave of Me Too, fucking me neither. I am a male comedian, and I know, like, a lot of male comedians went down in the second wave of Me Too. And the first wave of Me Too. We're not doing great. And to the point where I haven't done anything, but I started to get stressed. And to clarify, I haven't done anything. But you know when you're going through airport security and you don't have any drugs in your bag, but the guy at the gate just gives you a look and you're like, fuck, I might. That's how male comedians feel right now. It's like, cool, I care about COVID, I care about black people, I care about women. Someone's like, oh, what about the war in Ukraine? Fuck Ukraine. It was a joke to the people that freaked out there. Do you need me to say it? I care about Ukraine. Did that do anything? You know I can say that, leave here and punch 11 refugees. Like, it doesn't make a difference what you say. I can say anything I want up here. It's all bullshit. I'm not even Irish. Like, it's just fucking nonsense. It's not about what you say, it's about what you do. That shows what you fucking care about. Of course I care about refugees. I used to work out in the camps in Athens with refugees. I used to work with refugees in London. I say I used to work with refugees because one of them called me fat. And now I don't work with refugees anymore. I was like, listen, I didn't get the cardio of rowing across the ocean like you did. And if you're upset by that joke, I work with refugees and you don't. And also that refugee was my grandmother, so fucking cool it, all right? You can't care about everything. That's the point. The play ends with the British cavalry coming over the hill to destroy the whole village, and the Irish characters are on stage, and they just have to accept their fate. It's a terrible situation to be in. I'm not in that situation. I get a few negative comments, the odd stereotype, a couple dickheads on the train. But just like you, I've got all my own shit going on. I don't have time to worry about what English people might or might not think about me. I don't. I've got my own shit going on. But I want to be an activist. I want to like fight the stereotypes. But I think activists know that people don't care. Like Extinction Rebellion know. People don't care. That's why they superglue themselves to stuff. Because they know people do care about being able to drive anywhere, ever. So like, oh, if you want to drive there, you have to care about the sun. I don't know what they care about. So what do I do? Just superglue myself to English people? Like, be nice to Irish people, please. I don't think that's going to work. I don't think I can be that kind of activist. But I want to be one. I think the kind of activist I want to be is, if anyone thinks I'm not capable of something, I just want to prove them wrong. I want to live my life as if no one's in my way and just prove these things wrong. I think it's the best kind of thing to be. So if you've got anything in this room where you think people might think negative things about you because of who you are or what you are, fuck those people. If you get negative comments like theatre's gay, fuck those people. Just live your life as if no one's in your way. But you need inspirations, you need heroes for this kind of stuff. I'm not going to be your hero, I'm a fucking idiot. But I have a hero. I have an inspiration for that kind of activism. Rosa Parks is my hero because she didn't sit down and try and start a petition or a revolution or any of that stuff. She just lived her life as if no one was in her way. And when someone tried to get in her way, she bold as brass, brave as anything, just looked them right in the eye and went, same seats on the way back. Liverpool, you've been fucking wonderful. Thank you so much for coming. You're brilliant. I've been Vincenzo Alabaluzzi. I'll see you later on. Thank you. Bye, bye, bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Did you enjoy that? Yeah. Absolutely superb audience, and we really appreciate you being here and laughing as loud as you did and clapping. You were genuinely brilliant there. I'll say that again because the mic wasn't on. You were a brilliant audience. Thank you for laughing in the right places, clapping in the right places, and listening in the right places. However, there's another show that starts at 10 o'clock, so fucking get out. Give a huge round of applause for Vittorio one more time. The doors are now open. Feel free to use the bathroom, but the bar is now shut for you guys. If you wouldn't mind leaving as quick as you possibly can so we can get the next lot of guys in. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, Stuart Goldsmith.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wonderful to be here. All right. I'll tell you a bit about myself to get us acquainted. I think of myself as a self-made man. That's my thing, right? By that I mean I left home at 18 with nothing but the shirt on my back and every conceivable privilege. Still got them. White, male, middle class, and if they invent any more, I dare say I shall have them too. Oh, that's great. I'm very lucky. I own a house. You can't... Thank you. Yeah, it's hard saying that to people in their 20s. You can watch their dreams die in real time. It's not fair. I say I own a house. My wife owns a house. I own a wife. So that's good. Lived in London, the sprawling metropolis that is London, for the last 15 years. And then 5 years ago, I moved to the hipster capital of Britain, Bristol, as the result of losing an argument about starting a family. I left the city I love to be with the woman I like. And she hates that joke, and she's absolutely right to. We now live in Bristol, up a hill, in a creative community full of wankers. It's not a gated community. It is quite a steep hill. And everyone, if you like that, you're going to enjoy the rest of the show. This is going to be fun. Let's relax. Everyone, when I say it's creative, it's like everyone on our street has an arty job, right? So we've got comedian, we've got a DJ, a videographer, a dancer, a musician, and one architect to give the rest of us a sense of perspective. Like, sure you're artistic, but if you tried. And I've got to tell you, the area is gentrifying really nicely in a way that I am absolutely responsible for. When I first moved there, brunch on a Sunday was £8. Now it's £13.50. You're welcome. That's me. I did that. And if anything, it's too comfortable. It's a really comfortable place to live. So I'll give you an example. We take the children, local kids, we take them on, my own children. I've said local kids there as if we're some sort of Pied Piper couple. And we're like, come children, let's go on a walk. No, not at all. We have two fabulous children, lovely, lovely little boy, and the girl one's good too. And I've known him longer. We go on walks and we go to the forest, right? The forest is technically a cemetery, but there's no point getting into that at this stage. And what we've noticed is such is the nature of our groovy, creative community that someone from the community has been sneaking into the forest and nailing lots of little 4-inch high doors to the bases of the tree trunks. Have you seen anything like this? Little fairy doors, right? You've seen them. So it's all twee and it's all sweet and the children come along and have an important cultural experience and go, oh, this must be where the fairies live. Not my son. My son's like, well, they're out, but there we are. And that's why they do it. But the problem is, we're such a bunch of wankers that all of the couples have gone home and go, have you seen it? Have you seen the forest? I can't whittle. I can't carve. How will we contribute? And so what they've done is everyone's gone back and added little embellishments. They've put little accoutrement in the... That's a fun word, isn't it? Accoutrement. They've put like a little rocking chair in the front garden. Someone's cut up a doormat into inch squares and put little fairy doormats for the fairies to wipe their little booties on. Someone's got a lolly stick and 2 bits of string and made a little swing on a nearby branch. It's twee as hell, and it's my duty to disrupt it. So what I've done is I went to a doll's house furniture shop and bought a load of white goods, like fridge freezers, microwave ovens, and I just left them outside in the fairies' front gardens to rust. Get a Scalextric car, set fire to it, leave it smoking on its edge outside. Bring the area into disrepute, some miniature police tape here, some tiny crack pipes there. And what I did last night, I snuck in, I put a tiny white tent in one of the front gardens. Yeah, so it looks like there's been a murder. Take my son through it earlier today. Yeah, I think the cat got him. Ooh, nasty. It's not true, of course. I haven't done that. What I've done is I've decided to take it far too far in the opposite direction. So what I've done is I got on Etsy.com and I bought a job lot of about 200 of these fairy doors. And night after night, I've been sneaking in, adding more and more fairy doors, right? More doors, everywhere you can, every inch plastered with doors, up trees, up branches, doors, 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 until the area is completely oversubscribed, right? Doors everywhere. And so many doors, eventually the fairies, they're going to need somewhere to get their coffee, aren't they? So a little artisanal coffee shop there, maybe a vegan upholsterer's over here. Doors, 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 doors. And then at the very end, what I'm going to do tomorrow is sneak in with an armful of tiny little estate agent signs, start sticking them everywhere, as all of the local fairies are priced out of the area by these fluttering iridescent wankers from London. That's the plan. That's the plan. I recently achieved the dream of every middle-class person. I had a bit of work done on the house. Had a new kitchen put in. I stress, we're not wealthy, but we came into some money on the death of an elderly relative, upon which I had bet heavily. Come on, Uncle Oscar, Daddy needs a kitchen island. So we got this work done, and I don't know if there are any men in the audience who are man enough to admit that when you meet a proper man, you go a bit funny, right? Like if you see, walking down the street, if you see a guy who's like wearing overalls, he's got paint all over them, and you see him and you go, there goes a proper man, and you go a bit limp, you know, oh, he's proper. All it really means, of course, is that he's not that good at painting. And what happens, and I don't want to do this happens despite my best endeavours, I open the door to them and I do a bit of a voice, right? I don't know what it is. These guys turn up, I'm like, all right, let's wait. Like, where is that coming from? What is that? I'm going, all right, cup of tea, cheeky Stella, all right, lovely. I think on some level I'm trying to sort of leverage a friendship with them in order to create the possibility of the discount for cash. Don't know if anyone's ever pulled that off. All right, lads, cup of tea, discount for cash. What that is, I'll give you the cash, you knock the VAT off, everybody's laughing, apart from obviously the schools and the hospitals. Anyway, and they must know. They must know, right? When I turn up like this, they must go around the corner and go, he's rather patronising, isn't he? Yes, he is. He is condescending to us, talking down to us, isn't he? Yes, yes, he's trying rather hard. That's what she said, careful. And we tried to do the whole job in a week, right? They wanted to get it done in a week. So at one point, they were all in the living room. Now, our living room is underneath our kitchen with this little squeezy house on a hill. And all 5 of them were downstairs in the living room having a chat, right? So there was a Chippy, a Sparky. You've got another lingo. There was whatever the fuck a plumber is. Cheeky Dolphin. I don't know. Splash Harry. And a Bender? That's unlikely, I think. And a Gaffer and a Spaffer, which is my word for a plasterer. I've made that up myself, you're welcome. Spaff, spaff, spaff. It's harder than it looks. So all 5 of them were in there, and I went in to offer them a coffee, right? And I panicked, because I didn't know how to address them together. And I walked in, and I went, all right, men. I don't know why I said that. I think I was going to go for lads, and then I bailed out halfway through the sentence. I turned up, men, as if I'm the brigadier at the back of the battlefield on a white horse. And I'm expecting you, obviously, to die tomorrow in your hundreds of thousands. But for now, can I offer you a coffee? So they all said yes. So 2 minutes later, I'm standing upstairs in the kitchen, at the worktop, in front of a coffee pod machine I already feel bloody guilty about. And I've got 5 pods on the worktop in front of me, thinking, am I really going to chuck 5 pods at these bastards, right? What if they want another coffee later on? They're here all week. This is going to bankrupt me, right? I'm going to have to kill another relative. They're not the usual pods, is my point. They're from a special collection called simply Regime. And so I've got the 5, I scoot them up, I've got 5 pods in one hand, I've got a jar of dirty instant coffee in the other hand, and I'm looking from one to the other, trying to make my mind up. When I look up, and one of the builders is standing on a ladder looking in through the kitchen window. There is no other thought I could possibly have been contemplating. I ended up having to do a sort of extended improvised act out to my wife, who was not in the building, saying to her out loud, oh, all right, darling, what have you done there? What are you doing getting this instant muck? Nothing but the best for my boys. Sorry, I'm sorry. I just hate being caught out being my real self. So, but someone who is unencumbered with that is my son. He's a lovely boy, right? He's cerebral, he's sweet, a very early talker. His first word was mama. Of course it was. His mum had been training him from birth to say the word mama in order to win an argument I didn't know we were having. Right. To be fair to her, I had been coaching him in secret the entire time to say the word pathetic. Because I thought that'd be quite funny. Like, how good would that be if the first thing he ever said was when she went, mama. 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 And he looked up and went, pathetic. I thought she'd get a laugh out of that. And he's a lovely guy. He's called, his name is Boutros, and it's not really called Boutros, but thank you, the 80% of you who didn't laugh just in case. I call him Boutros when I'm on stage in order to anonymise him, and because when he's a teenager, if he sort of interacts, he sees my work online, on telly or something, then if he's aggrieved, if he's pissed off, I've been talking about him this whole time, I can just say, no, you had an older brother who died. So you've got to appreciate the elegance of the system. Sweet little guy, and he is every inch the Bristolian child. There is not a stitch of clothing on him that isn't a rainbow sequin. And if he grows up to be heterosexual, it's going to break his poor mother's heart. I'm telling you that now. I will still love him. But he has, weirdly, he's very empathic, right? He's very sensitive. And he has this swimming teacher, right? A very muscular Spanish guy called Jose, with a beard, very broad, muscle-bound guy. And my son insists on misgendering Jose. I say to him, how was swimming? And he's like, yeah, it was a good one. She was good. I'm like, I'm pretty sure he's a he. And he goes, no, he's a she. And he gets really angry with me. So one of two things is going on, both of them equally brilliant. Either in 2021, today's 5-year-olds just recognise innately that gender is a construct, it's all meaningless, and it doesn't matter at all. Or my son can smell true gender. Like one of those cancer dogs, do you know what I mean? If he lies down in front of you, you've got to ask yourself some pretty penetrating questions. I say to him, I'm pretty sure Jose's a dude. He's like, well, maybe now, but she's got a long journey ahead of her. Okay. I told him I'd get him a treat, right? So I was at the supermarket and I promised I'd bring a little something back for him. And you do need to be careful about the cultural artefacts you put into your kids' heads. So, like, he loves the Mr. Men. Him and his sister, they love the Mr. Men. I don't know if you've revisited the Mr. Men stories recently, but my God, the male Mr. Men, the Mr. Men, the male ones, they're all called names based on physical prowess and dynamism. They drive the story forward. They're all called Mr. Noisy, Mr. Strong, Mr. Rush, even Bump and Tickle. There's something going on. Do you know what I mean? Not necessarily something very savoury, but they have agency. Whereas the lady Mr. Men, the little miss, the little misses, they're all called these incredibly diminutive, patronising names. They're all called Little Miss Bossy, Little Miss Splendid, Little Miss Passive and Fat. And I don't know why we put up with it. It's astonishing. So you've got to be careful about the decisions you make. And I'm standing in the supermarket. I'm standing in Big Tesco. Other sizes of Tesco are available. And on one side of the magazine rack, there is a copy of Lego Batman, right? It's Lego Batman. On the other side, there's My Little Pony magazine. Now, I want him to want this, but I know that he wants this, right? I'm fine with that. It's just that I want him to be into Batman, because I was into Batman as a kid. I still quite like Batman. And I just want him, for some reason, I want him to grow up like I did, like Batman, vengeful and furious and alone for some reason. I don't know. But it's like my inner landscape. I think like a lot of men, the inner landscape of my life is like, I'm Batman. Every problem in my life is like a crisis only I can solve. I must never ask for help, and I must get a special car. Right? That's the inner landscape. Whereas his inner landscape is the world of My Little Pony. So everything in his imagination, his view of the world is this sort of lurid, candy floss, hyper-sexualized in a way that he can't really comprehend. Like a kind of quivering bubblegum fuck horse. And so... like the characters in my world, the Batman world, they've got names like Harvey Dent, the Joker, Two-Face, Penguin, all of that stuff. The characters in his mind have got names like Princess Celestia, Twilight Sparkle, Twinkle Pips, Cloud Gush, Glitteris. Obviously, I'm making some of them up, but not all of them. And so I panicked and I made the wrong decision. I got him the Batman comic and I took it home, and he was crestfallen but polite. And I was like, oh, sorry, and I got the wrong thing. Until he looked through and he said, oh, no, this is great. Daddy, look, there's a Lego Batgirl comic strip. And I was like, wow, he loves Batgirl. So I said, why don't we play Lego Batgirl? And he was like, yeah, great. And I said, okay, fantastic. You be Batgirl, I'll be Batman. Right? I pointed at you then. You be Batgirl. You're up for it. Well into it. You be Batgirl, I'll be Batman. And he went, no, Daddy, I'll be Batgirl, you be Wonder Woman, and you have to call me Sis. Okay? I'm down with that. Sure. So I said, okay, Sis. I think there's a giant robot attacking the city. It must be something to do with Lex Luthor. Let's do a team up. And he says, no, Sis, it's our day off. We're just going to relax. So we did. We built a sofa fort with the cushions. And I said, this is the Batcave. And he said, no, it was a salon. And he let me have Bat Salon. So it was all the more strange then when we had to start doing discipline, right? Because eventually, of course, his baby sister turned up and this sweet, lovely little boy started having incredibly powerful, rage-filled meltdowns, right? Of course he did. He'd been used to being the main guy in the house. Suddenly he had to share power. And it turns out when you're accustomed to privilege, equality feels like oppression. Who knew? Oh, a bunch of smug people knew. Oh, well done. So we had to start doing the naughty step. Now, if you're over the age of 30, you'll probably remember the naughty step from Super Nanny in the 90s. If you're under 30, you might just remember the naughty step. I don't know. And the way it works is simple. You explain to the child, I'm going to count to 3. If this behaviour doesn't change, by the time I get to 3, they've got to sit on the naughty step for a while. Do you know you're not supposed to call it the naughty step anymore? Right, 2021, you're not supposed to call it that. Do you know what we're supposed to call it? We're supposed to call it the thinking step. Because we don't wish to imprint upon the child the concept that they are a naughty child. The behaviour is naughty, the child themselves is not naughty. So that's the thinking step. Not in our household. We understand that you have to win the psychological victory early doors. So in our household, it's called the huge disappointment to me and your mother... hatch, is what we call it. And I'd explained the system the previous week. He was having a meltdown, so I said, listen, Buster, I'm going to do counting. If you don't change this behaviour, I'm going to do counting like we talked about. And his face changed. His face darkened, his brow furrowed. He said, don't you do counting. Bloody hell, Batman. I said, I'm going to do counting. He said, don't you do counting. I said, here I go. I said, 1. He looked at me very coolly. He said, 2. I didn't know what the hell to do. There was nothing in the training material about what to do when your child takes themselves hostage. I'll do it, old man. Try me. What he's done is he's artificially escalated the jeopardy, hasn't he? He's left me nowhere to go. I can't say 3 now, and I feel like he knows that. I didn't know he could count. So now, without ceding any authority, I've got to de-escalate. I've got to sort of take the air out of the situation, but still... I've not had my bluff called this hard since his sister was conceived. So... I said 1, he said 2. I rather weakly said 2.5. He fixed me with his eye contact. He said 3.5. And then the two of us locked eyes. We both sat down together. I lit 2 cigarettes. And we just carried on counting. Eventually, of course, he ran out of numbers. I'm calling that a win. That's fine. I'm just not used to dealing with that sort of anger. I mean, obviously now I've got kids, Christ. Probably the hardest thing is negotiating with a child using every ounce of creativity and guile and cunning and a song to try and convince them to do something that you personally could not give a shit about, right? Something you have no personal stake in whatsoever. So you're there going, just put your shoes on. Just put your shoes on. We're going to leave the house. Come on, put your shoes on. We can all go. I've got my shoes on. Mummy's got her shoes on. Your baby sister's got her shoes on. Doesn't need shoes. Can't walk. Put your shoes on. Just put your shoes on. Please put your... Okay, seriously, man to man, put your shoes on. Just put your shoes on. Let's sing the shoe song. Shoes are good. Everyone thinks that you should put your shoes on. Put your shoes on. Put your shoes on. Fine. Do you know what? Walk outside, lacerate your feet to ribbons on the broken glass that I've left there specifically to teach you a lesson. Because you have stolen from me even the luxury of suicide. That was too much. I'm sorry. I Yeah, he's upset for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm trying to explain this. Like, trying to explain what it's like being a parent to someone who doesn't have children is like trying to explain being on acid to someone who's never taken it. It's like trying to explain your dreams or your hopes. No one cares, right? And what's the point? But before I became a parent, I had no relationship with anger. I don't get angry. I don't get angry with people. I get angry when a system is broken or stupid or doesn't make sense. That's what pisses me off. And I don't direct it at anyone. You know, like when you're on a plane and the plane would land, and then 10 minutes before they open the doors, everyone else on the plane stands up and just stands there putting their bags on and banging each other in the face like this. And you're just sat there in your seat, quite justifiably thinking, pack of twats! Just perfectly reasonable common or garden anger, you know. Or if you're in the bank, there's 3 desks, 2 of them are open, a customer at each, 3 people in the queue in front of you. You're thinking, right, this will take no time at all. This will be fine. Then you find yourself sort of hanging around, going, well, come on. No movement up ahead. A few more people join the queue. You're starting to rumble, going, oh, God, come on, this can't be how you're supposed to do. No, it's fine. And then a third cashier turns up, you're thinking, thank goodness. They whisper something to the second one. Turns out what they've whispered is, it's getting busy, isn't it? Do you fancy a vape? And then they leave. 1 desk, 30 people now in the queue. And what saves me is that I'm so volatile, I just flip. I'm so emotional that all it takes, I've got all this energy, oh, for God's sake. And all it takes is one person in the queue in front of me to actually have an audible meltdown, and I do an emotional 180. I'm there going, for God's sake. All it takes, one person to go, oh, for God's sake. Suddenly I flip. I'm like, hey, baby, relax. It's just the bank, man. It's just money. I mean, what is money? What are the guys behind the desks, man? They're us. They're us, aren't they? They're the same guys. We're the people. We're all the people. We're all made out of stars. What even is time? It's just a shared illusion. Don't normally do this under coloured fairy lights. It's quite... Sure, baby, I'll leave the premises. Yeah, cool. They say when you become a parent, you recognise that you are no longer the picture, but the frame. That's a weird concept. You're not the picture anymore, you're the frame. Do you get what I mean by that? It's like you're no longer the star of the movie of your life. You're not even the camera crew. You're just catering. That's it. And I've got these 2 friends. I'm not showing off, at least 2. And I've known them 20 years. They're a married couple. They're both about 5 years older than me. And as long as I've known them, I've been secretly sort of, not quite copying their life, but I've been noticing the challenges they go through 5 years ahead of when I might, and trying to glean information from them. You know, they're like the canary in the coal mine, the dog in the space shuttle, they're the mouse on the unapproved antidepressants, right? I'm following them. What happens? You do that? You do? Okay, fine. I realised very recently, my friend Tom, he's 5 years younger than me, and he's been doing the same thing to me and my life the whole time, right? They're ahead of me on the timeline. He's behind. He's copying me. There are people 5 years younger than him copying him. They're doing it to people 5 years older than them. And all of us are just clinging grimly to this rope, like Shackleton through the Antarctic, howling advice to one another across the frozen tundra. What happens next? You're not gonna like it! And you're not gonna like it, are you? Because the people right at the end of the rope, they're just looking out over a crevasse. There's very little point in persevering. What's that? Something about persevering. Righto, we'll keep on persevering. And it's pointless trying to give each other advice because today's advice is meaningless tomorrow because the terrain shifts so fast. You're there in the middle thinking, what are you going to do for money when you get too old to work? That's easy. That's when the pension kicks in, right? Shit. Did you guys get a pension? We don't need one. We've got Bitcoin. Okay. Let me know how that works out. It's insane. It's like the advice we got given the first time we were pregnant. Yeah, we. Get over yourselves. People hate that. We were pregnant. Yeah, we got pregnant again because as it happens, apparently we couldn't keep it in my pants. The advice we got given the first time was very simple. It was always the same. Go and enjoy yourself. Go to the cinema. Go for meals out. Have fun while you can. The advice we're shouting down the line to Tom, 5 years younger than me, thinking about starting a family, the advice now is very different. The advice now is just, get money. That's the advice. Get money, and if you can, high ground. Because the one thing I was really unprepared for was the fact that I was going to become a breadwinner. For some reason, I hadn't given that any thought. I'm a breadwinner. I have to win bread. Very few places offer bread as a prize. Apparently, I've got to win it. The younger people in the room might be thinking, well, just buy the bread. You can't buy the bread, you idiots. You buy the bread, you take it back to the nest. They're like, they know. You did buy this, right? Did you buy it? You buy it. It tastes bought. No, I won it. Won it fair and square. Was it casino, was it? No, funny story. Bumped into a duck on the way home. Correctly guessed his secret name. Any other breadwinners in? Any breadwinners? No one. Just a bunch of you, bunch of bread losers. Great. But everything's now, people talk about the gig economy. It's so weird. My job is, I'm so free, right? Comedy, stand-up comedy is the ultimate 0 hours contract, right? If I want, I'm so free, I'm free as a bird. If I want to stop working, ever, I can just die. Oh, it's extraordinary. I don't want to paint my wife as some sort of grasping, bread-hungry churl. No, far from it. We get on. She's great. We have very different leadership styles, me and my wife. We're both natural leaders. I think that's quite unusual for a couple. We're two leaders. Most couples, a lot of couples, I think, is one leader, one follower. And if you're in a couple now and you're thinking, I wonder which one I am, I've got some bad news. Some couples, presumably, 2 followers, but we don't hear much from them because they don't get out. But a few couples, I think, a small percentage of couples, 2 leaders. Now, I don't like to ask at shows, are there any couples in where it's 2 leaders? Because one time in a gig, at the back of the room, a little voice went, yep. And then there was a pause, and another voice went, no, you're not. And it was... you don't want to do harm, you know. So, but I think me and my wife, it's true. We're 2 leaders. We've got different leadership styles. So I'm more like a loose maverick MacGyver. You know, I'm like a kind of rolling, adaptable kind of a leader, whereas my wife actually gets things done. So it's... We have to separate, we have to divvy up the labour. You know, I'm in charge of mowing the lawn, packing the car, lifting things. And my wife is the architect of all of our futures. Don't look at me like that. I'm good at packing. I pull my weight. I'm so good at packing. It's my dream one day to be going through a supermarket checkout, and when the lady says, do you need any help packing? By the end of the sentence, she realises she's in a bag for life. I just moonwalk. I climb up on the conveyor belt and pretend to moonwalk out, just slowly like that. That would be the plan. The reason I'm giving you this insight into my marital dynamic is to explain why, at the age of 44, my wife is currently trying to organise a grown-up play date for me to go on with another man in order that I make a friend. I want to be absolutely clear about this. I'm not lonely, But I moved to Bristol, I moved to a foreign city at the same time as I became a dad. So I don't get the chance to meet other dads, right? They all socialise during the evening and work during the day. I have to socialise during the day because I work in the evening because of you. And so I don't get to see them. It's just not fair. My wife can walk up to any other mum and go, hey, we should get a coffee. Should we be friends? Suddenly they're friends. Doesn't work like that for men, does it? Not the system at all. No, the system for male friendships is you've got the kids you knew at school, minus one who died, and that's it. And that's how it's always been. That's how it's supposed to be. So we met this guy. We met this one guy. Ollie was his name. We met him at at a toddler rave. That's a thing. 3 hours of banging techno on a Sunday afternoon. Load of haggard parents at the side of a church hall. 100 kids with their tops off, ripped to the tits on fruity pouches. I remember this one specifically because it was, there's always a costume theme, and this particular one was superheroes, right? And there was one particularly attractive younger mum had come dressed as Catwoman, and all of the other mums were like, oh, fuck off. It was just great. We met Ollie. Our kid was playing with his kid, and then eventually we chatted for 5 minutes, and then his kid ran off, Ollie followed him, and that was that. And then ever since then, my wife has been stalking him on Instagram in order to pimp him to me as a potential friend. Right? So I'll be washing up, and she'll sidle up to him and be like, have you seen Ollie's into martial arts and board games? And you like board games and talking about martial arts? And suddenly it's put me in the position, I'm like a kid on my first day at nursery going, I don't want to go, like that. Because I don't know how to package myself as a potential friend for a grown man. I just don't know how to do it. I've written and then deleted an introductory text to him, God knows how many times. Hello, mate. Hey, friendo. Ew, who am I? I don't even talk with the friends in my life that I love. My mate, my best mate, Noel, right? We've known each other since we were 11. We've travelled the world together. I love the bones of him, right? And I will see him for a cheeky pint once in a blue moon. It's a running joke in our household. I'll come home and my wife will go, how's Noel? And I literally won't understand the question. How is he? How is he? How is Noel? He is simply Noel. Immutable, unchanging. He reminds me of me, I remind him of him. That's why we hang out with each other. I can tell you what he thought of the movie The Suicide Squad. Is that what you mean? Is that how he is? And then she'll say something weird like, but hasn't his mum been ill? I don't know. How do you know that? Stop asking my friends questions, you weirdo. Because we don't speak with each other, we just talk at each other. We sit and conversationally groom one another like a pair of orangutans on a log in Borneo, picking fleas out of each other's fleece. Did you like the film? Yeah, yes, I did like it. You were like me. Yes, I am. Yeah. Did you enjoy Black Mirror the other day? Yes, I didn't like it to begin with, but then I did like it by the end. Yes, I'm the same, yeah. And tell me, are you playing that the Red Dead Redemption game on the PlayStation? No, I've had to stop playing that. It's a little bit too immersive. Yes, I'm the same. Talked about this at a show in Bristol. A stranger tweeted me the following day, Stu, hey, really enjoyed the stuff about the grown-up play date. Just so you know, my friend Clive lives in Bristol and he's free during... That's not what this is! This is not some sort of pathetic, platonic pickup line. I'm not coming out here going, hello, men. I am very lonely and I wish to play Settlers of Catan. It's not that. What happens when you approach 40 is that all of your friends start running a marathon. And I can't be bothered with that. Even for charity, I can't be asked. My rule is, if you want me to sponsor you to run a marathon, I will pay you my money to run a marathon, provided you look like you cannot possibly complete a marathon. I think that's fair. If you look like you'll breeze it, you get nothing from me. Dead by mile 5, £3.50. That's my thing. My friend Josh said he wanted to do a skydive, right? He was really interested in doing a parachute jump. He'd always gone on about it. And he said, finally, I'm going to do it. And I went, good for you. And he said, but can you give me some sponsorship money, right? I'm doing it for charity. I said, whoa. You're not doing it for charity. You're doing it for Josh, right? Because you want to do it. You're doing it for you. He said, no, it's for charity. I said, well, in that case, let's try a little thought experiment, shall we? See if you can follow me through this. How about I offer you double the donation not to do it? And he said, that's not really in the spirit of the thing. Okay, fine, you go ahead. As long as you realise that now I've made you that offer and you've declined, you're now doing a skydive against cancer research. Which is particularly appalling given what happened to your brother, if I may say. Me and my wife are having a conversation about the making of our wills. That's what you've got to do. You get set up as a family, you have a couple of kids, you've got to get life insurance, you've got to talk about your wills. And during that conversation, I made the alarming discovery that if everything goes according to plan, I die first. Like, that's the plan. That's the best case scenario. Of course it is. It's the best case scenario, like kind of financially, ethically, effort-wise. You know, like, I don't want her to die first. We need her. Kids, Christ, no. You know, so it's me. It's old Papa Bear in the ground, all done and dusted, right? That's the plan. It's astonishing, isn't it? I'm 44, as you can tell from my trainers. 44 years old. Halfway through my life, if I'm lucky. Halfway in terms of years, in terms of experiences, Christ, I reckon I've done 90% of the shit I could be bothered with. But it's so strange to think halfway through, I think there comes a time in everyone's life when you have to accept that you're unlikely ever to zorb. And I just think I'm there. But you're not supposed to mention it, are you? It's considered the height of rudeness to bring up the concept of mortality. Like, you're all out having a nice time. I don't want to remind you that you will one day definitely die. Soz. You know, but it just pops into your head at random times. You'll be around the house doing up your shoelaces, because you're a grown-up, you're putting your shoes on to leave the house. You're doing your shoe. Suddenly it'll hit you like a shovel in the features, right? Oh, God, I too will one day die. Barely worth finishing. No, press on. And then you're just expected to get on with your day. And then later on, someone asks you, how are you? How am I? Oh, you know, dead one day, but today, dry feet. And when you're a kid, you look at people much older, don't you? Silver tops. You know, you look at people in their 70s and 80s and you think, they must know. Surely they must realise they don't have that long left. How are they cool with it? And you get a bit older and you go, oh, they're not cool with it. What can you do? Legacy is important. That's what you can do as a parent. You have legacy. You can just invent stuff out of thin air and tell your child, oh, this is how we've always done it in this family. Just make it up. I say to him, our surname's Goldsmith, I say, a goldsmith always pays his debts. We absolutely don't. There's no evidence to support that. I'll consider it a personal victory if I manage to die in debt, as he will no doubt discover eventually. I say to him, a goldsmith never monopolises the conversation. The one you have to drill in, this is critical. I say to him, a goldsmith always ensures that his own parents receive only the most luxurious end-of-life care. You've got to nail that one in. I think that's what we owe our parents, is a quick death, right? Isn't it? That's the minimum. Come on. We're all of an age, surely we're all of an age now where we've seen an elderly relative kind of kept alive by medical science far beyond their enjoyment of their life. So presumably now, like I have, you've all had that chat with your own parents, like, I'll take care of you, and then when the time comes, I'll take care of you. Right? You've had that conversation. I mean, I say conversation, it's nothing we've actually said out loud, but they get it. It's implied, you know, that when the time comes, which I'll decide, And I'll do it clean as well. I'll do it clean. That's the kindest way, middle of the 90th birthday. Happy birthday, bang, clean. And it'll be me that does it as well. My sister, I've got an older sister, but she's got her own issues. She's made that clear. I've got a younger brother, but he's not as strategically minded. He'd be a good trigger man, but it's Muggins here who's got to plan the caper. And it'll be hard as well. It'll be difficult. My folks separated 25 years ago. My dad now lives in Spain. I know where. I've got his address written down. But have you seen a Spanish address? It's completely incomprehensible. He's very physically fit. He's quite agile. One-on-one, it'd be hard to take him down. Plus, he reads a lot of Tom Clancy, so he's probably booby-trapped the villa. Whereas my mum, frankly, is a sitting duck. I mean, she still lives in my hometown. I know all the potential hiding places, all the territory. Every fortnight I get an email from her that's basically an updated list of all of her current vulnerabilities. Too easy. Plus, she loves me, so she doesn't think I'll really do it. No, there'll be no sport in that at all. My friend Danny had some bad news recently, and this is awful, right? He was diagnosed with an incurable blood disease, and he was given 20 years to live. Just think about that for a couple of seconds. 20 years to live. What the hell is he supposed to do with that information? Oh, God, thanks a lot, Doc. I'm glad you told me. I better get my skates on if I'm going to do 2 unrelated medical degrees and then become a deep-sea diver from scratch. What's he supposed to do with that? 20 years to live. If that was you, forgive me, if I was your doctor, I wouldn't have bloody told you. I'd been like, oh, good news, clean bill of health. Go and enjoy yourself. Take some risks. Come back and see me in 19 and a half years, okay? He's 50. Danny's 50. Did I mention that? He's already 50. Plus 20, 70. That's an innings. I congratulated him. 70, guarantee. He was very patient. He was like, it's not a guarantee. I'm not death-proof. I can be killed. Not killed. But 20, God, I'd almost rather have a week. Someone told you, if you told me I had a week to live, if you told me I had a week to live, I'd have some questions. Who are you? How did you come by this information? What are you doing in my submarine? But once we dealt with all of that, then, you wouldn't have time for the whole bucket list, would you? But you could control the dismount. You could do that last week properly, get out as you mean to. Everyone's got a plan. I know mine. Sell all my stuff, buy a rowing boat. It really just occurred to me, I don't know the value of a rowing boat. All of the stuff may have been... Plus, I've got a wife and family. It's too late, I've sold it. Sell the stuff, buy a rowing boat, row out to the middle of a beautiful lake, take a shitload of heroin, watch the sun go down. That's the plan, right? Jack up, check out. Just remembered I'm taping this in Glasgow. Is that insensitive? I didn't mean anything by it. I want to be absolutely clear. I'm not promoting or condoning heroin use. I just think in the Venn diagram of things that you should probably only do once and things that are apparently absolutely brilliant, right? Right in the middle of that, heroin. Heroin and driving a double-decker bus under a low bridge. Come on. The 176 to Penge, bollocks to Penge. Head down, foot down, under the bridge we go. All of the top deck dead, fuck 'em. But if it was 20 years, obviously I'd be waking up the next morning thinking, God, I feel dreadful. I suppose I'd better row back to shore. Try and sell the boat. See, I wonder if I could use some of the money from the sale of the boat to buy a tiny little bit more heroin. If I ever took one piece of advice from my mum that I really took to heart, she always said to me, just do your best. Just try, right? And then even if you don't achieve your dreams, at least at the end of your life, you can say, I tried. And I've always taken that to heart. I've always turned up, done the work. But it only occurred to me very recently, who am I imagining saying that to at the end of my life? I tried. I tried. Who's on the other end of that? The Grim Reaper? St. Peter? A nursing home care worker who doesn't know my name? I tried. Good, well, you can try your soup. Or am I saying it to the Distractatron, which is an android I've invented, which is it's to combat dementia. It's a cross between chat roulette and bop it. And it heralds the end of Western civilization. Give me a cheer if you're ambitious. Not all of you, was it? Okay, easier question. Give me a cheer if you are pretending to be ambitious. Ah, yes, you. Very good. Tell me, what do you do for a living?
I'm a lecturer.
You're a lecturer? Christ, we're fucked. That's it. You're a lecturer. In what subject?
Nursing.
In what?
Nurses.
Nurses. Well, this has taken a dark turn. Here's my question. Are you pretending to be ambitious to yourself or to the people around you? To them. Okay, and what is the highest thing that you could achieve in your industry if you were as ambitious as you're claiming to be to the people around you? Like PhD? Like same shit, more money. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your honesty. In a moment or two, I'm going to refer to you as a loser, but it's nothing personal. Okay? Here's the thing. Here's my relationship with ambition, right? In stand-up comedy, that's what this is. In stand-up comedy, it is absolutely full of incredibly ambitious people. And when I started, about 15, 16 years ago, I started at the same time as a group of incredibly driven, ambitious, hard-working, talented young comics, okay? Now, they are all famous millionaires. And good luck to them, right? There's no luck involved. They were brilliant, they worked for it, played for, and got. And whilst I didn't see them so much anymore, we appeared on the same bills less and less often. I would see less of them. And yeah, maybe I was a little bit intimidated by their success. I ended up falling in with a newer generation of comics, a different crowd, younger guys and girls, kind of oddball, political, pretty boy acts, people who'd never amount to anything. Now, they're all famous millionaires. Here's my question. Is it me? Is there something about my presence that makes other people think, bloody hell, I'd better knuckle down? And if there is, can that quality be monetized, perhaps from home? Because I love the work. I love this. I love you. I love the job. I just can't cope with the envy, the stress, the yearning, the striving, the desperation. Right? I love the work. I'd always do the work. But I'm 44, halfway through my life. Couldn't I just uncouple the striving and the envy and all of that shit? I could jettison that, slip the clutch, and just coast like this loser. I feel like I'm just in the middle of the road, kneeling in the middle of the road, cradling the fox of my ambition, recently mown down by the truck of time, effort, and parenthood, which, to be fair, I was driving. And I steered directly towards this poor little fox, smashed him down. I jumped out, I've scooped him up in my arms, kneeling in the road, and I'm looking down at him, and his body's all smashed up, spit and dribble coming out of his mouth, his eyes all wonky like that. He's looking up at me. You promised. Shh. I said a lot of things. And I'm trying to decide right now in real time, do I expend enormous personal effort on coaxing him back to life, or just brick him? I'm fine. I know it's better to travel hopefully than to arrive. I know that. I've been to insert rival town here. I know it's the travelling hopefully, but does the travelling hopefully have to go on forever? Does the striving have to go on forever? I've got a squirrel in my loft. My wife's loft. There's a squirrel in there, 6:20 every morning. I hear it scuttling up this little slopey bit of the loft that you can't get into, and then it scuttles up, and then it goes across this sort of flat bit that you can get into. You can open this little hatch about 6 inches, and you can just peep in, and you can see it's all full of squirrel shit. He's nibbled through the wires, the lighting in wires and everything. And every morning, 6:20, I hear him. Shoo, shoo. The time it takes it to achieve that bit of the journey is gradually decreasing. He's getting better. Either that or the squirrel community are gradually sending their best people. Tufty, walk it off. Nutkin, you're up. There's nothing I can do about it. I can't get into the bit of the loft to seal it up, and you can't get to the outside of that bit of the building. You physically can't get there to prevent the squirrel getting access, right? So all I can do, 2 choices, all I can do is either smash a hole in my ceiling and paint it and plaster it, get in there, seal it up, repaint, replaster, all the rest of that, or absolutely nothing. Guess which one I'm doing? I'm lying there at 6:20 every morning listening to a rodent embody a metaphor about self-improvement while all the lights in my house go out one by one. I eat far too much pain au chocolat. Like a terrifying amount of pain au chocolat. I mean, you can't tell because I've got a good metabolism, but my heart is made out of butter. I eat too much pain au chocolat, and I eat it. So I'd say the reason is, I eat it because it's often the only fresh bit of food you can find at a service station. And I eat most of my meals at service stations because of you. And what I don't go to the night pay window. I don't know if you're a city dweller, you might not know about this, but often in the countryside, they've got the garages, the service stations will have a night pay window for security, and I can't be doing with that. If I get out of the car and the bloke in the thing waves me to the window, I just get back in the car and drive off. And I realise why. I would rather be not trusted, I would rather be followed around the shop by a security guard with a shotgun pressed against the base of my spine than have to peep in through a letterbox and ask a grown man to get me a pastry. Can you get me the chocolate? No, that's almond. I don't like almonds. Can you get the little chocky one? Yeah, not the chocolate croissant. No, the pain au chocolat. Yeah, chocolat. Yes, the pain au chocolate. Yes, it looks like a little crab with no leg. That's it. Could you just poke it in the tummy with the tongs? I just want the softest one. I know they're the same batch. Often one of them's squashier than the other. No, I don't understand it either. Just give it a little poke it. Do the second one again. Do the first one again. Yeah, really, I don't want that now. You've ruined it. Do that. Sometimes you'll get 2 pain au chocolat in a box for fractionally more than the cost of 1 pain au chocolat, right? I don't understand that at all. It annoys me, if anything. What I'm saying is I'm not buying 2 for myself. I'm taking advantage of an unbeatable offer. And what I do is I get the box and I go back and I sit in the car and I've got the box on the seat there. It'd be like 1 o'clock in the morning on the way back from a show. And I'll take one out and I'll eat it immediately. And then I'll look at the second one in that box and I think, no. That cannot stay here. Future Stew, my name's Stu. Future Stu cannot be trusted to have that in the car with him. Right, we've danced this dance before. So I get up and I put it in the boot of the car, and I get out of the car, put it in the boot, come back round, sit in the car, feeling pretty happy with myself, and off I drive. About 5 or 6 minutes later, I start thinking, who the hell does previous Stu think he is? Just who in God's name does history Stu, Deja Stu, who does he think I am? Does he think I'm some sort of idiot? Does he think I don't know? Does he think I forgot? What does he think I'm not prepared to pull over into a lay-by not 5 minutes past the garage? And what, does he think just because it's raining outside? Does he think I'm not prepared to burrow into the boot of my car through the back seat? Does he think I don't know about the fold-down chair? There's the 2-1 and the 1-1. I just need the 1-1. And does he think I'm not prepared to tunnel in there with my legs across the back seat of the car like a clothed prawn as I snuggle down in my little croissant burrow? And what does he think? Does he think I'm not prepared to sit there nibbling away, nuzzling away at that second little pan au chocolat as the rain beats down on the roof of the car, drowning out my sobs? Does he think I'm not prepared to do that? Pan au contraire. How I choose to live my life is none of my business. When we're alone, we become our truest self, right? For sure. Like we're all aware of each other's perception of us. We know that we're out and about, so we're all pretending to be normal, right? You don't need to admit it now. I know it's hard to admit it, but all of you sat there going, I'm normal, don't worry about me. I'm just a normal person. Yes, I'm just out and about in polite society, in company. Hello. Certainly never touched that. Never, wouldn't dream of it. No. I'm just normal. I'm just one of us. I'm normal. I'm not some sort of wanking, screaming, shitting monkey that's managed to put on some shoes, forget about death, and leave the house. That's not me at all. I belong. And so when you're on your own, you let go of all of that. If you're out with your friends, bye guys, great belonging. Okay, bye. Click. Oh God, take your trousers around your ankles and just slouch around the house. Turn a tap on for no reason. Sorry, Greta. Open the fridge. Use a slice of processed ham as a sort of rudimentary glove to scoop up some coleslaw. Then the phone rings. Oh, hi, hello. Yeah, just normal stuff, just like anyone, you know. What sort of thing? Putting keys on a fob, you know. Doing my tax. Okay, bye. Click. And if you meet someone in a kind of romantic context, right? If you meet someone on like a first date, their perception of you is enormous and yours of them. Right? So you find yourself there in a restaurant or in a bar. Hello there. We are mutual friends of Simon. We have both been ratified by a third party, also normal. We will begin the courtship ritual. Tell me, what box sets do you enjoy? Tell me what box sets. Buffy. Same. But by the time you've been together for 10 years, all of that has gone out of the window. The pair of you just sat together on the sofa. Do you want to bang? Or watch Buffy season 6 again? I love you. No, you don't, but thanks for saying so. I honestly couldn't give a toss about the sex. No, fair enough. Coleslaw? But my son is so much a part of me. He's so much of me and from me that I don't regard him as an outside eye at all. When I'm with him, it's like I'm more myself when I'm with him than with anyone else. I shit in front of him. Not as a punishment, you know. Well, Master Goldsmith, the naughty step was unsuccessful. We shall have to try the naughty stool. Don't look away. He's upset for some reason, yeah. No. I just, when I'm with him, I'll say to him, I'm going to go for a poo. Do you want to come and hang out? He'll be like, yeah, all right. I don't defecate in front of my wife, the very idea. But with him, he's a part of me. It's like a happy version of being alone. It's wonderful. It's just lovely. And he does this thing whenever grown-up friends of ours come round, he always wants to have private time with them, right? So our friend Ed came round, and my son said, Ed, we need to do some very important work, and marched him off into the playroom. Let you into a little secret. The playroom, it's just the living room, it's got toys in it. So in they go. 2 minutes later, Ed shouts to me from the other, Stu, can you come in here? And I go in, he's bollock naked. My son. Starkers. And Ed is pressed so far into the corner of the room that he's climbed it backwards like Spider-Man. Ed says, you have to be here. This is absolutely fine, but you have to be here. I'm a white man in his 30s. I've worked for the BBC. Statistically, I am a predator. Please stay in the room. And my son says, Ed, I'm going for a poo. You're coming with me. Marches off. I wish I could be like that. I live in a sort of terrified future. My son lives in a blissful present, and I just wish I could join him there. I wish I could be in that moment with him, free of context and consequence, bollock naked before the universe. Wouldn't that be wonderful? There's very little I can tell you about what it's like to be a parent unless you are one, but if I could give you the distillate experience, it would be this. We were having a kitchen rave, okay? So this is one of those moments when you just let go of everything and just enjoy yourself. My wife's dancing there, my son's dancing over there, I've got the baby in my arms, and we're just rocking out. We're having an incredible time. We're listening to my godson. He's given us a Spotify playlist, and he's cool as anything. He does parkour. I don't know if you're familiar with parkour. It's like French jumping, basically. It's so cool. The jumping is so French. Bon anniversaire. Like that. It's just... Je m'appelle Stuart. Like that. It's great. It's cool when you see it on TV and movies on YouTube and stuff. When you see it in the high street near you, it's just three lads who look somehow too awkward for Games Workshop. Jumping off a bin and doing their ankle. Oh, désolé. So I asked my godson, I said, what music do you listen to when you're training parkour, you cool bastard? And he said he likes chill hip-hop. And I said, oh yeah, what kind of artists? And what he said next shocked me to my core. I said, what artists? And he said, I don't know. I said, what do you mean you don't know? He said, well, I just put it on Spotify, put a playlist on, chill hip-hop. You don't know the bands you like. That's the death of culture, isn't it? What kind of books do you read? Oh, I like Helvetica mostly. What sort of foods do you enjoy? I like mostly soft textures. We're playing the music, we're playing the tunes, we're having a whale of a time, we're all bouncing around, we've forgotten the future, we've forgotten the past, we're in the present, we did it, we're in the moment, and my son is so caught up in that moment, with no malice in his heart, with nothing but love in his heart. He rushes over to me, he clasps both arms and one leg around my thigh, and sinks his teeth into the fleshy part of my thigh, drawing blood immediately. Christ, it hurt. And let's not forget, I have personally given birth to 2 children, right? This hurt. He just, with no malice, he was just like, this is brilliant. He bites down. God, it hurts so much. And obviously the instinct is just hoof through the window. Take the baby and like, get off me. No. You can't do that. Can't do that. I've been briefed. So you have to protect them, and this is what it's like being a parent. I had to protect her, I had to protect him. He bit me hard enough that I bled. And that anger, that pain, that energy had to go somewhere. It went up as a shout, down as a stamp. He bit me, I went, no, no! He burst into tears because he was scared. And I had to apologise to him. Thank you very much, everybody. Thanks so much.
you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Surely you guys realize, as an Australian, experiencing enthusiasm is fucked. I felt very uncomfortable during that moment. But thanks for being here. I do appreciate it. It's like, the main thing I want to say is, like, it's so nice to be here because I'm from Sydney, so it's nice to finally do this show in Sydney, and it's nice being able to say honestly that it's nice to be here. Because, no, you guys might not know, even when you're in a shithole, you have to say it. Like, they get real cross if you're like, yeah, it's fucking fine to be here, I guess. Like, it's the worst in Adelaide because you're like, it's nice to be here, and it's not. You know, it's not nice. It's not nice to be. I don't want to rinse Adelaide too early. It's just like, nothing happens there. Like, just no. Like, Melbourne and Sydney are Australia's only two cities. The rest are just towns with a dream, you know? Like, I don't want to be part of your Make-A-Wish, Brisbane. Like, fuck off. I don't respect you. I don't. Like, I don't. Brisbane's like, we won the Olympics. It's like, you ran on a pose, cunt. Where were you? Where were you in 2000? Fucking nowhere, where you belong, right? But that was the thing about Adelaide. I was in Adelaide and I was trying to talk to them about catching the train, and they don't have a train. Like, turns out to have a train, you have to have somewhere to be or go. And I guess Adelaide has neither at this point. But no, because I've started catching the train again. Now, there's this one guy, he's on every train. I don't want to say exactly what this dude looks like, but I describe his appearance as crime adjacent. Everybody got him? You've seen him often chewing never gum? So this guy is on every train, right? He's on every train, does the same move on every train. When the train gets to a platform, the doors will open, the crime adjacent guy leans out the doors of the train, looking very intently up and down the platform. I don't know what he's looking for. I've never seen him find it. And then when the doors close, he's like, oh, it's the train, and gets back on the train, right? That's what happens for the crime adjacent guy. Every single platform I've ever seen him at. And I always thought it's because he was looking for a ticket inspector, which I thought was a shit strategy, because if I was a ticket inspector and I saw a crime adjacent person, that's probably where I'd start inspecting. And I don't even have formal ticket inspector training, which I can only assume is extensive. So that's what I always thought. And then I got COVID last Christmas, like everybody, and I was in one of those in-person PCR testing queues, and there was a crime-adjacent person in front of me in the queue. Turns out the ticket inspector couldn't find him, COVID could, you know? And he did the exact same move in the COVID queue. We're in the COVID queue, the queue would take a few steps forward, the queue would stop, the crime-adjacent guy steps out of the queue, looks up and down the queue, gets back in the queue. And I was like, dude, we don't need a ticket for this. It's like, this isn't American healthcare, it's included, right? Like, it's fine. And that's when I realized that guy is not looking for a ticket inspector. What he's doing is looking for his biological father. That's why he writes his name on the train. Just in case his dad comes looking for him. On the Campbelltown line, right? Always a lot of sympathy for that joke. Nah, fuck him, he's got my phone. You know, like, come on. I think that's a fair enough target. But no, it's nice. It's nice being back in Sydney. I don't know how familiar you guys are with me, to be fair. Like, the tracksuit's usually a pretty good place to start, because people look at me and they're like, does he know he's fucking red? Like, is he aware how red he is right now? All it is, I lived in the UK for 2 years, and this was my attempt to assimilate into British culture. That's all. That's all it is. I think I nailed it, personally, but now I do wear it back in Australia and people look at me and they're like, you just look flammable, mate. Like, that's not going to make it through bushfire season. That's 100% polyester, right? It's just not a breathable material. But yeah, I actually left the UK December 2019, which is also known as nailing it. I don't know if you guys have heard, but since then, the UK comedy industry, pretty dead. UK dead industry, very alive. Laughter is the correct response, by the way. The weirdest response I had this one lady yell out, too soon. I was like, it's still happening. You know, you can't yell too soon at a joke about a pandemic during a pandemic. That's like yelling too soon in between Towers 1 and 2 going down on 9/11. People still need to die, right? Exactly. But no, I came home to get married. I'm married. I like telling people I'm married because they're surprised by that information. You know, yeah. When I walked up here, no one was like, man, I bet he got locked down quick. He seems like a catch and a monogamy enthusiast. That's a real thing. A lot of people assume I swing. Yeah. No, they see my moustache and that's drop some keys and some bowls, for sure. That's not raising money for anything. But yeah, I actually get to wear both my parents' wedding rings. That's my dad's, that's my mum's. Relax, they're not dead, they're just divorced, right? So both rings are available. That's me in the middle, splitting them up. It's good stuff. And it's accurate because I'm an only child, you know? There you go. But yeah, we're married. Is anyone here married out of interest? I know like the 7, yeah, fucking right, whoa, yeah. 3 of you. Very modern. I love that. Fucking dude, good of you to leave Marrickville to be here. I love that. No, so what's your name, brother?
Jack. You can go with Jay, that's it.
Nah, fucking don't lose faith in me that quick. You said it real fast one time. What's your name, sir?
Jad, rhymes with dad.
Your name is Jad.
That's right.
Fuck, thank you for that rhyme. I never would have got there. Like, in 1,000 attempts, I would have been like, jazz, jats, jam. Then you're like, not even close, brother. Jad. Nice to meet you, Jad. I'm Daniel, I'm the guy. Can I ask you a question, Jad?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever have a male friend come up to you and tell you something and then say, don't tell your wife? Does that ever happen, Jad?
Yes.
Yes, it does. Do you tell your wife?
Every single time.
Every single time. Fuck yeah, Jad. I mean, I've never heard that name before, but it sounds like what a guy with that name would do. Does anyone else feel that in their heart a little bit? Being like, yeah, Jad's a fucking snitch, dude. Like, I thought it was like some cliche, but no, like the second I got married, my male friend's like, hey, don't tell your wife. And I'm like, how can you still think you're above her? In the hierarchy, you know? This is a quarterly male friendship at best. Like, how can you think? Like, I've never lost a male friend and had to divide my assets, right? That's never happened. It's like, yeah, me and Jad aren't boys anymore. Now they get to visit the pub every second Tuesday. Fuck off, right? Like, what are we doing? Supervised visitation of the schnitzel? Get the fuck out of here. When someone says, don't tell your wife, I'm like, man, thank you for reminding me of the first person I'm going to tell. Because, you know what I'm leaving in the story? The bit where you said not to tell her, right? That's staying in. You're a fucking snake in the grass, mate, and she's going to know the truth. Because the thing is, like, when a guy says that, it has not once been for my wife's benefit, right? It's never to protect her from sad information. It's never like, hey, Dan, don't tell your wife, but there is this genocide in China and we can't do anything about it. Because we owe them too much money, don't tell your wife, you know? They just keep it on the down low. There's never that. It's they've done something fucked and don't want 2 people judging them at the same time. That's all it is. I love that Jad is just nodding so hard right now, being like, we have the exact same piece of shit friends. When dude said, it's like, hey, don't tell your wife. I went to a massage parlor for a happy ending, ended up paying extra for her to piss on me. Don't tell your wife. Can I borrow a towel? Sorry, Jad's wife, what's your name? Kathleen? Catherine. Fuck, I thought it was going to be weird again, and I apologise. Catherine. Fucking, there we go. That's been a character in a novel. Sorry, Catherine, have you ever had the same thing happen to you? Like a female friend say, don't tell your husband, don't tell Jad? Did you tell him? Depends. Catherine, this isn't fucking daytime TV. What was that noise? Everyone's like, ooh. What's under my seat? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's 10 p.m, you fucking cowards. All right. What does it depend on?
No, 9 times out of 10 I probably tell.
9 times out of 10? You've counted? You've worked out a statistical probability to the breaking of trust in your relationship? I mean, Catherine, the funny thing is, I fucking agree with you 100%, dude. You gotta, that's the difference. When a lady says don't tell your husband, don't. Don't tell him. Because when women say that, it's for our benefit, you know? Like, it's to help us. When women say don't tell your husband, it's followed up by sentences like, yeah, because girth is more important than length. And you're like, whoa. Jad and I are standing there with our narrow confidence, you know, just getting skinnier by the syllable, right? We can't be too careful. Do you guys have kids? No kids? Thinking about it?
Maybe about 2 years.
That was fucking quick. No, 'cause we're trying to have kids at the moment. I don't know if you... I didn't know you had to try it. That's some... You hear that male laughter? Yeah, being like, wait, you do? Like, yeah, no, I'm like you guys. I just thought you stopped preventing it and were punished with a child. That was my genuine understanding, right? Like, I thought it was kind of like a climate change scenario, you know? Just like, if we do nothing, it's a boy. Like, honestly, I knew nothing about fertility going in, nothing at all. And I think it's because, like a lot of dudes, I got my entire sexual education from a PE teacher and a priest. 2 separate guys. Relax, it's okay. It's just that neither of those jobs requires an understanding of science, you know? Like, why did we pick them to teach kids about sex? They don't seem to have the knowledge. Think about it. It's one guy who has never had sex in his life. And a priest, right? What? How are these the best we've got? It's an important issue. We trust them. It's one guy whose knees you can always see and one guy whose knees you hope you never see, right? These just doesn't seem like experts. I genuinely, Jad, I don't know, like, I hate to break this news to you like this. Like, I thought, like, the first time that I came in my wife, she was going to be pregnant. Like, the first time. Because, like, I don't know if you guys are scientists, that's what you got to do. There's a lot of wife coming going on. It's important. It's important for you to come in my wife. That's the key. Like, or so it's been explained to me, right? But yeah, I thought the first time she was going to, like, be pregnant. That means I was going to be a dad in, like, 9 months. And I was like, man, am I ready to be a father in 9 months? You know, that was, like, genuinely... I was nervous. Like, I was nervous to come in her for the first time because that's not something I'd ever done before. And before you guys think, like, man, this Christian is undercover. Like, no. It was like, fuck, he's slipped through. That's amazing. No, like, in fairness, with a fucking custom tracksuit, I do look like a youth pastor. Like that. I was nervous. Like, I was nervous to come in my wife for the first time. Like, because I'd never done it. Like, don't get me wrong. I had been there. I just hadn't stayed there. And to have a kid, you gotta stay. You know, you gotta be in there like the whole time. Like, I used to treat having sex with my wife like going to the cinema. Like, when I thought the credits were about to play, I'd get out of the cinema. That's when I'd go. Because I was worried about a sequel, you know, you can't be sure. Little after credits scene, you're like, fuck, there's one coming. You know, it could happen that way. But yeah, to have a kid, you gotta stay. Like, you gotta watch the credits all the way down to the director of photography, then you can go. You know, that's kind of what you're looking for. So that was the thing. I was genuinely nervous to do it for the first time, to have intercourse, to procreate, which is what you call it when it's not for fun, right? And my wife knew that I was nervous, so the first time we were there, right? We were like going for it. And she knows I'm nervous, so she's trying to reassure me. So we're going, and she says, "You're gonna make such a great dad." And I was like, that's a pretty early call, to be honest. Then we kept going, and she's like, "I can't wait to have a baby with you." And I was like, the credits are getting further away, maybe just... And we're getting closer and closer and closer. And just when I thought the credits were about to play, like all that muscle memory from my 20s kicked in, and I just shoved her off me and came safely in the air. Right? That's what I did, safely in the air. That way goes up, lands on me. I'm a married man now, you can't get that on the sheets, that's messy, right? God gave you a belly button for a reason, get it in there. Clean it up with a day-old t-shirt. We've only got one planet. I didn't know this when I was a younger man, but I think the only reason some women swallow is because it's the neatest option. From what I've found out, it's not actually the taste, right? That was 18 months ago. Still no baby, still no pregnancy. We've actually done the fertility test. I don't know if anyone here has ever done fertility tests. For women, they're quite expensive and invasive, but for dudes, pretty sick. Honestly, probably my favorite ever test. Because our test is we have to jizz in a cup. That's the test. Sorry, I said that wrong. We get to jizz in a cup. It felt like permission, you know? When my doctor was like, can you jizz in this cup? I was like, fucking oath, mate, let's go. Honestly, don't even worry about the Medicare rebate on this one. I'm happy for you to keep 100% of the cum, right? It's all yours. Run the test twice, knock yourself out. But I'd only ever seen fertility tests in American films where you take the test at a clinic, open the door, hand it to the nurse, thank you very much. But in Australia, you actually take fertility tests at home. So I was home, and I was just about to take the test, and my wife called me, and she was like, can I be there? And I was like, why? And she's like, because I want to make sure you're doing it right. I was like, I'm doing it right. You know, like I've never been more confident about anything. In fact, sometimes you do it wrong. Like that's how right I do it. I've never studied harder for a test. I take a practice exam every time she goes to Pilates, right? Like, I'm gonna nail this fucking test, lock it in. And I took the test. It was more than I thought there'd be, which felt good, you know, good start. But then it was time to deliver it to the clinic, and I'll be honest with you, I've never checked an address more. That's not one you want to get wrong. You don't want to walk through the wrong door being like, here's the cup of jizz you've been waiting for. And the guy behind the counter's like, sorry, mate, this is ear, nose, and throat. And you're like, oh. So close. But only one of those places is jizz appropriate. Right? I think we can all agree. For anyone who cares, the test came back fine, by the way. My wife has more eggs than most women her age. And I had a doctor look me in the eye and tell me I have an above average load. Thank you. I mean, you're really feeling like the gender clap gap on that joke, aren't you? Everyone's like, fucking get it, brother. And the people who aren't clapping are just like, holy shit, how deep is that guy's belly button? Like, my God. Must be like a fucking plunge pool. So we just got to wait. That's the thing. If the doctor's like, just wait, just keep trying. And it's very weird when you have a medical professional prescribe you sex and everyone's upset. Because I'll be honest with you, I feel like waiting is not something I've been well prepared for. I'm a 33-year-old person. Waiting is not our generation's thing. Like, have you ever ordered something online and they're like, yeah, it'll be 3 to 5 business days? And you're like, you fucking what? Give it to me tomorrow. Exploit somebody so it gets here on time, right? I'm not giving you $12 to not give to them for nothing. I'll be honest, I don't mind the wait. I don't mind the wait just because it's given me time to actually hang out with children, which I hadn't done before. Has anyone else been that person being like, I think I want kids? Have you ever spent time with them? No. Do you like other people's kids? Fuck no. Do you think you're going to like your kids? Absolutely. Why? Because they're going to have tiny little moustaches. That's why my girls are going to be beautiful, right? To be perfectly honest, I don't mind the wait. I don't mind that it's taken some time because it's given me time to actually hang out with children, which I'd never done before. Because I don't know if you guys can tell by looking at me, people don't ask me to babysit. You know, that doesn't happen. No one ever looks at me and goes, I bet he's good with kids. People look at me and go, I think he might be too good. we should probably keep the kids away from him, you know, just in case, as a precaution. So what we started doing, my wife has got me babysitting her niece and nephew. The niece is 6, the nephew's 4. And like, I didn't realise how children talk to you because they're quite mean. Like, it's not intentional, they're just very blunt in what they say. Like one time the niece pointed at my face and goes, "What's wrong?" And I was like, I didn't think anything, to be honest. I didn't know what to do, so I just tripped her and left. You know, just got to learn a lesson somehow, right? But no, we were hanging out one time, and she challenged me, well, they both challenged me to a joke competition. Now, they don't know I'm a professional joke contestant. They just thought it'd be a fun thing to do, right? They were like, "Uncle Dan, do you want to do a joke competition with us?" And I was like, "Fuck yeah. I'm going to destroy you. I'll do my 9/11 shit, I don't give a fuck, right? When it comes to joke competitions, I play to win, you know? And I felt pretty confident going into the joke contest because the 6-year-old, she knows what jokes are, but she doesn't understand how they work, right? She'll be like, "Hey, Uncle Dan, I got a joke." And I'm like, "Oh, yeah?" And she's like, "What do you call a girl in the middle of a tennis court?" And I'm like, "What?" And she's like, "An ant." That's a joke, right? That works, that's all right, that's not too bad, nice and clean. And then I'll be like, "Okay, I've got one for you. What do you call a boy with a shovel on his head?" And she's like, "What?" And I'm like, "Doug." And she's like, "That's shit." And I'm like, "Oh." I mean, she's 6. She didn't say that shit. She was like, "Shit joke, cunt." And I was like, "Oh, all right." But then she was like, "Uncle Dan, I've got another one for you." And I was like, "All right." And she's like, "What do you call a girl with a shovel on her head?" And I'm like, "What?" And she's like, "An ant." And I'm like, "No, there needs to be a connection, right, between the setup and the punchline." Which is obviously a criticism you could level at quite a few Australian comedians. But let's not get into that, you know? Let's just move on from that. So I knew I beat her, right? And I knew I beat the 4-year-old as well, just because he's a fucking moron. Seriously, he's just a dumb kid. Like, I saw this guy get off a trampoline face first. He didn't fall. He got off face first. He was on the trampoline, looked at the ground and was like, "That's where I want to go." And just fucking all the way. And like, it's not just that, he's got a stutter. Come on, it's over. It's a joke contest, he's got a stutter. I don't know if you guys realise, in this business, delivery's everything, right? Like, let's be realistic. So we're just about to start the joke contest, and the niece is also hosting the joke contest, so she's like, "Before we start, I need to warm up the crowd." And I was like, "Good instincts." And then she points at me and she goes, "Where are you from?" And I said, "Sydney." And she goes, "Great, the crowd's warmed up." Have you ever had your career reduced to one sentence? By a fucking 6-year-old who just nailed the brief? Honestly, I was so rattled, I pulled out of the joke contest. I was like, "I'm having an existential crisis, you can get fucked." I left the playground, the other parents were relieved. But no, they do surprise me because like I don't know any of the rules when it comes to children. Like I make all the rookie mistakes. Like the niece wanted a Coca-Cola late one night and I was like, "Absolutely." No, because in my head I was like, "Man, it's a Friday, you're not drinking? Good for you." You know, like everyone needs a night off, right? It's just good for you. But the thing that got me was how she like consumed the Coca-Cola. She had like half of it immediately, like chugged it, then just left the rest in the fridge for later. And we were playing in the backyard and it's mid-play. She goes, "Sorry, Uncle Dan, I'm actually running out of energy. I just need to go inside for a sec." And she walks in the house, opens up the fridge, has a sip of Coke, comes back out and starts telling me about a small business idea. And I was like, "Man, that is fucking mature, you know? She's only 6, but that is almost exactly how I use Coke." Turns out as you get older, Coke just gets more expensive and less pure. Just like life. But the main question they ask is if you want a boy or a girl. That's like question number 1. And I'm always like, "Look, as long as the kid's white, I don't really care." And I know that sounds crook, but you got to remember, I'm white. My wife does Pilates. pretty sure that's how it works. You know, like, I'm not a PE teacher, but I'm pretty sure. Like, the problem with that is we're also both Australian, which means we're making more white Australians. And I don't know about you guys, I've never thought we needed more of those. At no point in my life have I looked around and been like, fuck, if only there were 2 more white Australians here. I've never been on a pub crawl in Europe and thought, if only. Prague needs more white Australians. I've never been on a Jetstar flight to Bali and thought, if only. There's just not enough people saying cunt at 9 a.m. You know, I feel unsafe, you know? It's no good. Look, I don't want to be too negative about Australia. I think, like, there's a lot of good things about Australia, but, like, we're weird. We're a weird country in the sense that we like that it's hard to come here. We enjoy that about Australia. Like, look at the national pride we took in bouncing Novak Djokovic. We fucking love that. He turns up and he's like, I'm the #1 tennis player in the world. And we're like, fuck off, cunt. Yeah, it turns out we've got a court you can't win in. Off you go. I hope you're better on clay than the Court of Appeal. Fuck off. And he was white, which was a nice change. You know? The old victimless crime. No, like, it's a weird part. Like, it's a weird part of Australian culture. Like, we like that it's hard to come here. Like, we enjoy that about ourselves. Like, is anyone here from overseas? Yeah. Where you from, brother? England. Well, let's get a real one. Where you from, brother? Syria. Fuck. There you go. Syria. What's your name, brother? Sam. Nice to meet you, Sam. I'm Daniel. I'm the guy. Sam, was it easy for you to come to Australia?
Not really.
That's fantastic. Look at everyone in the back being like, great. Everything's going great. No, it's a real part of our culture. Like, it's a real thing. We like that it's hard to come here. We love it when people choose to come here from overseas. Like, Sam said he's from Syria, and everyone's like, fuck yeah, dude, doing all right. But we want you to want it somehow. Like, you meet someone from overseas, like, holy shit, you're from Brazil, that's fantastic. Was it difficult for you to immigrate to Australia? And they're like, yeah, a lot of paperwork, a lot of interviews, I'm very lucky to be here. And as Australians, secretly, in our heads, we're like, good. You better fucking want it, mate. Oh, you want to stay? Then pick some strawberries, get it done. I hope they're the strawberries with the needles in them. You better want it, right? You better want to be here. We're oddly proud of our racism in this country. Other countries are embarrassed. We're like, nah, cunt, we're good at it. When we do it, it's entertaining. That's why we put it on TV. That's all Border Patrol is. That's just Australian racism filmed and shown to other countries as a warning. That's why every episode starts with some guy trying to bring fruit through customs, and the officer's like, nah, mate, you can't bring it now. You got to pick it later if you want to stay. To bring it now would be cheating, which is un-Australian. It was funny, man, because, like, I lived in the UK for a couple of years, and you guys were always asking me, they were like, was it easy for you to come to the UK? And I was like, yeah. Like, super easy, you know, like, so easy. Like, all you need as an Australian to immigrate to the UK is a photo. Like, not even of you, they don't mind, you know, they don't check, you're just through the gate. And they're like, well, how is that fair? Like, why is it easy for you guys to come to the UK, but it's hard for us to go to Australia? And I'm like, well, if you think about it, my white skin is kind of a receipt. This is clearly the original store I was purchased from. So if I want a refund, that's my right, Your Majesty. That was the thing. I lived there for 2 years, never had asthma or any of the allergies I have in Australia. And it was only when I left, I was like, oh, that's because I was supposed to live here. Hay fever isn't an allergy to pollen, it's karma for white people being where they shouldn't. That's what that is. And it might sound silly, but you never had an Aboriginal mate ask you for a Zyrtec, have you? It's never happened. No, look, I had to go at us for being a racist country, and we definitely are. But, like, I think we're trying to improve. I really do think Australia's trying to improve. Look at Australia Day, great example, right? That's changed a lot in my lifetime. It used to be, hey, day off work, 100 songs to count down, nice. Whereas now it's that day that we're like, oh, were we not always here? You know, I still have very fond memories of Australia Day. Like, I actually met my wife at an Australia Day party, and before you guys think I'm a piece of shit, relax, it was in 2011, before we'd done anything wrong. And it was overseas. You know, you can still celebrate Australia Day overseas. It's fine. That's a loophole. Think about it. There's a country where you don't belong, you turn up, ruin their day. Is that not the spirit of Australia Day? No. And that's the thing. Like, I'll be honest, I like the change. Like, I prefer the new Australia Day because I used to have to feel weird about being a white Australian all year. Now I can get that done in one day. So much more efficient. I wake up January 26th, I'm like, I'm so sorry, here's a black tile. Go to bed knowing I'm part of the solution. Wake up January 27th, I'm like, wait, you're from Syria, fuck off home. You know, I've done everything I can. I've done everything I can. There's only one group who still celebrates Australia Day on Australia Day, and it's not racists, it's not bogans, it's recent immigrants. Yeah, turns out you don't get to call it Invasion Day on a bridging visa. Doesn't work like that. Might want to learn Don Bradman's average before you complain, mate. Otherwise, I can think of 99.94 reasons it's not getting renewed. No, obviously, I agree with change the date. Like, I think Indigenous people are a huge part of our country and they should be able to celebrate our national holiday. I just don't know how it's going to work because they don't want to celebrate on January 26th because we were cunts to them on that day, and I just don't know if there's a day that we weren't. Like, maybe February 29th at a push? You know, like, maybe. That's the best solution I can come up with so far. It would mean one Australia Day every 4 years, but fuck, it'd go off. You know, think about it. 400 songs to count down. 4 years worth of tins. We get so lit, we'd invade New Zealand. We'd do what needs to be done. Take the South Island 2024, North Island 2028. On the day they surrender, that's when we celebrate Australia Day, going forward. Look, I'll be honest with you. The whole we can't just create a new public holiday lost a lot of momentum when the Queen died. They're like, we can't just create a new public... Wait, she's dead? Thursday. You guys like Thursday? You like Thursday? Thursday week, seems respectful. Wait, just double checking. It was a white lady who died? Excellent. Look, I don't want to come across like I'm preaching about any of this shit. I just try to talk about it because I think it's important. Like, I fuck up all the time. You know, like I was driving an Aboriginal mate of mine through Sydney and we drove past the Aboriginal flag flying in someone's backyard, and I did what I think anyone would do in that situation, which was nudge him and point at the flag, right? I was like, mate, you're going to fucking love what's going on over here. And he's like, what is it? I'm like, the flag. Look, you're going to miss it, right? And he's like, Dan, did you just nudge me and point at the Aboriginal flag because I'm Aboriginal? And I was like, yes. And you missed it. And that's not my fault. And he's like, Dan, you realise you can point wherever you want? It's all mine? Look, which is a good point, but a basic misunderstanding of flags. Right? I think we all do. But no, he's a comedian as well. So I was like, dude, that's so funny. You got to tell this story on stage. And he did. And when he said it, no one laughed. Yeah, because when an Aboriginal person says that shit, you're all a bunch of guilty fucking white people, aren't you? But when I say it, you're like, Dan's the guilty white person. I think he's personally responsible for colonisation. So he was like, dude, the joke's not working for me. Do you just want to take the joke? And I was like, well, I guess we already took the land. You know, it just seems like less of a big deal. But I will like to show some progress and take a second to acknowledge Dane Simpson, the traditional owner of that joke. How good does it feel to be part of the solution, guys? Have you guys thought about boy or girl? You thought about it at all? Human? Fuck, you are from Marrickville. No, it's a good answer. I mean, I'm not even there yet, you know. I've thought about it. I think girl. I think I prefer to have girls, but that's just because it's important to me to earn more money than my children. That's all. And it just increases the odds, right? It just increases the odds. I'm in the arts. It's on a knife's edge. I mean, I actually, to be honest, I agree with you. I think it's an outdated question, boy or girl. Like, it's weird. Like, those aren't the only two options anymore. Do you find it weird that gender reveal parties have become popular just when gender's never been less permanent? It's like every gender reveal party's a cliffhanger if you think about it. Yeah, this is the end of season 1, but wait till you see season 8. Like, we got a whole new cast. Like, I don't know. I feel sorry for old people, especially with the gender stuff. We get very angry at old people for not understanding there's more than 2 genders now. But you got to remember, like when my dad was growing up, there was only 1 gender. Men. And then in the 1970s, Jermaine Greer invented women. Remember? Another great Australian invention, right? And now there's more than 2. Of course they can't handle that. Of course old people can't handle that there's more than 2 genders. Old people can't handle when there's more than 2 bins. Have you ever seen anyone over the age of 60 approach 3 bins? Too many bins. They're walking up being like, rubbish, classic, recycling, okay. Compost. This is a wooden fork. It's kind of all of them. But also none of them? Like, I think it must be rubbish because I don't want to use it again. But it seems to identify as recycling. It's got this little triangle. And how could it not be compost? It's made of fucking wood. Never would have happened with plastic. Life was easier back then. Throw it out if I felt like it. Weather unaffected. Then they just throw the fork on the ground. Go home and vote family first again. You know, because it's easier. It's easier to litter than to learn. Why are they called family first? Because they choose who to fuck. They choose their family. First, no? You guys don't like a good Tasmanian Christmas? Fuck off. I did that joke in Launceston and they bloody loved it. They were banging their heads together. It was awesome. It was awesome. But no, I find it weird. I think the reason people don't engage with the gender stuff as much as they should is because they're afraid of being wrong. I think everyone's so afraid of being wrong at the moment. There's nothing wrong with being wrong. There's just something wrong with staying wrong, right? You ever meet those people who are like, yeah, I totally understand non-binary people, mate. Compost, got it. And you're like, whoa. Not the message of that joke. But I mean, women would be recycling because they create new things. It's not important. Anyway. But they're like, yeah, I understand the non-binary stuff. I'm just not going to use the preferred pronouns. And I'm like, that's a bit of a weird move for you, Dazza, because you've got a preferred proper noun, mate. The only time you're Darren is when you're awaiting trial. And he's like, yeah, but I just can't do it because that person wants to be called they, them. And I'm like, fucking spot on. And they're like, yeah, but there's only one person. I can't identify one person as 2 people, mate. Like, it's just no good for the English language. And I'm like, Dazza, I'm so sorry. I didn't realise yous were linguists. I think the reason we're afraid of being wrong is because of technology. I think it's because we've got access to, like, all the information all the time now. And we're in such a weird spot with technology because we've never trusted it less, but we've never relied on it more. Like, not trusting technology is a new thing, by the way. Like, back in the day, no one was like, I think my abacus is listening to me. Gathering secrets for Galileo. But yeah, there's 2 groups in this room. One group thinks they know the way better than Google Maps. And the other group would not know how to get home from here without Google Maps. You ever meet those people? Is it they know the way better than Google Maps? They're like, yeah, that's not the way. That's not the way. And you're like, yeah, I know, it's the suggested route based on current traffic conditions. There's another one with a similar ETA. Who cares? And they're like, yeah, but it's not the way. It's not the way I've always gone. The way was handed down to me by my father. And his father before him. And his father before him, because women hadn't been invented yet. My dad's one of those people. He thinks he knows the way. He's been divorced twice. Coincidence? No. And of course, men always get divorced a second time, because after the first divorce, they're like, probably wasn't me. Let's run this back with a control group. Look, I'm the same. I don't like to think that technology's figured me out. I think that's it. You know, you ever open up Google Maps and it tells you when you're going to get to the destination, and you're like, no, that's not when I'm going to get there. I'm going to get there 10 minutes before that, or else I'm late. And then you get there exactly when it says, and you're like, fuck. But we don't want the algorithm to know that it's figured us out, you know? Like, there are dudes in this room who are getting hair loss commercials on their phone, and they think they're not losing their hair. It knows. Your phone knows. You know how I know that? Because it's got 1,000 photos of your fucking head in chronological order. Just watching this guy get bigger and bigger and bigger. And I get it, I'm the same. I don't like to think technology's figured me out. I'm on TikTok, which is embarrassing to admit because I'm in my 30s, but you got to corner that Chinese comedy market somehow, right? You got to get in there. And this is what TikTok shows me, right? This is what I see on my TikTok feed. All I see, and by the way, what's important to know, all I follow, stand-up comedy, fitness gurus, shut up, and sports highlights. That is all I follow on TikTok. This is what TikTok shows me. Very attractive women dancing. How does it know? Because I'm not upset. How does it know? I've never clicked like, I've never commented, I've never followed, I've lingered. But that's it, all I see, video after video, very attractive women. Even, I'll try to throw it off the scent, actively. I'll go around, the other week, I just went on, typed in book club, just looked at video after video, liking, commenting, seems like a great read. Went back the next day, now it was just the same chick, but with war on this tit and peace on this one. I was like, how do they know? How have they figured us out? I'm just a heterosexual man. Who would think we like tits? And look, sometimes I'll give in. I'll jerk off to these videos in 60-second increments. And when I finish jerking off, I'll swipe up and it's an ad for Uber Eats. And I'm like, fucking TikTok, spot on again. With all this jerking off, I've had no time to cook. And look, I don't want to seem like some cynical guy about like Australia and technology. Like, the reason I've started thinking about this stuff is because I'm trying to have a kid. I genuinely never thought about the world, really, until I started trying to have a kid. Because that's where the kid goes. Everyone's like, do you want a boy or a girl? It's like, I don't give a fuck about that if the world's like this, right? Like, I just don't think you think about your current situation until you're introducing something new to it. Like, think about the boys, right? Jad, you got the boys. They're the same boys you've known since you were 13. You stopped individually evaluating them when you were 16. And you don't think about it. Then you introduce your partner to the boys and she's got some fucking follow-up questions, you know? I remember the first time I introduced my wife to the boys, she was like, what is the deal with Steve? And I was like, oh, I guess he's kind of a criminal? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know 100%. She's like, wait, like a sex pest? And I'm like, oh, no, that's Jim. Jim's the sex pest. Steve will steal your stuff, not your innocence. You know, it's very different. And she's like, and what's Shit Tim's story? And I was like, what? She's like, why is he called Shit Tim? And I'm like, I don't know. I think we had 2 Tims. That's the best explanation I've got, right? I have a guy in my life called Shit Tim, and when people are like, why? I'm like, I don't know. Like, I don't want to sound too negative about Australia. You know, I said we're racist, and we are. But we're less racist than we were. Still racist, but less. Like, think about it. In Australia, people just used to get bashed for being Asian. Now, we criticise their driving from inside Japanese-made cars. That's progress. It's not a solution, but it is progress. And when it comes to race, I think you should not seek a final solution. I think incremental steps are the key. If you rush, mistakes get made. That's like, I think about racism. I think about racism in Australia like Rove McManus on television. There was more. Now there's less. Probably still too much, right? That's... I don't know, that's a real thing that I found growing up in Sydney. I don't know if you guys have the same experience. Like, there's a lot of hatred towards Asian people in this country. Like, one sentence I heard a lot was, wow, there are a lot of Asian people here. And it wasn't said with the tone of a nice surprise, you know? And I just never understood. It's like people being like, wow, there are a lot of Asian people here. I'm like, yeah, for a country in Asia, not that many, you know? Probably not enough, if anything, because occasionally a white guy will bring me sushi. We're going to need one more Asian. Actually, what if that guy gets sick? 2 more Asians, please, right? I just don't get it. Like, Australia has this weird thing where we think we're in Europe. You ask any Australian, where are you? Fucking just next door to Poland, mate. Like, not a big deal. Just like Asia, yeah, that's fucking heaps far away. Just popping over to Prague for a sec. You know, it's weird. We've got country dysmorphia. I don't know if you guys have seen a globe. We're fucking heaps far away from Europe, very close to Asia, yet for some reason we compete in the Eurovision Song Contest every year. What are we doing there? It's like, after Bulgaria, here's Australia. What? That's a 22-hour flight. The fuck are we doing there? We're in Asia, but we don't like to admit it. I find it weird. Like, there was always a lot of hatred towards Asians. I always heard that growing up, and I just never understood. It's just like, why would you hate Asians? Like, the other races, sure, but Asians. What did they ever do to anybody? And that was just was my experience growing up. And I just kind of decided, I was like, I'm not going to echo that. You know, I'm just not going to criticize them. And I think it's a good instinct. I think a lot of people in this room from my generation probably have the same instinct. But I do think it makes it easier for China to get away with that genocide I mentioned earlier. Remember that genocide? The current one? That I mentioned 40 minutes ago, and you guys are like, fuck, I hope he doesn't mention that again, right? Because we don't do anything about the genocide in China, because we're like, it's all the way in Asia. It's so far away. We got to help out with this European war around the corner, you know? Ukraine, weapons are coming. They're stopping over in Singapore right now, but they'll be there soon. You know, there's no direct flight just yet. It's just, I did this show, and I mentioned the genocide in China, and I got a review saying that I really lost the crowd during the Uyghur genocide material, which was not inaccurate, let's be honest. It was not inaccurate, but the guy spelt Uyghur W-E-G-A. That's a certain level of ignorance. W-E-G-A. What are they, part of a fucking cheese dynasty? What are we doing? Yeah, they're Muslim. Are they Sunni or strong and bitey? What is going on? We can't even spell the name. Call me crazy. I don't think in 1943 any journalists were calling each other being like, is Jewish with a J or a G? I just want to get this right for print. And it's awkward. I get it. We don't want to criticize other countries anymore. Like, but we hear about concentration camps in China and we're like, well, they are a studious people. You know, let's not jump to conclusions. And there's slavery happening in the world as well. In the Middle East, there's slavery. We all know about it, but instead of engaging with it, we're just like, man, 6-star hotel. So cheap. How'd they do that? How do they add a star but make it cheaper? Man, the Australian dollar's fucking great, you know? I love that. You don't think about it because you're used to it. And like this is the thing, I've never thought about myself as a political person, but I'm going to come out and say it. I think genocide and slavery are bad. Sorry, it's so funny to me that audiences are like, should we clap that? I think I need more information. That's the thing. There's genocide and slavery happening and we say nothing. At the very least, shouldn't we criticize them for cultural appropriation? Because I don't know if you guys remember, that's kind of our thing. Genocide and slavery. We might not have invented it, but we made it our own. You guys are killing Muslims? Man, we love killing Muslims. We did that in the Crusades and earlier this year. I get it. I get the reluctance to not tell other cultures how to live anymore because we're not always or often right. But I think at one point we've got to be like, hey, China, the Middle East, we've all been there. And no one is arguing with the short-term benefits. But this is going to cost you in the long run. Because in 200 years, the slaves are going to get free and they're going to make movies about you. And you are not going to come off well. And I know you're thinking, wait, how are these slaves going to finance these films? Well, it turns out there's this other group that people tried the genocide and they have some connections to the film industry. Yeah. Is now a good time to mention I'll be selling merch? I hear guilt's a powerful tool. No, I do have one item of merch. It's a face mask with my face on it. I ordered these when I thought COVID was going to be kind of more of a thing earlier this year. And I told the graphic designer one thing. I was like, I just want this to look exactly like my face. And he was like, not a problem, mate. And then he sent me 250 of these. 250 of these. This is what my face looks like, apparently. So when my niece was like, what's wrong with your head? Fucking heaps. Fucking heaps is wrong with my head. I'm mostly moustache. Now, you can get those after the show for $15. They're very cheap because I got them made in a Chinese factory. Let's not pretend morality isn't tricky. But no, I do really appreciate you guys coming out. I'll get out of here real soon, but I wanted to thank everybody, but I just can't because it's fucking two dudes wearing shorts in the front row. You know, it's no good, brother. Why can I see your knees right now? You know, this is the arts. Why am I looking at your quad? It's pretty thick, maybe he cycles, I don't know. Could be good. That's the thing, it's just a weird thing of mine. Like, I was in Europe for 2 years, never saw another man's knee doing comedy. But in Australia, every second show, fucking here it is, right? Below the knees is shin, other side of that's a calf, usually covered in a tattoo from a culture the dude doesn't belong to. It's like, oh, that's a koi fish. Do you like Asia? Nah, I can't. Love the pokies. Can't get enough. My first son's called The Feature. And I'm like, but you just told me you hit the feature last night. Yeah. I was away for 2 years. In that time, something happened. Either tattoos got cheaper or bogans got richer. And personally, I hope it's that tattoos got cheaper. You know, I don't want bogans to have any more money. I don't like them. I don't like bogans as a group. I don't. And I know when I mention this, everyone always gets tense because they're like, what if they're here? They're known to be quite aggressive. Is that why he wears the tracksuit? To just fucking just get out the back door? They're not here. It's a safe space. Bogans don't pay money to listen to another person talk. It's not their thing. They didn't do it in school. They're not going to start now, right? Yeah, they go to church, but they pay at the end. Different system. So I just want to point out, if you are here and you're thinking, shit, I think I'm a bogan. Just remember, you're thinking, that's it. You're done. You're fine. You're fine. You're safe. Everything's all right. I just don't like them. I don't like they kind of dominate Australia's national identity. We're a complex country. We're full of white people. We belong to black people. We're in the middle of Asia. And instead of dealing with that, bogans are just like, what if I cut my hair short here and kind of leave it long here? And I'm like, how's that going to help? And they're like, vroom, you know, just fucking straight out of there. I just don't like them. I just don't. I don't like that they represent us overseas, but we deserve it because we literally fucking elect them. Scott Morrison was our Prime Minister for a bit. That guy was the King Bogan, right? You guys don't think Scott Morrison's a bogan? He wear a surf cap and he shit himself at McDonald's. That's bogan behaviour. That's 2 from 2, right? Cam Smith won the British Masters golf with a fucking mullet. Dude, you play golf. Get a proper haircut, right? Daniel Ricciardo used to celebrate winning a Formula 1 race by drinking champagne from his shoe. You earn 22 million pounds a year, cunt. You can afford a glass, right? What are you doing? Who are you pretending to be? I know it's a bit rich of me to say that, dressed like the guy on the train. Like, I get it. I get it. I just don't like them. I don't like that we treat them like this marginalised group in Australia. Why? Bogans are winning. Bogans are on top in this country. Bogans win every FM radio competition. They're undefeated. Every time the secret sound goes off, it's a bogan. Because the secret sound's never been someone doing the Sudoku, has it? We have to buy meat. Bogans win it by the tray. Bogans win the state of origin every year. They are undefeated. Whether New South Wales or Queensland win, bogans are like, we won, right? I just don't like it. I just don't like they're on top. I don't like they take over everything they touch. Look what bogans did to Christianity. Bogans went to a Catholic church, looked at the stained glass windows and were like, I don't know about this, seems a bit woggy. And the hymns, they're in Latin, that sounds foreign, don't trust it. Why don't we move church to a stadium? And we'll just go in there every Sunday and sing team songs to the Lord. That's all Hillsong is. That's just bogan church. They're just in there every Sunday being like, cheer, cheer the Jesus the Christ. Honour the boat at low and high tide. Lift that noble 4x high. Shake down the moorsies from the sky. Whether the odds be long or short, chuck on the multi, you'll win overall. While our loyal sons go marching down to the TAB. Woo! Guys, you're clapping. That's a fucking hymn to them. You know, that's a hymn. At the end of that song, they're like, in the name of the Father, Son, the Holy Spirit, the original multi, right? Like, and that's the thing. Like, we worry about bogans. Why? They hate us. Bogans hate me. They hate you too. You know how I know that? No one in this room has ever had anything positive yelled at them from a speeding car window. No car's ever sped past me being like, fun the arts, right? It's never happened. You think bogans give a shit about climate change? Of course not. Oh, the ice caps are going to melt, sea levels are going to rise. Sick. That's just more room for me to jet ski. And less room for people to immigrate to this country. I get in trouble for doing this joke because people think I'm making fun of poor people. I'm not. Being bogan has nothing to do with any of that. You can be rich, you can be poor, you can be black, white, Asian, whatever. Being bogan is a choice. Being bogan is believing deep in your heart that knowledge is gay. And that might sound silly, but it fucking explains it, doesn't it? That's why they can never pick up a book, because they're like, what if I pick up a man next? You know, you can't... How am I going to tell my dad? And yeah, it's been 18 months trying to have a kid. And people asking me if I want a boy or a girl. And like, you know, I said I wanted a white kid. Obviously, I was kidding. It'd be great if we conceive naturally. But if we got to adopt, that's fine. I'll adopt a Chinese kid. I don't give a fuck, because guess what? Not every Chinese person is responsible for the actions of the People's Republic of China. I said I wanted girls. I'll cop a boy if I have to. If I have a non-binary kid, I'll learn about the bins. Right? I'll figure it out. Be very handy to know. There's only one fucking kid I can't have. Can't have a bogan. Dude, I can't. I just can't. I can't be responsible for raising that. You know? I think I'd give it to the age of 12. Nah, that's when you know. That's when you know if you've got an Alex or a Xander. Comes home from school with his fucking starter mullet, you know. Rip curl pencil case turned inside out. Started spelling Xander with just so many fucking X's, right? He walks in the kitchen, he's like, reading's fucked. And I'm like, oh, good. He's like, what's going on, Dad? And I'm like, don't call me that. And I'll be like, look, son, I just don't think it's going to work out with you and this family. Why don't you come with me down to the river for a sec? And I take him down to the river, and I'd be like, he's like, what are we doing here? And I'm like, look, son, I just don't think it's going to work out for you in this family, but I want you to be happy, so I've gotten you a gift. It's a tiny little jet ski. Go out on the river, son. Don't stop going till you hit the open ocean. Then you're going to keep going till you hit Bali. That's where you'll find your people. You're going to love Bali, son. Nobody reads. You don't need to wear pants. And you can look around and say accurately, wow, there are a lot of Asian people here. I've been thinking about this a lot over the last year and a half, and I realised I never asked my wife what she answers when people ask her if she wants a boy or a girl or anything about the kids. And I went up and I was like, what do you say? And she's like, oh, I just say none of that matters. I just want them to be happy. It's a better answer. And it was just weird because, like, it is a better answer, but I just never thought to say it because, like, you know, I can be involved in making a white kid. Like, I can hope for a gender. I can hope they're not bogan, but happy? That kind of seems out of my control. I don't think I can teach something how to be happy. I don't know if you guys have been hanging out with me for the last hour. Happy's not really my thing. We were having a sick time talking about jizz, and then it took a fucking turn, didn't it? I think that's why I hate bogans so much. Because they're just so visibly fucking happy. They're having a sick time. Bogans are loving it. They don't give a shit. Have you ever seen a bogan spend $20 on meat raffle tickets to win $12 worth of shit meat? And they walk out of the club being like, winner. They're so happy. They don't need anything to be happy. They're just happy. And it really fucked with me. So I messaged the boys, got in the group chat, and only shit Tim got back to me. He's often available. And then we went down to the pub, and he was like, so Muggers, what's up? And I'm like, well, Mary's still not pregnant. And he's like, yeah, man, I keep telling you got to stop putting it in her ass. And I was like, Tim, this isn't a fucking Google Maps issue, champion. But I did just remember why we call you Shit Tim. But he's like, what's up? And I'm like, well, you know how I've been telling everybody that I would like a white girl for a child? And he's like, yeah, I thought that was a bit weird. And I was like, yeah. Well, Mary just wants a happy kid. And he's like, that seems like a better answer. And I was like, yeah, but I never even thought to say it because, you know, I just don't understand how any kid could have Mary as a mother and be unhappy. I mean, I've got her as a wife and I'm getting there. And he was silent for a sec and he was just kind of like... And I'm like, shit, Tim, what are you doing? And he's like... So that's beautiful, mate. And I'm like, shit, Tim, are you crying at the pub? And he's like, yeah. Don't tell your wife. That's it. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me, Sydney. Thanks for waiting with me. I appreciate it. I'll see you soon.
Now let's get stuck into it, shall we? Oh, no, just kidding. Just kidding. No. What is going on? Thank you. It's good to be here in person. I'm sick of video conferencing software like Zoom. I'm sick of chatting to people on there. Mainly because I had a gag that was working for ages when I was talking to friends on video conferencing software and it stopped working. I'll tell you the gag. Basically what you do, I'll gesticulate more than usual and out of nowhere I'll just freeze. And then my friends will be like, oh no, Tom, there's been a technical error. And I'll hold it for a few more seconds and then I'll go, hey. And it goes okay in this setting, but in a Zoom setting, that's some of the funniest shit you'll ever see. Gets big laughs every time. Well, particularly the first 5 times I did it, but then the 5th time, and certainly the last time I did it, I was talking to 2 female friends on Zoom, and I was talking, and I was gesticulating, and then I froze. And they were like, oh no, Tom, there's been a technical error. And I held it for a few more seconds, but this time I held it for too long, because they just went back to talking to each other. And then one of them started saying how she currently has a UTI. And I'm like, oh no, that sounds private. But then I'm like, I've heard women talk publicly about having UTIs, but then I thought, I don't think this particular friend had ever told me anything about her genitalia, but by the time I've been thinking it through, I've left it too long. I can't do the reveal halfway through the story about the UTI. Then it makes it look like I did this so I could hear about the UTI. So I'm like, I just need to get out of the Zoom call. But then I realised I can't fucking move. Not only that, I can't move my eyes. Because it's one thing if I do a big reveal, it's another if they just see... Like, that's way creepier. So I'm like, okay, I've got to maintain eye contact with the camera, use my peripheral vision to look at my screen to see when they're not looking at their screens, and then make some sort of move when that happens. So I legitimately sat there completely still for about a minute, looking at my screen with my peripheral vision, and then I picked a point where I thought they weren't looking, and I just went, bam. Right? I just shut my laptop as quickly as possible. I'm like, hopefully that worked. I opened it back up. I'd been logged out of the Zoom, thank God. I got in our WhatsApp thread. I'm like, oh no, there's been a technical error. I didn't admit what had happened. Then on the computer, went back into Facebook Messenger, clicked the link, logged back in. They were smiling. They were talking about something else. They didn't seem mad at me. I was like, thank God. And then she told me about her UTI. So this is a graph of the purpose of that last story. And I've got some more graphs for you. Oh, sorry, it's logged out of the... Fuck, sorry. Sorry, guys. This is what I was looking at before the show to make myself a bit more comfortable. I didn't actually get a chance to go through it. I might go through it now, actually, if that's okay with you. So I'm quite nervous. Make mistakes intentionally, and that's what this bit is. Oh, you're not an audience. You might think you are, but you're something different. And that's all from me, guys. Thank you so much for coming. Hope you had a good time. Visual aids of your friends. I'm already doing that. Visual aids of your friends. I'm already doing that. Visual aids of your... Oh. What's your name, sir? Chad, cheers. Oh, Chad, what makes you tick?
Nerd stuff.
Appropriate. Blow off steam beforehand. I did that. I won't tell you how, but I did it. Pay attention to your body. That's actually how I blow off the steam beforehand. That's the end of that article. Sorry, guys. Now I've just got to log into PowerPoint. Sorry, it's an old email. Oh, I hate these. It's the ones on the sides that get you. Like, is my neck horny? I'm going to go with the... Yep. All right. Sorry, guys. Oh, thank you. Yeah. He's horny. This is fantastic. We can't believe it. So this is a graph of how rude it is to hold up each finger by itself. As you can see, the middle finger, by far the most rude. Now, this is my excitement seeing you topless as it relates to how many nipples you have. As you can see, a peak there at 2, that's because of horniness. The second, more dramatic peak, that's curiosity. That's... If you've got 3 nipples, piss off. If you've got 9, give me a look. I need to see that. So this is some data from my life. From a few years ago, I went on a date with a girl called Sandra, and this is her enjoyment of different aspects of the date. So as you can see, she gave me 8 out of 10 for the venue, which I chose. She gave me 7 out of 10 for the rapport over the course of the date. Also gave me 7 for my clothes, which I also chose. She gave me 9 out of 10 for my enthusiasm. But as you can see, only 1 out of 10 for the post-date survey. Sandra did not enjoy the post-date survey. This is some data from last year. I stopped recording in September because, as you can see, there's not much to go on. But to be fair to me, a bit of something going on there in March. This is a graph of how many times a girl blew me a kiss last year. As you can see, 0.5 there in March. That's because she says it was a yawn, but I know what I saw. There were 2 of us, we disagreed, so it was 0.5. That's the appropriate place to draw the line. So this is a club that I've always wanted to be a part of, but I also have a bit of a gripe with the definition of the Mile High Club. If I could ask you, Chad, what do you think you need to do in order to get into the Mile High Club?
Be in an aeroplane.
You think everybody who has been in an aeroplane? This is one of the easiest clubs. Have you been in conversations where people are like, I'm in the Mile High Club, and you're like, me too. I went to Adelaide in 2014. Surely you know there's another element.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Would you like to mention it?
Go to the bathroom with someone you're very close with.
Okay. Yes, famously the Mile High Club describes dual urination. Lean over to your wife. Would you like to go to the bathroom at the same time as me? Let's piss at the same time. See how streams go into the bit where it's all in at the same time, and then they can be like, oh my God, you're my wife's piss. That was your piss in what I assume is a big container in the plane. I've never been down there. I assume what you're trying to avoid mentioning sex, but you're alluding to sex. Most people would say sex on a plane, right? But I don't think that's enough in terms of a definition, because what if the plane is grounded, right? It's got to be a mile high. It's the Mile High Club after all. So then I think the definition would be something more like sex plus 1 mile, right? But even then, plus 1 mile from what? Plus is unidirectional. It implies unidirectionality. And 360 degrees need to be accounted for in the definition, right? It doesn't matter where you are on the globe. If you're a mile high and you have sex on a plane, it counts to get into the Mile High Club. So then the definition needs to be something more like plus or minus sex and 1 mile from sea level, right? So if that's sea level, then it's either plus 1 mile from sea level plus having sex, or minus 1 mile from sea level minus having sex. But what is minus sex? It's a good question, right? So sex is sex, obviously. Sex minus sex, that's just nothing. That's just 0. Ignore that. Minus sex, I suppose, would be the opposite of sex, and I would describe sex as being about 2 or more people coming together. So I'd say the opposite of that would be pleasuring yourself. So therefore, I think the definition of the Mile High Club is either having sex on a plane or masturbating on a submarine. So the point is, does anyone have a submarine? I've got to get under that club. So this is an excerpt from an email from an old real estate agent that I had a few years ago, and this is after we'd moved out of this place. And I'm not a huge fan of real estate agents. One of the things that annoys me about real estate agents is they always want money out of the bond for irrelevant stuff. They think of it as the landlord's money, I reckon, and they make excuses to try to get money out of it. And this is the stuff that this real estate agent wanted money for after we'd moved out. The thing that annoyed me the most was the pests. She says, I've spotted ants in the kitchen and in the bathroom upstairs. It's the responsibility of tenants to treat/eradicate. I'll send our pest controller to attend. $99 is what the real estate wanted for this ant infestation they reckon they found, right? And I swear to God, when I lived there, I didn't notice any ants. So I responded to this just saying, could you please send through some evidence of this ant infestation? And this next slide is legitimately what she sent through as evidence of an ant infestation. How many ants do you see there, Chad? 3? Well, there's a cheeky 4th one up there. But still, $99 for... That's $25 per ant. That's crazy money. I'll flick an ant for $2. What are you talking about? So I responded to this, just being like, that hardly constitutes an ant infestation, to which she legitimately replied, there are never just 4 ants. Which is an insane claim. Particularly insane coming from someone who recently emailed you a photo of fucking 4 ants. Also, I looked it up online. There are sometimes 4 ants. There are sometimes 4. This is my number 1 favourite comedian, Norm Macdonald. This is my number 2 favourite comedian, Maria Bamford. And my number 3 favourite comedian is the New South Wales Police social media team. Oh, we've got some other fans in the room. Yeah, in this country, our police are pretty funny guys, all right? I wanted to show you some of my favourite memes from, most of them are from this article, literally just 18 of the best bloody memes from our Australian police forces. This is one of my favourites. It says, saying married at first sight is on at 7:30, won't get you out of a speeding ticket tonight. Slow down. This is a meme about how the police have no mercy. So this is an absurdist meme. It says, excuse me, sir, do you know how fast you were going? And then there's a horse with a police hat and police sunglasses. This is an absurdist meme which makes you imagine a world where horses could understand the responsibilities associated with law enforcement and were also polite. This one is an even more absurdist meme. It says before and after coffee. Then there's a sleeping horse and an awake horse. The horses are no longer wearing the hats or the sunglasses. So we can only assume they're undercover. But if you break it down, it's essentially a meme about the stimulating effects of caffeine. This one says swipes right immediately. This is a meme about how the police fuck dogs. Is that not what it implies? They posted it, not me. So I'm a big fan of their work, as I said. Some of it I find a bit confounding, if I'm honest, and this is an example. I don't quite get this one. It says, on a scale from 1 to people eating tuna at work, how annoying are drivers who don't keep left? So I think what they're trying to communicate here is drivers who don't keep left, they're annoying. People who eat tuna at work, they're annoying. But what I find annoying are scales that do not make sense. And this scale is from 1, a numeral, to people eating tuna at work, which is a concept. For it to be a scale, what's in between? There's nothing in between 1 and people eating tuna. 1 and people eating... Like, it's only a scale if there's something in between. I thought about it for quite a while, and I think the most generous reading you could make is that it's a scale of annoyingness. And then 1 corresponds to 1 person eating tuna at work, and then 2, and that would be a linear scale. I think the more people eating tuna at work, the more annoying work would be. If there were 100 people eating tuna at your work, you'd be like, oh my God, this is the most annoying day that there's ever been. So I think I'd put drivers who don't keep left at about 1.8 people eating tuna at work, but only if you let me at a y-axis of police sex with dog. Thank you for letting me. I've realised I've gotten more annoying as I've gotten older. When I was younger, I really tried my hardest not to be annoying, and now I don't really care. And the way I know that is now when my friends tell me stories about annoying guys they've encountered, I don't get angry for them or annoyed for them. I just get jealous of the annoying guy. And the best example of this was a mate of mine last year. Her headphones broke, like the cord snapped on one of the sides of her headphones. And she ordered a guy off AirTasker to come around, and he said he could solder the wire back together. So this guy comes around, she pays him $50. He goes into the kitchen where the headphones are with a little soldering gun, and he tries for 10 minutes, can't do it, messes it up even worse, comes back into the living room where she is, without asking, sees she has a guitar, picks it up, sits down on her couch, starts singing Wish You Were Here by Pink Floyd. And my friend's telling me this, like, can you believe this annoying guy? And I'm just jealous of the confidence. To advertise a service, take money for the service, fuck up the service, and then sing Wish You Were Here while making eye contact with someone who wishes more than anything that you would die. Bit of a numbers update, we're up to 3. Not too bad, oh yeah. The most annoying I've ever been probably happened last year. Last year I lived with my sister in an apartment, and she was moving overseas, so I needed to find a new place. And I went to some inspections, I started making rental applications, and I found that whole process quite annoying. One of the most annoying things about the rental application process was how many references you need to provide. You often need to provide 3 with every application. You need a reference from your landlord, presumably to prove you're a good tenant. One from your employer, presumably to prove that you have money, and one personal reference to prove you're a good friend, in case the landlord needs emotional support during the tenancy. And so that was all a bit annoying, and I made a few applications, and then I got approved for an apartment. I still had 6 weeks before I needed to move out, though, and this one was a bit small. I thought maybe I could do better, so I found myself in a unique position where I could mess with a real estate agent. They've screwed me over with the ants and stuff like that before. I'm like, let's have a crack. So I replied to the approval email just saying, could you please send through a reference for the landlord from a previous tenant of theirs? I've proved I'm a good tenant with some references. Let's now see some proof that the landlord is a good person. And the real estate agent responded with this. They said, the owner does not wish to contact the previous tenants, and it is not a requirement. Fair enough. All the best with your property search. I'm like, all the best with the property search. I've been approved for this place. But then, a minute later, I received this, withdrawn. Dear Tom, we've received advice from you indicating your application has been withdrawn. This message is to confirm we've actioned your request. I didn't make any requests, so I think Stephanie, the real estate agent, has logged into the software as me and cancelled my approval. And I remember looking at this being like, oh my God, I thought they'd say no. I didn't think they just immediately cancelled the approval. What if I can't find a new place? I could have really screwed over my life here, but I pushed down my emotions, I composed myself, and I did what you're meant to do in these situations. I posted it on social media. And believe it or not, within 24 hours, there were news stories about this occurrence. The ABC did one, the renter who asked for his landlord's references. Daily Mail got involved. They said Aussie bloke has his rental application shot down. By the way, the first time in my life, and probably the last, that I will ever be referred to as an Aussie bloke. As a bit of a sidebar, a lot of media organisations in Australia and some overseas covered this story. The only one to check with me that any of it was real was the ABC. One of the first things they did was email me saying, oh, can you forward the emails that you had with the real estate agent to prove you didn't just make all this up in Photoshop? And I said, sure, and forwarded it through. Every other media organisation that ran with it was like, a comedian said it on TikTok. That sounds like a fact to me. And just... it was on TV. I'm like, I know for a fact none of these people have checked with me. The Daily Mail journalist, I spent an hour talking to a guy from the Daily Mail, 50 minutes of which was him complaining about his current landlord. In the 10 minutes dedicated to me, he was asking me all these really personal questions, which I think they pad out their articles with specific stuff for like search engine optimization purposes. But he was asking me like what my rent was with my sister, what my rent would have been at the apartment that I applied for and then got knocked back from. He asked me what my address was, all this stuff that I wasn't comfortable sharing, but I also didn't want to get into an argument with him. So I just lied. And he printed all of it. So it's not a controversial statement, but don't trust what you read in the Daily Mail. Lad Bible did a story. The lads. The Lad Bible called me a man. Do you know how affirming that is for someone's masculinity? Could be the highlight of the whole thing, to be honest. The Age did a story, and yes, not the best photo. I'm not sure if they were deliberately searching for the one where I looked most like a pervert, but... if they were, they have nailed that. But this is where the language started to change. This one says, Tom Cashman is looking to start a trend that could revolutionise the rental market. Like, I don't know if that was necessarily my intention. I was just bored on a Tuesday and was trying to annoy one specific real estate agent because I could. But this is when I started getting messages calling me a hero. People were saying, you're a David fighting the Goliath. That is the real estate industry. People were messaging me being like, I stand with you in protest. I'm like... I don't know if I stand in protest, but thank you. But in case you were wondering, here's a graph showing people calling you a hero for something you did as a joke over time. As you can see, for the first 5 days, I was like, oh, this is all a bit much. But on day 6, I was like, I am a hero. I remember where I was too. I was at a pub on day 6 talking to a friend, and I found myself saying, if I can convince more people to ask for landlord references, it could become vaguely expected in the marketplace. And if it becomes expected in the marketplace, it could legitimately reduce the power imbalance that exists between tenants and landlords. And he was like, why are you talking like this? Weren't you joking? And I said, yeah, but I think it came to me because I subconsciously sensed injustice. Those are real words that came out of my mouth. Absolutely disgusting stuff. I don't feel like a hero, though, you know, like I don't have big dick energy. I don't have big dick energy, but I do get bad diarrhea easily, so that's still pretty cool. That's actually the context in which I felt most like a hero years ago. is in regards to small penis prejudice. And I've got you, brother. But if you don't believe it's a thing, I'd ask you to think back 15 years. You're not all going to remember this, but particularly the Australians, I reckon you will. About 15 years ago, the Australian government were experiencing an issue with speeding on the nation's roads. Yeah. They decided to engage a television campaign to combat this very serious issue. Did they interview experts about speeding? Did they talk to victims? Did they talk about how easy it is to speed without realising you're doing it? No, they didn't take any of those approaches. Instead, the thrust of the campaign was that if you speed, you've got a small dick, fuck you. Do you remember this? It was just a bunch of women with their pinkies out being like, that's your penis. That's your penis, you idiot. You do a criminal act, you get a criminally small penis. We're the government, by the way. That's your dick. That's your stupid dick. I just remember being like 15 years old, watching that on TV at home, being like, that's actually pretty big. I need to get into speeding. Are you kidding? You go fast, you look cool, your dick doubles in size. Do you remember this ad, though? Yeah, thank you. It's a real thing. Is that why we pay taxes? I work hard, I give some of my money to the government for them to make expensive videos about how my penis is ridiculous. I looked this up more recently. This is a real ad that happened years ago. I looked it up, and what I'm about to say is true. You can look it up too. That campaign, that You've Got a Stupid Little Penis campaign, is the most successful road safety campaign in Australia's history. Road deaths plummeted, speeding rates plummeted, so now when I go home with a girl, I get naked, I say, yes, it may be small, but think how many lives it saved. The point is that my dick is the hero. That's a graphic. That's just the legend there. And the other legend there. And if anyone's worried, this should reassure you. This is a graph of the penis-based material in the show. So it's almost over, and that's when it became too much. Because it looks a bit... Yep, you get it. Good. But it was weird being in the media in this positive light when pretty much the opposite thing happened to me about 6 months before that, right? So this is a true story. About 6 months before the landlord reference thing, I lived with my sister, as I said, and she was busy with work and exams, and I thought as a nice treat for her, I'll get a cleaner to do a good clean of the apartment we lived in, right? So I booked a cleaner online, cleaner comes around, I showed them the apartment, and then I left. I didn't tell them anything about the household rubbish. I didn't think about that. I probably should have. But basically what happened, unbeknownst to me, is the cleaners took the household rubbish, they went into the street in front of the apartment building. They couldn't find the big bins, so they just left the trash on the street, which is bad, right? I want to acknowledge that's bad. That's annoying for the neighbours. Look, that I want to acknowledge that is bad and annoying for the neighbours. In terms of how annoying, on the people eating tuna at work spectrum, I'd put it at about 7 people eating tuna at work. It's still medium on the police sex with dog spectrum. That's not because it's involved in this story, but just based on the meme from earlier, we can only assume it's still going on. So I think that's important to reflect in the data. But so I didn't know about that. I got back and the apartment was clean, paid the cleaners online, went about my week. And about a week later, I received an envelope in the mail addressed to me, and there were 3 pieces of paper in this envelope. The first piece of paper was that photo. The second piece of paper was this photo of another envelope addressed to me. So what's happened is someone's gone through the trash, found an envelope with my name on it and been like, this guy's the culprit. The third piece of paper in the envelope is a letter, typed out letter, addressed to me. It's not just any letter, it is the most psychotic letter you will ever see in your life, I guarantee. It starts out pretty polite and nice, but let's just say it takes a little bit of a turn. I'll show you some of it. It starts out saying, the attached photos show 5 messy, unpleasant, smelly, split and leaking bags of household garbage dumped in Barkham Avenue, Darlinghurst. They also show the garbage contains correspondence addressed to you from ComSec and AFX, which means the garbage is most likely yours. If so, what a total cunt you are. A total cunt. A moronic, antisocial, subhuman, irresponsible Neanderthal with no concept of acceptable community behaviour. No doubt you live like a pig too, with social habits to match. P.U. What a stink you must leave wherever you go. My favourite part of this is the if so. Because it's like, if so, you're a subhuman Neanderthal. If not, good on you. I don't know. Sorry about this intense letter. So I remember reading this. I'm like, oh my God, this guy knows my name. He knows where I live. He's very angry. I'm going to die. He's going to kill me tomorrow. But I pushed down my emotions. I composed myself. And I did what you're meant to do in these situations. I posted it on social media. And journalists got in touch about this as well. Believe it or not as many as the landlord reference thing, but still a few. And you can see why. It's pretty good clickbait. It's the most psychotic letter I've ever seen. But I had a decision to make in terms of whether to talk to these journalists, right? Because on the one hand, it doesn't make me look very good, this story. I should have told the cleaners not to put the trash on the street, and it makes me look bad. But on the other hand, I wanted to get back at this guy. This guy clearly lives near me. He didn't sign off on the letter. I don't know who he is. I thought maybe if I go to the press, he'll think twice about doing this to someone else. And as you could predict, it backfired on me. It backfired hard. I spoke to a few journalists. The first headline of the first article that came out about this was the headline: Sydney comedian Tom Cashman sent deranged note. It makes it sound like I sent it. The second one isn't much better. Subhuman man receives. Makes it seem like Yahoo News agrees that I'm a subhuman. Even worse, if you Googled my name at the time, the top result was that I sent a deranged note. So in the space of 6 months, when I was trying to be annoying, I was called a hero. When I was trying to be nice, I was called a stinky pig, subhuman Neanderthal. But it's okay, because that benefits my reputation, and that is funny. So I got kicked out of that first apartment, but I still had 6 weeks to look for a new apartment, so I wasn't too worried, if I'm honest, and I kind of dilly-dallied. And then I started speaking with a friend of mine about potentially moving into a 2-bedroom place, and then we dilly-dallied, and then I left it until I had a week left before I needed to move out from the place with my sister. And then we started frantically going to inspections, me and my friend, on the Monday and Tuesday. On the Monday morning, we went to one that we liked. We immediately made an application, and that afternoon, I got a text from the real estate agent at this new place. He says, "Can you send me a bank statement?" I said, "Sure, I've just emailed you one." He said, "Sending the apps to the owner. Any requests before I send it off?" I said, "Sounds good, thanks. None I can think of." That's when he says, "Are you going to ask me for a landlord reference?" I'm like, great. I'm famous amongst real estate agents for being the most annoying tenant there ever was. Perfect. Then I thought maybe he's just joking around. He was a younger guy. I met him at the inspection. I'm like, maybe he's just joshing. So I'll reply in a jovial way. I'm like, ha ha ha, no, that has not worked out well for me in the past. Of course, if the landlord has one lying around, I wouldn't mind having a peek. I'm just trying to be funny. He goes, ah ha ha, no worries. I thought that was a good sign. He checked I was legitimately interested in the property, which is fair enough. I said I was, and he says, no problem, we should have approval shortly. I'm like, hell yeah, that's a good sign. The next morning, we received this. Congratulations. Dear Thomas, and I've blocked out my friend's name, but let's just say, we're up to 4. Congratulations, you've been approved for tenancy. I'm like, fantastic, we've got a place. Last minute, I call the real estate agent. He says, congratulations. We arrange a time the next day for me to come and pick up the keys. I'm like, perfect, saga over. But that afternoon, I received this. Unsuccessful. Good afternoon, Thomas. Strange turn of events. The owner has decided not to proceed with your application. I've asked for a reason why. They've told me we would like to continue our search. I've done my best to convince them, but their decision is final. I'm very sorry for this outcome. I'm looking at this. I've got 3 days now before I need to move out of my old place. I'm like, it was funny before. It's not funny now. I'm going to have to move in with my dad or something. I've completely screwed over my life here, but I pushed down my emotions. I composed myself. And I did what you're meant to do in these situations. I posted it on social media. And there are articles about this too. News.com got involved. Daily Mail did one saying there was a bizarre twist in the landlord reference saga. And as I was looking for a new apartment, I was doing multiple interviews with different journalists, and I pretty much said the same thing to all of them. I said, it's clear what's happened here. The landlord at this new place has done a last-minute Google of my name, and they've seen that I'm a David who fights the Goliath. That is the real estate agency, and they don't like that I am a rental rights advocate, and they don't want me under their roof. And it's only occurred, I'm on record saying that to multiple journalists. It only occurred to me months after that if you Googled my name at the time, still one of the top results, that I sent a deranged note over a rubbish dispute. Like, I thought the landlord was looking at this being like, this guy is my political adversary. When it's quite likely they were looking at this and thinking, this guy is a stinky, stinky pig. This guy's an extremely stinky pig. I got caught a lot of things last year. This is another true story, probably maybe the worst, most insulting thing that happened to me. I was doing a show last year, like this one, right? It was a showcase show, and I did pretty well on the night, you know, not to brag. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Round of applause for how well I did at this other show. So I did pretty well. And then the next day, I got a message from someone I didn't know on Instagram, a woman, and she said, "Hi, Tom, I'm a TV producer. You don't know me, but I was at the show last night and I thought you were so funny and I think you'd be perfect for this project that I'm working on coming up." And I was like, "Oh my God." She's like, "Tell me your number and I'll give you a ring this afternoon." I'm like, "Fantastic, this could be my big break." I give her my number. She calls me that afternoon. She's gassing me up again. She's been like, "Oh my God, you were so funny at this show. You're perfect for this thing I'm working on. It's called Beauty and the Geek." And I don't know what was worse, the fact that a professional in the industry has identified me as one of the biggest dorks in Australia. Or the 2 or 3 seconds where I legitimately thought to myself, maybe I'm a beauty. She has yet to specify the role that I will be playing. Don't you think that's fucked up though? You can't just call random people and say that. Like, that's an insult. Like, the guys on the show, they consent to being referred to as geeks. I didn't consent to shit. It'd be like if I got Chad's number off the ticketing website or something and call you tomorrow like, "Oh, the banter we had was awesome, man. I'd love to work with you again. I think you'd be perfect for this show that I'm working on. It's called The Coolest Guy." And the biggest fucking loser you've ever seen in your life. "Oh, which role would you be playing? How about you guess which role you'd be playing?" I was like, "What?" But I pushed down my emotions. I composed myself. But I didn't post about this, but I did push down my emotions, and I thought to myself, look, it's a bit insulting, but I've also always been curious about how reality shows recruit, and I thought it'd be funny, so I'm like, I'm going to try and get as far in the Beauty and the Geek recruitment process as possible. Still, some friends accuse me of being desperate to be on Beauty and the Geek. I didn't want to be on Beauty and the Geek. I was joking. Fuck off. So I'm like, yeah, I'd be keen. And it was pretty interesting pretty quickly. One of the first things she tried to do, this producer on the phone, was break up the relationship I was in at the time. She was like, "Do you have a girlfriend?" I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "How serious is it?" She's like, "It would be great if you could find love on the show. Have you ever gone open before?" I'm like, "I'm not breaking up with my girlfriend to go on Beauty and the Geek. I'm sorry. That's a conversation I refuse to have. I'm not sitting my girlfriend down like, it's not you. It's also not me. It's Sophie Monk. She wants me in suspenders. It's going to be hilarious." Then she went on a big spiel about how subtle the show was going to be. She was like, the first series, it was so unsubtle. The geeks were so geeky, you know? Like, the beauties were so beautiful. In this one, it's going to be virtually indistinguishable which is which. I don't know if you watched it. It's come out subsequently. It was not subtle. It made Love on the Spectrum look like The Bachelor. It was crazy. It was not a subtle program. But I'm just agreeing. I'm like, sounds good. And then I got to the next round, right? So the next round was a Zoom interview with a more senior producer. And for this one, I prepared. So for this one, the morning of, I went to a newsagent and I bought a poster of the superhero Deadpool riding a unicorn, shooting an Uzi. And I put that up behind me on the wall so she could see it like over my shoulder, like it looked accidental. I've got a photo of it. That's it there. About 5 minutes in, she asked what it was. When I explained, I've never seen a smile that wide in my life. Wow, very nice. I breezed through that interview. And then I got to the final interview. I got to the final stage to get on Beauty and the Geek. It was an in-studio interview with like 5 different producers, including the executive producer, the most senior person who works on the show. There was another head honcho guy up on a screen. And for that one, I was really nervous. Not because I wanted to be on Beauty and the Geek. Because I just get really nervous in interviews, in part because the first job interview I ever did was the most terrifying experience, and I think I'll be scarred for the rest of my life. I'll tell you for context, this is the worst job interview story you'll ever hear, I guarantee it. Basically what happened, I was like 21 at the time, one of the first interviews I'd ever done. One of the first times, I think maybe the first time I'd ever worn a suit at all. So I was very intimidated by the formality of the whole thing. It was at a fancy law firm for like an internship position. I was very intimidated by the formality. Went up there and it was in like a big boardroom, big fancy boardroom with a big boardroom table, fancy leather chairs around the boardroom table, 4 lawyers across from me. I was very intimidated, but I started out, I was going okay, very nervous. About 20 minutes into this interview, I get a text on my phone and it went off. I'd forgotten to put my phone on silent. So there was just like a big bing. And I'm like, God, that's unprofessional. So I didn't acknowledge the bing and just kept answering the question. But then I realized my settings on my iPhone at the time meant that if I didn't check it in the next 2 minutes, it was going to go off again. and then again every 2 minutes. And in my mind, I can't acknowledge that because I ignored the first bing. And so if I acknowledge that now, they're going to know that I ignored the bing and that I can't be trusted. So I'm like, okay, I've got 90 seconds to surreptitiously get the phone out and put it on silent under the table without them noticing. So I tried to get it out and I put it on silent, and then I didn't want to move my shoulder more to like put it back in my pocket. So I thought I'll just put it on the chair behind me, and at the end of the interview, I'll be like, oh, my phone fell out of my pocket. Like, that's not unprofessional for your phone to fall out of your pocket. Perfect plan. God knows what my answers were while I'm thinking all this. So about 20 minutes after that, the interview gets the vibe that it's about to wrap up, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to have to do some acting here. Like, if I don't sell the authenticity of noticing the phone, they're going to know about the whole scheme, and that's even more deceitful. I've really got to be authentic when I notice this phone. Get ready to act. So then the interview ends, 4 people stand up, they come around, I shake all 4 of their hands, and then I do a big, oh, would you look at that? But as I'm like, oh, would you look at that? I look down at this leather chair, and there's a puddle of sweat in the shape of my ass. There's even a gap where my ass crack was. The phone was up to the side, you could barely see it. It was the same colour as the chair. So from their perspective, I've just been like, ta-da! What do you think about that, fellas? What do you think the next candidate's going to think sitting in that? Does that affect my chances at all? They're all looking like, why? Why would he point that out? I then looked down and I'm like, oh my God. I grabbed the phone. I don't think they ever saw the phone. Then felt so awkward, didn't know what to do, went back in for a second handshake. They're like, no, we don't want to touch you, sweaty boy. I thought they were waving. So I backed out of the room waving. Yeah. So that's the energy I was taking into the Beauty and the Geek audition. So I was really nervous. And I thought they were going to beg me to be on the show, because in my mind I'd been scouted, right? But these are different producers than the one who asked me, so they thought I was going to beg to be on the show. So it became quite awkward. And I think to get rid of that awkwardness, the executive producer, she went on this spiel about how cool geeks are these days. She's like, geeks are cool now. They're in the cool basket these days. She's like, you know, all the cool geeks, like Big Bang Theory, Mark Zuckerberg. I'm like, these are not cool people. But then 5 minutes after that, the same woman asked me what I assume was one of the standard questions that she asked everyone. She's like, okay, what's the geekiest thing about you? And what's the coolest thing about you? And I said, well, hang on, before you were saying geeks are cool, and now you're using those terms as if they're opposites on a spectrum. And she said, And that's when I realised I was perfect for the show. So I've been kicked out of that first apartment for being a rental rights advocate, a David who fights the Goliath. I got kicked out of the second apartment either for that or for being a stinky pig, we're still not sure. And now I've got 3 days to look for an apartment, and I'm frantically calling real estate agents. I'm trying to arrange private inspections. I go to 3 inspections, I make 2 applications, I get approved for 1, and I pay a deposit, I get the keys. With 1 day left, I'm like, thank God, found a place, saga over. At least for about 3 weeks, right? And then about 3 weeks after that, I receive a text from a friend of mine who lives in the ACT, basically a state here in Australia, and it's just a screenshot of a headline. And this is the headline: how a Sydney comedian's TikTok inspired a rental rights motion. I'm like, what? I Googled it. There's another article. No joke. Pedersen sees merit in comedian's landlord references idea. Again, joke, not idea. So basically what's happened is that guy, Michael Pedersen, who's a politician, wanted to introduce a motion to the Legislative Assembly, which is the lower house in the ACT Parliament, to find a way to allow tenants to provide references about their landlords. Again, I was joking. I was just being annoying. But what I've realised is that's how I live my life. And that's what activism is. I just stumbled. So I looked up what has to happen for a motion to get passed in the ACT, and it turns out they have to debate it in Parliament, and it turns out that was happening the next week, and it was also going to be live streamed on the Parliament website. So I was there watching live, and I was also screen recording. So now I'd like to play you some videos from Parliament where they're discussing whether to make my joke a law. So this is the first guy to speak.
And I believe that making landlords provide a reference written by previous tenants is another way that we can empower tenants. The response to this idea, when it was first put out there by a comedian over a month ago, was profoundly positive. This motion is about giving a little more power back to renters, and I urge all members of this place to support it.
So that's Michael Pedersen. That's the guy who suggested it. Like, I didn't want this to be a law, but now it's on the cards. I'm watching this being like, yes, Michael. Let's do it, Michael. Then the floor was open for other people to speak, and this was the next guy to go.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I rise to speak in support of Mr. Pedersen's motion.
I'm like, hell yeah, that's one in support. He goes on to say what he thinks a landlord reference requirement would achieve.
It gets us closer to a, dare I say, a utopia.
No. I was bored on a Tuesday, I swear. Now actual politicians are standing on record being like, it will lead us to utopia. Like we all need to calm down a little bit. Thankfully, the next guy to speak was a Conservative politician, and let's just say he was not as much of a fan.
I am absolutely staggered. This motion is actually a joke, and that's how it started. That's genuinely how it started.
He is not wrong. I cannot fault him there. He goes on.
It's no great surprise that the inspiration for today's motion came directly from TikTok. This motion's inspired by the Sydney comedian Tom Cashman.
So he's boo-booing this law because it came from a comedian and it came from TikTok. I googled this guy. His name is Mark Parton. The third result when I googled him was this headline. Liberal MLA Mark Parton apologises for KFC TikTok video. Very interesting. Well, I thought it was so interesting, I spent $30 subscribing to the Canberra Times to find out more. And basically what happened is this guy, he posted a TikTok. He has a TikTok account, interesting. And he posted a TikTok that used footage from Parliament of him in a way that made it seem like it was an ad for KFC, which is not allowed, and he got in trouble and he had to take the TikTok down. But I found it. So now I would like to play Mark Parton's KFC TikTok video.
Members, I understand that it is the wish of the Assembly to suspend for lunch. Being the case, the chair will be resumed at 2 p.m.
Did someone say KFC?
What the fuck is going on in Canberra? And where was that I don't care, I love it attitude when it came to my law? He went on.
I jokingly said to Mr. Pedersen yesterday that I'd consulted with Tom Cashman and he thought I was serious. I didn't.
Well, maybe he should have. Maybe he should have, because then it went to a vote.
Question is that the motion be agreed. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
May I remind you, Stephanie said it is not a requirement. Not only is there a world where this spreads and it becomes a requirement, there's a world where if she doesn't do the requirement, she goes to prison. I don't think anyone's ever been more vindicated in the history of the planet. I actually looked up vindication on Wikipedia, and the definition is pretty interesting. Now I think all my jokes should be laws, you know? It should be illegal to call anyone a geek over the phone. It should be illegal to knock back any employment application on the basis of arse sweatiness. And I would like a government apology for the stupid little penis road safety campaign. So I called that guy Michael Pedersen to see if he could arrange that as well.
Hi there, I'm Michael Pedersen. I'd like to announce that we will not be making it illegal to call someone a geek over the phone, and we will absolutely not be issuing a government apology for the Pinky road safety campaign. However, I can confirm that sometimes there are just 4 ants. Just 4 ants.
Thanks so much, guys. Thanks for coming, appreciate it.
Did you exchange walking a part of the world with a Leroy in a cage?
But in Berlin, you would end up just living under a bridge with that attitude. The housing crisis is real. Says it's going to be okay. Feisty Bree responds by saying same with California. Aquatic 14 says same with Canada. And Verbs Are Good says same in Australia and New Zealand.
month. And there will be repercussions.
Big change, really, a lot over the years. You know, it's quite cool
Cashman posted the video to get laughs and to get views, and that's exactly what he achieved.
Are you going to work this incident into your comedy?
What are you?
I mean, you are a bit annoying.
That's your takeaway.
How's it going, Chad?
What if I saw 4 ants?
What if you saw 4?
Yeah.
Well, then that would severely back up my argument, wouldn't it? What do you mean?
Like if I answered straight up, if I saw the 4 ants.
Oh, right. So you're referring to when you said there were 3, and then I said there were actually 4, and there was a big laugh, and you thought, well, what the fuck? What if I hadn't have said that? It just wouldn't have been as funny. Thank you, Chad.
Good evening, Stuart Laws superfans. Whoa, calm it down, please. Stop that standing ovation, I haven't even done anything yet. So put your hands together, gird your loins, get to your feet, and welcome to the stage, Stuart Laws! I'm coming, you can't hold me back. I'm coming, you can't stop me, you can't stop me. I'm coming, you can't hold me back. I'm coming, you can't stop me. I'm coming, you can't hold me back. That's the opening track to Will Smith's second album. That's an incredibly bold way to open any art form, with a boast about how nothing can stop you from coming. I don't think that word has changed meaning in the last 20 years. Also, Will, nothing can stop you from coming. What about if the door's open? What about if a friend's home? What about if you remember that time you thought the phrase was, they're getting on like a mouse on fire? I feel like there's a lot of things that should stop you from coming. Also, the opening line to that track is way more sinister in hindsight. Basically, Will Smith just mutters, "Watch your back." That's not. Some of you also, by the way, are concerned that the entire show is going to be about that and coming. It's not going to be that. You can relax. So that's going to be pretty much the last mention of it. But I want to thank you all for coming. Whoa! Okay, here we go. He was just taking a photo. So that's just in case that was a weird bit where he just dipped down. Also, we'll address the issue here. Have you come into the wrong show? Yeah, I spotted it. You're whispering to each other like, this doesn't feel right. And I'm doing that whole opening going, I think people are in the wrong show. Absolute conditions are perfect for filming it. One shot, one opportunity. Which show have you got to go and see?
We're here now, we have to see you.
Which show were you going to go and see? Tamsin. Yeah, that's a good show. That is a good show. Do you want to rush to that one?
Well, don't worry. Tamsin will get a little greeting from me after this, demanding £16. That's my money. So thank you for joining for Stuart Laws is All In. I'm Stuart Laws. This is the show. The show has changed a bit since I last performed it, which was in the before times. Certain things have changed in my life. My twin brother. I should explain. I'm a twin. Yes, every woman's fantasy. My twin brother had kids recently, and that for me is weird because it's sort of like I've had kids. Right? Because half my genes are in those children. And that's sort of unsettling. And I spent a lot of my life sort of trying to convince my twin not to have kids. Like, I'm not proud of this. I tried to blackmail him. I said to him, if you have kids, I will leak your nudes. I'm not proud of that. I'm not proud of that. He said to me, but I've never taken a nude. And I said, well, I have, and they are gross. That is a little tip. If you are a twin, you can leak your brother's nudes. That is quite good. So yeah, this show is called Stuart Laws is All In. It's all about choices and the choices that we make. And I've made a very big choice to not make it all about me. Yeah, I'm making this about you, not just you. For coming to the wrong show. I've started a brand new award. It's called Best Audience Member at a Filmed Special. And you're all in the running. Yeah. There's $250 at stake here. You could win $250. Why did I choose US dollars? Because I thought the exchange rate would help me out, but the pound has plunged. Yes. So little tips for you if you want to be the best audience member at the end of the show. Laugh loudly, be supportive, don't drop lens caps. Bad things you can do, I don't know, like be mean, do something I can't edit out, anything like that. So let's test out where the early laughs are. But don't worry, you don't have to do it apropos of nothing. I've made a choice to open this show with a joke section. Ooh, and some of you are thinking, well, it's an hour-long show, isn't it? There will be more jokes as well, relax, okay? But I'll open up with the joke section. We can see where, like, the early laughers are. You can stretch out your laughs, you know, just sort of see where the early front-runners for Best Audience Member are. Before we get into that, yeah, I'll explain. Some of you are thinking, is he going to mention it? Yeah, I do look a bit frazzled. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough for mentioning it. Fair enough. I'm sorry if I do appear a bit frazzled, a bit stressed out. I spent all of last night trying to burn a candle at both ends. It is worth listening to the warnings. And that is a trick. We're already in the joke section. Okay, so some of you need to up your game. You slacked off early on. Do you know the Chuckle Brothers? Do you know they didn't have kids? You know they didn't have kids because one had a vasectomy, the other had a vasectomy. We've kicked off. That's a straightforward joke. We're going. We're having a good time. It's happening. I like my coffee like I like my countries. Togo. Okay. Espresso on the streets, cappuccino in the sheets, if you know what I mean. I keep spilling my coffee. Okay. Bricklaying, that's a weird job. Bricklaying's a weird job. You get paid to fuck bricks. I didn't last a day. Get out of here, Laws. You shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, a bit dirty, that one. Bit too dirty. Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, yeah, I'll give you an edgy opinion. Yeah, some of you are thinking, finally, an edgy opinion. Yeah, I like seeded grapes. That's upset a few of you. A couple of walkouts, fair enough. We've got another show to go to. No, I like seeded grapes because it means the matches in the later rounds are between better grapes. Yeah, I don't like that joke myself, actually. A few of you put yourself out of the running by laughing at that one. I think that joke's fine in an email, you know, pop it around at work. You'll get a promotion, I imagine, but that's in a show. I think we can admit, though, I'm a pretty quirky boy. Very quirky. Yeah, some of you have been thinking, is he going to mention how quirky he is? Yes, I know how quirky I am. Very quirky boy. In fact, I'm so quirky that I actually swapped around the K and the T on my keyboard. That one, there's going to be a few breakout sessions on that one. Oh, yeah, walking home tonight. Yeah, it's not bad. I understand also, by the way, this section is stressful. I understand how stressful this section is for you as well. All of you in here want to win Best Audience Member, but every time I start speaking, you're thinking to yourselves, oh, no. in about 6 seconds, I'm going to have to either laugh or just stare at him. That is stressful, okay? So I'll give you some impressions, all right? Ease the room. This one is an impression of a restaurant. Finally, someone's had the courage. Okay. A little impression of a restaurant. Go on, then. Have as much salt and pepper as you like. That's good, isn't it? That is, you're like, yeah, I recognise that. That is a restaurant. And that's half the battle, recognising them. Not an Italian restaurant, though, is it? They keep the pepper to themselves. I'll do a little impression of someone who, for anyone who's ever messed up at work. Yeah, we've all been there. Okay, this is a hitman who's turned up to do a hit, but they've forgotten to screw the silencer onto their gun. Oh, very relatable stuff. Tough job, very tough. Now, the impressionist life chose me, right? I didn't always want to be an impressionist. When I was younger, I wanted to be a coach driver. I took all the coach driver tests, but I failed it because I couldn't break the DVD player. Okay, so that's a room splitter. That's what's known as a room splitter. You know, half the people, the people who've been on coaches, and then the other half, the people who say things like, "Do you ski?" "Do you ski's" never been said by a good person. It's never the precursor to, because I've actually set up a bursary for underprivileged people to get access to that sweet powder. That's the joke section, we're through it. Yay! That's exciting. Yeah, a little round of applause there. Yeah, I don't mind that. Thank you. Now, I should mention, I know I'm wearing this. So a lot of you thinking, is he going to mention it? I know I'm wearing it. It's a very cool item of clothing, the gilet. Very cool for the arms. Not as cool as my friend Charlie, though. My friend Charlie would always wear a shell suit, and I could not hold a candle to that. And that's a trick. We're still in the joke section. Some of you slacks off. Also, did that joke section have a burning candle at both ends? This show has got some structure already, baby. So this show is all about the choices that we make, and I want to start off this section by just asking a few questions. Actually, I'll ask them of you, actually. Just think about them, very important for the show. So, do you like lying? Yes. You do? Yeah. Do you like Will Smith? No. You don't? Yeah, things have changed. Things have changed. And have you ever lost more than $500 in a day? Yes. You have? Well, let's not get into that. That feels dark. That feels dark. Well, thank you. I should explain the show. So the show starts back in 2000 with a story about my nan parents, and then it jumps forward to 2010 when I went to Vegas with my friend Charlie, and then around about the 40-minute mark, we choose who the best audience member is, and then there's a big twist, and then the finale, and then we can all go home. Now, some of you are thinking, should you have told us there's a big twist? Well, maybe, just maybe, the big twist is there is no twist. No, there is a twist. There is a twist. But I think the show can hold up for people knowing that there's a twist. You know, a few people at the back sort of doing like flowcharts, trying to work out sort of what the twist is going to be. Like he mentioned he's a coach driver. Have we been on a coach the entire time? No, unless the destination is Laughterville. Not a real place. And I should say, I think that's quite a confident thing to explain what the show's going to be at the start. And I didn't always used to be that confident. When I was younger, I thought the key to confidence was having a catchphrase. I thought that was very important. Yeah. Couple of catchphrase fans in. Yeah, I think having a catchphrase is important. And I used to watch American movies, and I loved all of those sort of like big catchphrases and cool stuff they said, like, "Hey, I'm talking here," or "You walk into me," like stuff like that. I loved that sort of catchphrase. I loved that. And I wanted to have my own one. The one I really wanted to use the most was, "Keep the change." Ooh, that is fancy. Keep the change. Normally, someone go in, take too much money, put it down, keep the change. Buy yourself something nice. Now, at the age of 12, I didn't have either the charisma or the money to pull that off. So I went into a sweet shop with £1, bought 99p's worth of sweet, and then said, "Keep the change." And the cashier laughed at me because she thought I was telling a joke. And I panicked, and I didn't want to seem like I hadn't fully intended to tell a joke, so I laughed to be like, yeah, I meant that. And I think that explains why I'm here today. Not even the best thing that happened in that shop, by the way. The best thing, a gentleman, and I use that word correctly, a gentleman walked in and asked to buy a Freddo the Frog. They full named the chocolate bar. Like maybe it's the first time they've ever bought chocolate and they've gone, gonna have to full name this. Show some respect to this chocolate. It's like, what are they gonna get next? A Sir Toffee Crispian. Do you have a favourite chocolate bar?
Whisper.
Whisper, yeah. Or its full name? Whisper the Frog. Now, the thing is, you can't do keep the change anymore. You can't do keep the change anymore because everything's on contactless. And you remember the days of minimum spend, by the way? Remember, glorious days. They're gone now. Minimum spend, if you don't know, was when you would go into a shop, you'd get everything that you want to buy, you put it down on the counter, and you'd say, just these things, please. And the cashier would say, no. You buy more of my stuff. They can't be legal. Now, I used to hate it until I realised minimum spend's free money. Not technically. Yeah, you look shocked there. What? Yeah, my bank were the same. It's not free money. It's free from judgment. You can buy whatever you want and just be like, oh, I'm just getting over minimum spend. That's how I got into fermented herring. I love vaping now because of minimum spend. Absolutely, it's good for you. Do you know that? Yeah, if you smoked before, I didn't, but I love vaping. I love vaping. Also, minimum spend's how I found out about Kinder eggs. Sorry, Kinder Eggleton's the frog. Now, Kinder eggs, I didn't have them when I was younger. My grandparents wouldn't let me have them. I thought it was pronounced kinder eggs. And so I was like, yeah, damn straight, we'll get some kinder eggs on the go. They've always been so mean to me. And so when the shopkeeper was like, well, do you want a Kinder egg? Gets it over minimum spend. I was like, what is it? And they said, oh, it's a chocolate egg. Great. Paid my money, walked out the shop, took off the foil, popped it in one. That's not how you eat a Kinder egg. A nurse told me. Now, when a nurse has told you you're eating chocolate wrong, you have taken the road way less travelled by. I'll use their words. They said, what's happened is, inside the Kinder egg is a surprise toy. That has got itself lodged inside you, making you a kinder Kinder egg. But the real Kinder surprise is that it's lodged itself exactly halfway between your mouth and your butt. And it's your choice which way the surgeon goes in. And I said, what? And they said, yeah, in a slightly surprising turn of events, we're giving you, the patient, the decision which way to go in. And I said, well, hang on, you said halfway. Well, why can't you just go in through here? And they said, because your abdominal muscles are far too strong. Their words. They're the medical professional. I'm not going to argue with them. They said, oh, do you want to meet the surgeons, maybe? That will help you make up your mind. There's two surgeons, both alike in dignity. Well, one's got a bit more dignity. There's the mouth entry specialist and the butt entry specialist. And I was like, yeah, send them in. So they sent the first one in, Dr. Botti, Italian lad, nice guy, actually, was the mouth entry specialist. Actually, it was their twin, Dr. Botti, as well, was the butt entry specialist. So parents proud of them both, even though they went in very different directions. And we chatted about it, we were trying to work out what we're doing, and someone suggested, why don't we do an X-ray, find out what the toy is, and Dr. Botti was like, no, I want it to be a surprise. Kinder egg purist, gotta respect it, gotta respect it. In the end, we did an X-ray, found out what the toy was. It was one of those little racing car toys. So what we did was a little bit of both. They went in through my mouth, pulled it back, let it go, and it just shot out through my butt. Confidence to do that routine in this room. I started that routine knowing the end. Extremely confident of me. I think my nan dad is responsible for that confidence. I'll tell you about my nan parents. My nan and my nan dad, very important to me. But my nan dad especially. My nan dad was a storyteller. My nan dad was from a different era. I mean, that's how nan parents work. My nan dad would tell me amazing stories about a different world, stuff we could barely understand. Like, my nan dad told me once, look, the people who are laughing at nan dad are in the right. You're in the running big time. The person in front of you is like, stop laughing at nan, Dad. You're out the running. My nandad told me amazing stories, stuff we barely comprehend. So he told me this story once about someone who claimed to have finished a lip balm. Like, mind-blowing. The world used to be such a different place back then. He said to me, fire is more scared of you than you are of it. That's surprising, isn't it? What's more surprising? That's a weird name for a dog. That is a weird name for a dog. Timid little dog. He gave me poker. That was what he thought was the key to confidence. Because he said poker is a game of skill and it's a game of bluffing, but it's about confidence, being confident in the moves that you're making. And so he said to me, biggest tip I can give you, always have a canary with you. Yeah, because everybody else at the table thinks there might be a gas leak. Yeah, you get in their heads early on, it unsettles them. I've never looked at the world with the amount of wonder that he's looked at a van being driven by a woman. Not like it wasn't in a bad way. He just said he couldn't fathom it. He was like, wow, what's happening to the world? He couldn't believe it. My favourite story of Menandad's is that he put a Robert Dias out of business. That's big. That's a big claim, isn't it? A Robert Dias. Some of you don't know what a Robert Dias is, so I'll quick you up to speed. A Robert Dias is a shop that sells everything you half remember from a dream. Absolutely wild shop. It's chaos in there. Like every product's got like a promotional video screaming at you. Every single product has two completely unrelated uses within the same product. It's like it's a calculator and a coat rack. What? What? So I do some math on the way out the door? I don't understand. It's a coat and a coat rack. That one's good. That one is good. Coat and a coat rack. Now, what my nandad did to put them out of business is he severely adjusted their expectation of future sales of one of these joke products. I'll explain the product using how they sold it. When was the last time you cleaned your ceiling? I don't know, if you're like me, a couple of weeks. Yeah, it's tougher to clean your ceiling more than every couple of weeks because you've got to get out the step ladder coat rack and the chamois. And that's difficult to do more than every couple of weeks. And so this product solved that. It's called the Freddie Brewster Mop Top. And it's a hat. That went round there. That's where hats go. And then there's a splint that went down your back, keeps you level. And then two electrical pads just come out and stimulate your abs, get them tight. Unrelated task within the same product. And then on the top was a mop, which you extended up to the height of the ceiling. You get it up there, and then you just... until either your ceiling was clean or you passed out. I did that for longer than I intended to. Now, my nandad knew how rumours worked, okay? So he started spreading rumours about town that we had the dirtiest ceilings in Christendom. Now, Robert Dias is no mug, is he? He's a mug that's also a USB charger. And he heard that, he heard those rumours and thought, oh, blimey, this Freddie Brewster mop top's going to sell out. So they ordered in a load more stock, rebranded as a Freddie Brewster mop top emporium, and then no one in that town bought any of that frankly wild product. And my nandad also firebombed the place. Anyway, I don't know if that story's true, but I like what it says about him, and that's the main thing, because as I say, he's a storyteller. I think he gave me that. I think that's why I do that now. But he also gave me confidence, and I don't want this to be a sad story. I don't want it to be a sad thing, but like I have to tell you that he did pass away around the turn of the millennium. We were actually out in Miami at the time, celebrate the launch of that second album. It was on South Beach, just feeling the heat just a little bit too much. Horrible way to go. I remember being there at his funeral. You know, we were all there, black suits with the black Ray-Bans on. And I was just thinking about all the times where it was just the two of us. Look, it's like I told you. It was a wonderful time for all of us to get together and just honour my nandad. One little thigh clap at the front. Yeah, you're putting in a shift, you're putting in a shift. It's a lot of work to get to that punchline. Got to call him Nandad for the entire time, lose half the audience who are like, what the fuck's wrong with this guy? Why does he keep saying Nandad? And furthermore, what's wrong with the person laughing about it? But yeah, my nan dad gave me confidence. I think that's the biggest thing that he left me. And money, obviously. Yeah, but confidence is the one that's lasted. And I think like our love of like American culture and American rappers sort of is key to that, because I think America's greatest export is confidence and Lucky Charms. Lucky Charms, by the way, is a breakfast cereal for anyone who wants to start their day with dessert. It's like, oh, you've slept right through. Have a bowl of marshmallows and milk. Thank you very much. And you can see the difference between Americans and British confidence in the way that we market our towns. So, like, Americans will have a huge plaque, huge sign outside their town saying, "Welcome to historic Tote, population 704. Visit our museum. Visit our cultural center. Take in all the wild stories that make up this sweet town that was formed in ye olde 1976. Whereas in Britain, we've got like a small sign that says, founded by William the Conqueror, but we've got 12 vape shops. Yeah, pretty good, actually, pretty good. Like, rappers, especially, rappers are the pinnacle of confidence. They're not rapping about, like, money worries or that time that they saw a pheasant that looked really stressed out and then you worried for, like, an hour afterwards about that pheasant's life, are they? They're not rapping about that sort of stuff. Rappers are rapping about, like, carrying their money around in briefcases, and they're barely concerned about the mental health of pheasants. Like Will Smith. Will Smith laced this track: "Boom, ship a mill, quick to the store, record sold out, when y'all getting more?" That's huge. He's in the recording studio just guessing that he's going to ship 1 million copies. The confidence of that. That's like me opening this show with a boast about a standing ovation. And magicians are the other end of the spectrum with confidence. Like, magicians are always stunned that their tricks worked. They're like, what? How'd I do that? You know, you've been practicing in your bedroom. Now, my friend Charlie was super confident. I'll tell you about Charlie, the shell suit guy. Now, Charlie had so much confidence, like when we were driving past one of those signs that says road closed and then the date. And it was on the date of his birthday. He was convinced we were organising a street party for him. Imagine having that level of confidence as a teenager. I couldn't believe it. He was bad at poker because he would always speak before his brain had given him permission to. It meant he was awful at poker because he'd get cards and go, hoo, 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 hoo. Oh dear. I think we worked out what's happening there. He served soft drinks in mugs. Does that explain this guy in any way? Cold soft drinks in mugs. Like, that's gaslighting my mouth. That's not okay behaviour. If I saw a character in a film, in the first 5 minutes do that, I'd go, oh, I don't know what genre this is, but that guy's going to murder someone. I don't trust it in any way. One day we were driving to the Millennium Dome, and he said to me, can we pull over at the next services, because I'm absolutely busting for a cum. What? That is the worst thing I've ever heard in my life. And every single day since, it just rattles around. I could be paying for something in a shop and then, oh, yep, there it is. And I don't think that phrase had been said by anyone in history until that moment. That's quite special. That's a confident move. Anyway, I wanted to go to Vegas with that guy. So I think that's more on me. And the thing is, in 2010 was when I wanted to go to Vegas. And that was, the reason why is because my nan dad had left me money back at the turn of the millennium. It took 10 years to mature. And that's quite a fun thing, knowing that money can mature. It goes through puberty, gets all lanky, knocks over houseplants. I don't know what puberty is, I haven't been through it. Money was very different back in 2010, wasn't it? Money was very different in the before times, because back in 2010, like, only old people had bank accounts, and banks were desperately trying to get young people interested in banking. So you remember all the adverts started to be like, hey kids, you want the super cool saver or the FizzWiz current account? You get a free frog. And everyone's like, what the hell is happening right now? And you remember, like, they tried to make everything a bit more relevant, a bit more interesting. So we had direct debits, and then they introduced indirect debits. You remember that? It was out of nowhere. And it's like, people are like, what's an indirect debit? It's the same as a direct debit. You pay a bill with it, but an indirect debit would just stop off in a random person's account for 24 hours. And if they spent it, it was theirs. That was great. That was more fun. You remember the Hong Kong Kaiser? Yeah, you remember the Hong Kong Kaiser. You remember the adverts on TV? It would be like, Hong Kong! You remember that? You remember the adverts back, like, it was like 12 years ago. Hong Kong! You remember that? You remember the adverts? Say it with me. Hong Kong! Hong Kong, yeah! Hong Kong, what's that crest in the brow of the hill? Hong Kong, yeah! You remember the advert? Hong Kong! What is that? Taking the road less traveled. Oh, what is that? Hong Kong. You remember the adverts? You remember? Yes. Yeah. Hong Kong. What is that? It's 3% above base rate. Yeah, we all remember the adverts. But like, to find out if you'd got like an indirect debit come in, it wasn't as simple as now. Like, if I want to check my balance, I go like, 450 in the minus. I got 50 quid to spend. Whereas back then, in the before times, if you wanted to check your balance, you remember how we had to do it? We had to get on the house phone. You had to get on the house phone, pick it up, dial the bank, and then they'd tell you the coordinates of your nearest teller. You remember that? And a 30-minute window when they'd be there. You remember that? I don't know why I'm telling us this, because we all remember it. But like, you then go to those coordinates, you get your map out, and you try and find it. And then if you spotted them, you'd chase after them, and they had a little bit of cloth hanging out the back of their trousers. You remember that? Why am I telling us this? We all remember it. You'd race after them, and you'd grab that bit of cloth, and if you got it, they'd spin round and say your balance out loud once. Why am I telling us this? We all remember it. It's not a history lesson. And in your head, you'd be like, is that higher or lower than I thought I have? Have I got an indirect debit coming? Hang on. And if you thought, yeah, I've got an indirect debit coming, you go and spend it in the exact way we always would back in the day. We'd get out our gold bar, we'd smelt down the amount we need, and deposit it into the vendor's loot chute. Why am I telling us this? It's not a history lesson. So yeah, I wanted to go to Vegas with my friend Charlie. The problem was, he was terrible with money. He paid full price for a Pizza Express. Yeah, that's bad stuff. All right? And all he had in his bank account was a student loan. So I lied to him to get him to go. I said, most people leave Vegas with more money than they went with. And it's not my fault he believed me. Because we all like lying, right? Yeah, I like lying. Yeah, we all like, but like it depends on the different gradations of lies, right? It depends on the different gradations. So there's like big lies, obviously, you shouldn't be doing them. Like, hey, Nan kid, I put a Robert Dias out of business. Yeah, there's definitely another breeding pair left. Like, those are big lies. That's a big lie. You shouldn't be saying that sort of stuff. But then there's little lies. There's small lies, like I'm not crying. Or this is the lie I do most often. It's Yep, I understand. I do that at the end of any sentence a mechanic says. Absolutely terrifying. I think I've gotten into lying in a sort of a big way recently. I'm 21 and I'm lying. Well, weird response. All right, someone's desperate to win Best Audience Member. They're laughing at truths. Yeah, I'm 21, I've got tight abs, and I'm lying all the time at the moment. I found myself a bit of a bad habit, and I'm going to be honest with you. I've been lying to barristers quite often. Recently, every day, I've been lying to a barrister. That's a bit naughty, isn't it? Am I saying that right? Barrister. Barista. That's it. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah. Baristas. I'm lying to baristas all the time. So what I do is I go in, I order a cappuccino, and then I say my name. Is cappuccino? That's not my name. Stuart Laws. Nice to meet you. And then when it's ready, they're like, cappuccino. It's like they've summoned it from hell. And then someone's like, objection, Your Honour. I do mean barrister. Yeah. Now, the thing is, I didn't tell my nan that I was going to go to Vegas with my nan dad's money. But I didn't lie to her. I just kept it secret. Like a new suit doesn't tell you about all the pockets it's got. Just kept it secret. Secrets are fancy lies. They're fancy lies. You're just sort of spinning the truth a little bit. Like my PIN. I keep my PIN secret. I keep my PIN secret 24/7/9. Favourite secret in the world? Favourite secret in the world is when I'm wearing my swimming costume underneath my normal clothes. Just walking around town. People looking at me like, who's that normal boy? Living his normal life. Wearing normal underwear. No. I could be in a swimming pool at the drop of a gilet. And I will be. Now, before we get to Vegas, I should quickly get up to speed with where I am in my life now, as an elder millennial. Life is very different now. Life is very, very different. I haven't seen Charlie for a few years. I also sunk to the lowest low I've ever sunk. I don't know if a few of you can connect with this. I did something that I'm not proud of, but I will share with you, and hopefully you won't judge me too harshly. I joined my local Facebook community group. Yeah, it was a bad few months. If you don't know, the local Facebook community group is chaos. It is absolutely wild stuff happening in there. So, like, Jacqueline will pop up with a little post that says something like, hey, looking to get rid of my bike. Would love it to go to a good home. Who wants a free bike? Robert pops up. Yes, please. Would love a free bike. Thank you so much. 1 week later, Robert's put up a post. Bike for sale. Robert, you entrepreneur. Backbone of Ruislip. Now, I wanted to join in, and so I've been commenting on every single post. Doesn't matter what it is, I want to join in. I want to be an active member of the community. The problem is, I've been commenting the exact same thing on every single post, no matter what it is. I'm just typing out, is this what we pay our council tax for? Get me a lot of heat in Ruislip, actually. That is getting a lot of heat. I live alone, which is nice, but I've also found out I talk to myself. Yeah. Anyone else here talk to themselves? Yeah, that's nice. But the other day I was walking around by myself and I went, I'll be honest. And then stopped. Like my brain went, don't tell him. So now I know I've got something on me. But I don't know what it is. And that's stressful. I know that I've non-ironically used the phrase rolling in the spondoolies. I know that's not okay. And I know that recently I looked in a newspaper and saw an advert for some trousers and thought, oh, they look nice. That's a low point, when you're buying trousers from a newspaper. So I don't know what it is. Also, recently I heard the pitter-patter of tiny feet myself. Okay, fair enough. Because, yeah, you're right. Because when you live alone and your entire flat is carpeted, that sound is terrifying. Because that means it's on the ceiling. Little pitter-patter of tiny feet across the ceiling. I was so panicked I had to strap on the Freddie Brewster mop top. Just knock it down, smashed it out the window, and it dropped down into the bushes below, and I looked out and it was like a lizard. Like a chunky, broad lizard with 3 eyes, and it was greasy. It was greasy. And it spoke like English or French, one of those languages. And it scurried off on its audible little trotters, and then some guy in a black suit just shone a torch in my eyes. I can't remember a thing for the rest of the day. So let's get to Vegas. Yeah, we got to Vegas, 2010. Now, Vegas is a small town in the wild, wild west of America. And what do they say? What happens in Vegas is the jurisdiction of the LVPD. Correct. Correct. And so, for me, the entire point of the trip was going and taking part in a poker tournament at the end of the week so I could honour my nandad. That was very exciting. For Charlie, it seemed to be about losing more than $500 every single day. Yeah, he was losing money quicker than a bureau de change having a closing down sale. And that was stressful because I had lied to him to get him to go out there. He was spending his student loan money. He was always going on about how going to university was going to change his life and he was the first one of the family and all of that. And I was like, oh no, he's spending all of that stuff. So, oh yeah, by the way, by the 5th day, he'd lost $2,500. And in modern money, that's about 1,500 copies of the Millennium. So that I think actually that exchange rate has crashed recently as well. And so I got stressed out about it, and I tried to get him to stop doing it, but then I realised, you know what, I'll pay for him to enter the poker tournament. If I train him up and give him some of the lessons my nan dad gave me, maybe he can win back some of his losses and he can go to university and have that education he'd always dreamt of. So I used the book that my nan dad used to teach me, and in the book it says there's 4 levels to playing poker. You want to be 4th level. That's the best level of poker. The first level is you play the cards you've got. Simple. Second level, you play the cards you think they've got. Third level, you play the cards you think they think you've got. Fourth level, some of you can work out where this one's going. You play the cards you think you think they've got. Right? Now, the book stopped there, which is weird because I can already think of a 5th. Straight away, I can help you, book. So I taught him that. And I did as best I can to teach him about that sort of poker. But then I remembered he had an issue separate to poker, and that was him just saying the exact emotion he felt whenever he looked at the cards. And I thought, that's tough, because that's quite an obvious tell. Now, a tell in poker is a little clue about the emotion you're feeling about the cards you get. So it could be something as simple as keeping good cards closer to you, putting bad cards further away from you, wearing a gilet to pretend to be confident. Like little things like that just can sort of put it into their minds. And, Charlie's was just saying out loud exactly what he thought when he looked at his cards. But then I thought, you know what? The most famous tell in all of movie history existed, and maybe if they can get away with it, maybe Charlie could. So it's in the film Casino Royale, which is the sequel to Casino. And in Casino Royale, James Bond has to defeat Le Chiffre. Now, Le Chiffre is a terrorist and a poker player, sort of like a Robert Dyers product. How are they linked in any way? I don't understand. And so what Le Chiffre would do is he would use his winnings from poker to fund his terrorism. Sort of like, what I'd say there is, if you're using your money from your real job to fund your hobby, then you should probably stop doing comedy. Terrorism. Terrorism. Now, James Bond's plan was simple, because he was going to go and beat Le Chiffre at poker, and that would financially ruin the terrorist organisation. So James Bond, who's a master poker player, enters the tournament, and it ends up just Le Chiffre versus James Bond. And they're sitting down, and they're playing... They're playing poker, and it's just those two left, and it's tense, and James Bond's playing great poker, Le Chiffre's playing great poker, and it's going well. And then James Bond spots that Le Chiffre has got a very subtle tell, but because James Bond is such an expert poker player, he's figured out what that tell is. It's very subtle, and only James Bond could spot it, but basically whenever Le Chiffre was bluffing, very subtle, extremely subtle, whenever he was bluffing, Le Chiffre, very subtle, would just bleed from the eyes. Very subtle. And James Bond spotted that, was like, this guy's bleeding from the eyes, I'm all in! And won. And I thought to myself, if Le Chiffre can get away with having that as their tell, then surely Charlie can get away with his tell. So we entered the tournament. And you know what, we did actually pretty well for a couple of reasons. Number one, most people playing poker in Vegas are hammered, so that was fine. I was playing like 4th level poker, trying to honour my nan dad as much as possible, and we both got to the final table. How did Charlie get to the final table? He freaked those Americans out. They could not fathom what was going on. This guy just going, oh, yeah. They were like, who is this QWERTY brick? We do not understand what is happening here. And so we got to, it was like the final few of us, and it got to a situation where Charlie got some cards that made him go, shit. And I thought to myself, okay, so he's got bad cards. Then he went all in. And that made the 2 Americans next to him fold, because they were panicked. They didn't want to get any piece of that pie. And it came round to me, and I had good cards. So I was in a situation where I knew that if I called him and went all in, I would beat him. That would be great for me, because I would honour my nan dad. I could win that poker tournament. But he would lose and would never get a chance to win back all that money that he spent from his student loan. And it's these big decisions in your life where you have to sort of work out, where you morally stand and what you want to do. And I am proud to say that I made the right choice and I beat that sucker. You shouldn't have done it. You shouldn't have done it, Charlie. I beat you, and now I'm rolling in the spondoolies. I am so goddamn rich, and I want to share some of my riches with you, so it's time to pick today's best audience member. Let's give it up for the person who couldn't stop laughing at Nandad. Please welcome to the stage. Welcome to the stage. You're going to come over here. Give it up for Molly as well, everyone. Do you want to put on the gilet? So there's the number one gilet. Can you tell me why you think you won today's award? It's absolutely true. Can I take your name?
Becky.
Give it up for Becky, everyone. 24/7/9. Okay. Okay. Huh? Wow. Wow. Now, look at all of this sweet, sweet cash. You going to take hold of some of that? You can check it. There's also a little bit on that one as well. And then just, you know, a couple of quarters as well. Yeah, yeah. So you could win all of that, but you could risk everything and raise it up to $500 on the flip of a poker chip. Because if it lands on the other side, you go home with nothing. If it lands on honk honk, you get nothing. It's real money, real sweet cash, isn't it? We should try and mic up some of these snorts. Now, yeah. What's this? Don't put it away yet. No, hang on. We put it back in. We put it back in the case. That was tough. You didn't take any, just muttered in. Thank you. What are you doing? Right, so, what would you like to do? Would you like to risk it all?
I think I need to risk it all.
Yeah, for the filming. Yeah. Yeah. You just go, no, 250 for me, please. See you later. Right, so if it lands on all in, we'll all cheer, and if it lands on the other side, we'll all scream honk honk. So it's up to you. Whenever you want to flip that chip, go for it. It's all in! Yeah! Give it up for Becky! You'll get your cash afterwards. So, pretty gutted about that, if I'm honest. Absolutely hoping for a honk honk there. Well, now, at the start, I asked you 3 questions, and I said that was important because it was important for the show. So I'm going to put this up here. You didn't know at the time, but you changed the direction of the show with your answers. So we went down this route. You said you did like lying, and so I opened up with a routine about a car coming out my butt. Yeah. If you said no, it would be about a Christian football team that I play on. Different vibe, isn't it? Very different vibe. The thing is, most people don't admit to lying. Most people, I've done this show over 50 times, most people are like, no, I don't lie. So I put that there because that routine is, by far, the best routine I've ever written. I'm filming this today, and I didn't get to do the best routine I've ever written. It's ruined even more when you put a routine on that side. You're so convinced that you're going to do it that you have a custom-made T-shirt underneath, which is a callback to that routine. That doesn't make any sense to you? Doesn't make any sense. Favourite joke from that is, it's over 5,000 years since Noah built a fuck boat to bang all those animals. So he said, you don't like Will Smith, so I punished you with a routine about my nandad and our love of Will Smith. We could have gone down the scratch card route, which is basically I won some money on a scratch card, but I framed the whole Vegas story as like going there with money from winnings on a scratch card. It changes sort of like the emotional dynamics of it. To be honest, that was a better route. Thank you for that. This route, if we'd gone down this way, I thought it'd be funny to do a routine about a foursome after talking about being on a Christian football team. Basically, that's a quick story about like when me and 3 friends tried to organise a foursome, but it was a logistical and admin nightmare, and in the end, they just had a threesome. So then we're down to this final section, and you chose real all in because you have lost more than $500 in a day. It got pretty real between us, and now we're going to do the real all in story to end this. But we could have gone down here, the movie all in, and that. Oh, yeah, okay. So the movie all in was like that dramatic poker game. Dan, we don't need you now. Don't. Yeah, we do. No, we're not doing the movie all in, so we don't need you. Yeah. So yeah, we're not doing that, but that's exciting because I bleed from the eyes at some point. That's quite fun. We come down here, the cafe plates drama. That's a story. I tweeted it. Basically, I saw a woman in a very empty cafe move dirty plates from the table she wanted to sit at to another table. It just happened to be the only other table that someone else was sat at. And that woman at that table was like, no thank you, and then moved them back from whence they came. And then the original woman was like, I made my choice, and then moved them back, and it became this weird passive-aggressive war. They're both members of the same book group, and I then joined that book group, and they found out I was tweeting about it. So we're not doing that. Timeshare, this is the thing. When you've written a 5-hour show, and it can be different variations of it depending on the answers given to a question, you have to pop in a lot of like breadcrumbs, little bits that could be relevant. Like, I mentioned my twin at the start of the show. Hasn't come up again. Some of you are like, why would you mention that and not bring it up? Because it's down this side, because my twin was actually on the Vegas holiday with me and Charlie, and we ended up in one of those timeshare meetings, but we were there with 4 other twins. It was a fun, and that's a fun story there to end, but we don't get to do that. So we're here at the real all in, and this is exciting. This is something I wanted to do to push myself because, right, I don't always tell the truth on stage. I'm telling fancy lies. Like, there's an element of truth in all of it. Like, I don't call him Nandad. I call him Grandad. Right? I haven't had a car come out my butt. But I have had lots of different surgeries and things like that for injuries playing for the Christian football team. So there's elements of it. And we did go to Vegas with my friend Charlie. The truth is that he beat me at poker. Yeah, I'm terrible at poker. I play the cards I think I have. That's the worst way of playing poker ever. My nana did leave me some money, but it was like £100 or something like that. So it's like I put that there because I wanted to push myself and I wanted to tell a true story because too often on stage I sort of put up a barrier. I literally wear body armour on stage for the majority of the show. The gilet is body armour if you want to protect your thorax from air conditioning. But it's thorax and I'm talking about Will Smith and puffins and whatever. So I put that there to push myself and to challenge myself. This is a real all-in. Thank you very much for choosing it. So yeah, this is the end of the show. Right. Now, this is a story all about how my life got flipped, turned upside down. I want to take a minute, just sit right there, and I'll tell you the story of how I had a vasectomy recently. So I'm 21. No more lies. No more lies. I'm 38, and I had a vasectomy recently. Now, I've got no kids. And that's an unusual way. Most people get a vasectomy, they have a couple of kids, and then they say, no more kids. Whereas I had 0 kids and then said, no more kids. But I'm the same with heroin. I don't need to try it to know it's not for me. And the thing is, people are always like, come on, Stuart, you'd be so good with them. You should do it. You should do it. And I'm like, yeah, I understand. You do it and then you get the chemicals and you bond, don't you? And you have all of that and then you become that boring person at the party just showing people photos of all your favourite heroin. I don't want that. I don't want to do that. And so I got a vasectomy done. Some of you are thinking, what is a vasectomy? What does it mean? A vasectomy means I hate your children and wish they never existed. And the thing is, Charlie, whose real name is Lee, by the way, so pretty much telling the truth, but I chucked a char on the front. Lee, who I hadn't seen for a few years, but I called him because I knew he'd had a couple of kids and then said no more kids. So I called him to say what's going to be happening in the procedure. He'd tell me about the vasectomy. So he said to me, but basically down there, but we'll we'll pretend it's up here for the sight lines. You don't need to. It's here, but here. 2 tubes. One brings the sperm to the fluid, if you know what I mean. You can bring the sperm to fluid, but you can't make it drink. Have a fucking drink, mate. Have a drink. I don't want. Yeah, I was parched, actually. I was parched. Little thirsty sperm there. Fucking hell. I was still doing impressions. And so what they do, Charlie said to me, Lee told me was that they cut, crush, or burn the vas deferens. That's quite chilling, isn't it? So you don't know which one it's going to be. Vas deferens is exciting, though, because that sounds like a Dutch footballer. Okay, yeah. And also, some people ask me, what happens to the sperm then? Are they just trapped forever in a weird Alcatraz down there? No, that's not the case. What happens with the sperm is they reabsorb back into the body. Yeah, right? Which means every single day, I'm getting stronger. I'm better at swimming. And so I went to the hospital on the day, and then you sort of have a little meeting with the nurse, and they run you through the procedure, and that was all fine. They were very calm until they used the word scrotum. I didn't like that. Because the word scrotum's never used before a good thing. It's not like, hey, Stuart, do up your trousers, pack away your scrotum, you're going to a theme park. It's we're going to inject something into you. And so that unsettled me. And so we went into the waiting room with 2 other people. All of us are alike in dignity, a 0. And the first person went in, and they went in. It took about 5 minutes. They came out. They seemed quite chipper. That's nice to see someone looking quite chipper. They asked for a cup of tea, sat down. Good, that's good. Second person goes in. Takes about 10 minutes. They come out, ashen-faced. They grab their coat and walk straight out. And I thought, that's a bad sign. Because I'm up next. Like, is the surgeon getting worse? Like, have they been up all night burning the vas deferens at both ends? Is this like the Kung Fu Panda trilogy? You know, the first one, great. Second one, bit dodgy. Third, they cut the dick and balls clean off. That is a spoiler if you haven't seen Kung Fu Panda 3. And so I was nervous, and so I went in, and the nurse said to me, oh, great, if you take your trousers off and waddle to the bed. And I thought, you can't use scrotum and waddle. You've got to pick a lane. But I waddled over, and then they said, can you take down your underwear, which I was wearing that day, because I was a normal boy doing normal things. I said, can you lift your penis out the way? And Big Willie style, ha-ha. And then they set to work. They got to work down there. And this is the bit where people start to get a bit anxious. So to relieve some of the tension in the room, when I say for sec, you say to me, for sec? They cut, crushed, and burned my vas deferens. They did all 3. And the reason I know they did the last one is because my nose told me. I could smell the inside of my scrotum on fire. Now, I like scented candles. But I'm never buying charred vas deferens. But the procedure was a success, very, very simple, straightforward. And then as I was packing everything away, the surgeon said to me if you could wear supportive underwear and abstain from sexual activity. And I said, not a problem, boss. I've been slacking off lately. And then I got a taxi home, and that was a nice thing to know that taxis could take every single speed bump possible. I didn't know that. I didn't know I'd left that option on, but that was nice. And then basically, I was told to steer clear of the area for a month, and then I had a checkup. And so I went back, and that tone was very different. It was very like Sperm of Darkness vibes. And so I went into this room, and a different nurse sort of sat down opposite me on the table, and then put down 4 things. And they went, envelope, bigger tube, small tube, condom. And then they looked at me, and I nodded and said I understood. We realised needed to explain to me, so he said, after 25 emissions, you will use the condom. You will then pour that into the smaller tube, put that into the bigger tube, put that into the envelope. And I said, like a Kinder Egg. But he didn't laugh. And so I said, look, what do you mean by 25 emissions? And he said, your 26th masturbation will be into the condom. And I didn't like that it implied every single one would be self-administered. But I swallowed it. Grow up. What he did say to me was, under no circumstances should you send us the condom. And he said it with the exasperated, desperate tone of someone who's been sent an enormous number of used condoms. Linda, they've done it again! And then he stood up, get ready to walk out, which was a pretty obvious tell that he was done, but I was still anxious, and I was like, I've got a couple more questions if I could ask, because I've sort of been running this through my mind, like the 26th wank is sort of living there in my head, like a weird art house film that I'd pretend I'd go and see. And I said, look, I've steered clear of the area for a month, you know, apart from the monthly wash. And I feel anxious, and I feel I don't know what's happening, and like, but furthermore, like the whole situation is sort of landing with me for the first time properly, and like this is the thing, like I've always known that I don't want kids, but in that moment it was like this is real, like this choice I've made, I know what's going to happen because I made that choice. Most of the time we don't know that when we make choices. Like at the start, you didn't know that your 3 questions were going to change the entire course of this show. But that doesn't matter. It's just an hour-long show. It doesn't matter. So, but for me, I suddenly was like, yeah, I've made that choice and this is what the rest of my life is. And I'm fine with that, but like I just sort of needed a moment with that guy. I also wanted to know when I could start on that 26-step program because I was absolutely busting for a cum.
It's so supportive. It's so supportive. Yeah. The shit I ever seen. Thank you. I miss Stuart Laws. Thank you so much. Cheers. Bye-bye.
What do you reckon? You fancy it? I said, do you fancy it? Then please welcome onto the stage me, Tiernan! Drink me in, get me in your eyes. They don't make many men like me. I'll be a distant memory before you know it. You'll be in bed like, did he really fucking look like that? And then I'll pop out from under your bed. Not allowed to do that. Is look at this pro. Fucking yeah. Fucking what? Hello. Mad face. Confusing face. My face. Even I look in the mirror sometimes like, where are his eyes? You notice that? Where the fuck are they? They're deep, aren't they? Far back. I like it. I use them for storage. My little cupboards. Got a fucking air fryer in there. A couple of cigarette filters. 4 Chilean miners. They're never getting out. A lot of great comedians out there. I'm the only one who looks like both a grandson and a grandma. I don't know whether to eat the Werther's original or offer it out. I think if I had to describe what I look like to someone who never seen me before, I'd say that I look like I like baked beans. Would that be fair? I got a beanie energy about me. All I eat is baked beans. I won't eat anything else. I go into restaurants like no menu. I'll have the beans, please. It was stressful for my mum growing up. She had to buy thousands of cans. She had to go to Costco. You'd hear her in the aisles saying, "We cannot run out! Dan will go fucking berserk if he thinks we're running low. What if he bites again?" I've got dyspraxia, for those of you trying to diagnose me. I can feel it. Oh, is it autism? No, it's fucking not, thank you. Not that there's anything wrong with that, just to be clear. It's just they are making eye contact, they're just far fucking back. Dyspraxia, if you don't know, it's a condition, right? It affects like my spatial awareness, my coordination. It's tough over the pandemic, very hard to social distance when you're dyspraxic. Do you know what I fucking mean, lad? Thanks for coming, man. Thank you very much. It is, man. Like, how did anyone judge 2 meters? How were you doing that? How do you... I just use my knob. No one comes near me when it's out. It's tiny. I went to a specialist school for kids with tiny knobs. It was just me and a load of cherubs. We all had little mini ones, even the teachers, which did make us feel better, but really they shouldn't have been showing us. No, I went to a specialist school. It was called the University of Salford. No, no, I went to a high school, right? Specialist high school for kids with dyspraxia or dyslexia. It was called a Hume Hall. We got any fellow Hume Hallers in, by any chance? Give me a... No Hume Hallers in now? Of course not, all outside shouting at pigeons. That's my bread! When I was 11, I had to go for like an interview at Hume Hall, see if I was appropriate. And I was nervous, but I turned up, they took one look at me, they said, "You're fucking perfect, lad." That is exactly what we're fucking after. Getting in now. Keith, come and have a look at this. We found the one. He's fucking perfect. You're not gonna believe it, mate. He looks just like your drawing. Get him on the front of the prospectus. This place is amazing. They give you beans. It was a good school, though. It was a good school. It was. We had our own dance troupe. Yeah, they were called Neurodiversity. They were bad. They were not good dancers. That was just us walking, like we weren't got out for it, man. I always liked performing, though. As a kid, all I wanted to do was this. I wanted to be a stand-up comedian. But you can't do stand-up when you're a kid. I did the next best thing. I was a magician. A dyspraxic magician. Slow of hand. My shows, they were a roller coaster. You'd watch me pull a rabbit out of a hat, you'd be like, wow, he's done it. And then I'd accidentally break the rabbit's neck, and there's only so many you can bury before you begin to blame yourself. It's very, very sad. It's hard to know what job you're going to do when you're dyspraxic. As a kid, I remember that advert. Do you remember that advert? You know the, you could be a Royal Marine! Do you remember that? You remember that? You know that, you could be a Royal Marine! You remember that? I remember watching that like, oh wow, could I now? Oh yeah, you reckon? I could be a Royal Marine, fucking this! I was buzzing, I couldn't believe it. I was like, Mummy, I'm going to war! I hope they serve bees. I don't think the Royal Marines want dyspraxics. But you don't hear that in the adverts, do you? If you can drop a phone, you can drop a bomb. I don't think I'm what they're after. I don't think I'm cut out for war. I feel like no matter how hard I tried, I'd end up doing the wrong thing. You know, like, if I was one of the 9/11 hijackers, I'd end up landing the plane. Sorry, lads, I could not do that again if I tried. How did I do that? That was pretty impressive though, wasn't it? Jesus Christ! All the American passengers are clapping. I wish I knew how to clap. I don't know. They worked hard to get gay men in the army though. Remember that? Don't ask, don't tell. We won't ask you if you're gay. You don't tell us if you are. Sorted. That doesn't quite work with dyspraxics, does it? Imagine, I'm there, licking a landmine. Like, Tiernan, what's wrong with you? I'm like, I'm not allowed to say. But I'd get back if I was you. I'm interested in the army though. I find it fascinating. I found out about this thing called stolen valor. Stolen valor, it's basically where someone pretends they've served in the army and they haven't really. Like they'll go around wearing like fake medals or military garments, and then someone who was in the army sees them and they can tell that they're not the real deal. So they start filming them and asking them questions, trying to catch them out. And like, they get so angry in these videos. I always think they're overreacting. At the end of the day, it's just someone wearing your old work uniform. I used to work at KFC. I saw a guy on the train wearing a KFC cap. I didn't go and confront him. You all right, mate? Nice cap. Really nice sushi. Which branch did you serve at? Name all 11 secret herbs and spices. Name them! You're a fraud! I'm calling the colonel. I didn't do that. What's your name, little fella? Callum? Are you little, or is that just the energy you give off? How tall are you?
5'10".
You scrawny little bastard. Same height as me. Do you like baked beans?
I don't mind them. Yeah.
You don't mind them? Next time you eat baked beans, you're going to think of me. You are. Outside, banging on the window, give me some beans, Cali boy! Insurance. Nice one. Last job before before comedy, I worked in a primary school. I was a lunchtime supervisor. I'm not making this up. I was a fucking dinner lady. It was heartbreaking. I wanted to be a Royal Marine. And there was a dinner lady. I was 25. 25. That's like 11. In dinner lady years. It was a big step up for me, that job. It was a huge step because before that job I worked at KFC. Let me tell you now, supervising a child, very different to supervising a chicken burger. It is. You mess a child up, you can't just hide it and eat it on your break. You can't. You can't get away with it anymore. You can't. Ofsted don't like it when you do that. It was weird going for a job interview during the pandemic. The woman interviewing me, she was like, I won't be doing handshakes. So I hugged her. Give me the fucking job. And got the fucking job, mate. I did what it took. Straight in. Her name was Maggie, right? Maggie was the head dinner lady. And she was fucking terrifying. Maggie should have been in the Royal Marines. Nothing would get past this woman. Once we were clearing up the canteen, all the kids are playing outside. They've finished their lunch. Maggie finds a full sandwich hidden underneath one of the tables. What would you have done, Callum? Have you been listening? Hello? You've been thinking about your bit, haven't you? Should have lied about my height. Fuck! Will he really break into my garden? Yes, I fucking will! Full sandwich hidden underneath one of the tables. All the kids are playing outside. What would you have done, Callum?
Eat the sandwich.
Eating it? What the fuck? A child's lunch. You're like the opposite of Marcus Rashford. Maggie starts looking for clues, right? She picks the sandwich up and she sniffs it. That's gluten-free bread. Dylan Lewis, year 6. Bring him in. I'm stood there like, what the fuck is going on? Maggie's about to waterboard an 11-year-old celiac. What is happening? This is crazy. Worked there with a lot of mad people. I worked with a Jehovah's Witness. Any in? All right, I'll crack on. She was a homophobe, and I'm gay. Try and say that, in the first half. I find it puts the women at ease. Can you feel that relief in the room? That is a genuine, palpable relief. All the women like, thank fuck for that. We're safe. You are safe, ladies. Gentlemen, you could not be in more danger. Honestly. Oh, you did not flinch at all then. This is not your first rodeo, is it, brother? Sorry for charging at you, mate. I apologise. I'm going to come and... Sorry. Thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate it. Gay and dyspraxic? Ooh, you heard me, lads. I'll toss you off, but I very well may whip it off. Keen? No one ever believes me that I'm gay. In fact, when I first started comedy, there was a rumour going round that I was lying. Rumours, man, it's horrible. Like, I think a lot of comedians thought I'd lie about my sexuality to make myself more diverse. Like I've looked in the mirror and gone straight, white, male. Fuck! Yes! Which one of those would be the easiest to deny? I'm obviously gay. I'm clearly gay. I mean, look what I'm fucking looking at. What's going on? You thought I'd not learned the set? What the fuck? Do you think they make a sign like that for a man who's not even learned his set? I put everything into this show! Everything! I've worked years! And you think I've not even learned my set? Do you know what this means to me? Do you know what this means to my family? Get him out! Thank you so much for coming, man. I thought I had jokes written on there. I can't read or write. I shouldn't have done that. Vodka makes me emotional. I'll turn that round, it'll distract me. So this Jehovah's Witness, I digress. She said her main concern with me being gay is that I might influence the other men we work with and make them gay. And it's a fair point, I know what I'm like. Can you believe that though? A Jehovah's Witness accusing a gay man of going around trying to change people's minds. I mean, we never go knocking on doors, do we? Imagine if we did though. Is the man of the house in? Never knock on my front door again! I can try around the back door. Genuinely though, a rumour when I started comedy that I wasn't really gay, and rumours of any kind are horrible. Like my mate had a rumour go round that he kissed his cousin at a wedding, but it wasn't his cousin. It was his cousin's cousin. His sister. It's completely different. It's completely different. It's their wedding night. Let them have it. Come on. It's hard to be gay, though. Hard to be gay when you're dyspraxic. Hard to be gay when you look like this. You know? I go to gay pride. Looks like I've just been drawn in by all the colours. I've recently I've moved into a one-bedroom flat, and the reason I did that is because I wanted to bum loads of men. It's 2024. That's the number I'm aiming for. Only 2021 to go. Until I'm free away from the target, and I got no game, man. I got no game. That's my problem. I've only ever been on one date, right? And we went to an exhibition about cavemen. And I had to keep moving around. I was worried if I stood still for too long, they'd put a glass box around me. I recently plucked up the courage to message this guy. I fancied him for ages, and I messaged him on Instagram, and he saw the message, And he didn't reply. And no, thank you. It probably hurt my feelings, man. I was overthinking it. I was like, was it the message? Did I freak him out? All the message was is I just said, hey, and then I did 2 kisses. That's all right, isn't it? You reckon? Yeah? I mean, it was a voice note. Hey. That's confident. It's forward. It's cute. Sweet. Did almost look like a creep though, because that night I was scrolling through his Instagram. I did the worst thing. I accidentally liked a photo from 2018. I did the only thing you can do in that scenario. I like them all. If you got away with that one, nearly look a creep there. I know I don't seem gay, but not only am I gay, I'm what you call a gold star gay. I've never had sex with a woman. Yeah, I've gone down on a woman. It was an accident. I thought she was a landmine. Explode she did not. First mate I ever told I was gay, he was like, you can't know for sure that you're gay, Dan, because you've never had sex with a woman. And I was like, well, you know, I think I've done enough research. I've gone down on a woman. Like, surely that is enough to know if you're into it or not, right? He was like, no way, man, it's different. You won't know for sure that you're gay until you've had full penetrative sex with a woman. Like, I don't get his logic. Like, I don't like Guinness. It's a popular drink, not for me. I don't like the taste. Not once have I thought, well, I should probably put my dick in it. Just a check, you know? Not for me. Ooh, oh yeah. Turns out I've been drinking it wrong. That is lovely. Living in my own flat, right? And it's expensive to do that, you know? But I can do it because my career's going well. And my mum owns the flat. It's, you know, both of our careers are going very well. Mummy was a matrimonial solicitor. Yeah. So my dad has no stuff. I have to lend him boxer shorts. It's awkward. I thought I was ready to live on my own. I'm not ready, man. The place is a mess. It's a hovel. You wouldn't want to be a fly on my wall. Because I eat flies. So much I didn't know, though. I thought I was ready to live on my own. There's so much to learn. I was not ready. Like, I called the council after 2 weeks because they not replaced the toilet roll. I was like, so what's fucking going on, guys? This is an outrage. If not for me, do it for my tea towel. It's in a fucking bad way. I'm worried about my tea towel. But I do. I'm very privileged the fact, you know, that I pay half rent and stuff, so I try and give back to the community. Like, I was going to get a pizza, takeaway pizza, ordered 1 pizza. They bring me out 2 pizzas. It was buy one, get one free. I didn't know. I only wanted 1 pizza. I got 2. And, you know, I'm trying to give back. I was walking past a homeless guy and, you know, I told him about the deal. It's not a big deal, guys. My mum, she worries about my diet, right? She worries about what I'm eating. She bought me around a vegetarian lasagna. She said, get this in the oven, 30 minutes, can't go wrong. I rung her, freaking out, like, it's gone wrong. She was like, what did you do, Dan? I was like, well, I did exactly what you said, but tried to take it out of the oven. It was very hot. I didn't have any oven gloves. Used a tea towel. When are the council replacing the toilet roll, mother? This is a fucking joke, Mum. Earn your... I do. I love her, and I miss living with her. But I had to get out, right? Because I was living there with my mum and her partner. And I try and hide it, but the truth is, I don't really get on with He's a cunt. No, he's got annoying habits, right, you know? Little annoying habits that build up and proper get to me. Like every night before bed, he makes toast. Instead of lightly, gently spreading the butter, he's one of those, he proper digs at it. How annoying is that? That's annoying, isn't it? Yeah. And then he fucks my mum. No. That's my mummy. And that's my milk. All right now. Whoever said that was bang out of order. That's my mother. I was also living there with my sister, Phoebe, and she's a similar age to me. Until recently, she was doing much better than me, and it's annoying because like we're always getting compared to each other, and like at the end of the day, we're just good at different things, you know. She's good at passing exams and earning money and buying houses, and I'm good at making this noise. What's the point of owning a house if you can't do this in it? Watch this. Callum, you're gay now. I don't know what you're laughing at, mate. You're gay as well. Hey, watch this. Works the other way. He's straight now. You play ping pong? Very good. You weren't fucking lying, were you? That was out. I do a lot of drugs, and I once did so much cocaine I lost the keys I was using to do it with. You ever done that? Got locked out your nose. Have you fucking... 3 in the morning. Couldn't find a locksmith for love nor money. I did some cocaine once with my mate Dave, right? And Dave, he racks up a big line. This is exactly what he did. He went... That is salt! And I'm freaking out because Dave is a snail. Dave, my only friend. Nick doesn't like me doing drugs. Nick doesn't like anything I do. He even gets annoyed with me by the way that I chew on the furniture. But yeah, Nick's got a daughter as well. He says his daughter is proof he's a feminist because he named her Emmeline after Emmeline Pankhurst, leader of the suffragette movement. Her mum wanted to call her something different, but Nick wouldn't let her. It's a good joke to work out in the room as an education. If you didn't get that joke, I feel bad. So here you go, have one of these. There you go, that's on me. That's on me, that one. He's got a lot of tattoos, Nick. He's covered in tattoos. And my mum, she used to hate tattoos. She's gone and got her first tattoo. She's got an owl. Picture of an owl. She doesn't even like owls. She's got one on her forever. And I get it. It's her body, her choice. The thing that annoys me, she keeps going on about it. I'm so glad because I got this for me. Didn't get it for anyone else, I got it for me. I certainly didn't get it for Nick. I don't even care what Nick thinks of the owl because I didn't get the owl for Nick. I got the owl for me. The owl is on her back, like... How is that for her? How is she looking at that? What is she? A fucking owl! What the fuck? It is awkward, man. Because I try and make an effort with Nick, you know. Like it was his birthday recently, and he's difficult to buy for. And I asked him what he wanted, and he was like, "Oh, damn, mate, don't worry about it. I don't know, just get me something I wouldn't choose myself." So I got him a framed picture of my dad. Come on. Not in a good place. I think like a big reason that I've not been in a great place though is I spend all my time on my own and I'm an extrovert. You know, I live on my own. I travel all around the country on my own. And I get a lot of trains. The trains, fucking. I was getting a train after a gig from Sheffield to Manchester, and it's normally a dead easy journey. 2 stops, 50 minutes. But I'm stood on the platform waiting for my train, and the announcement comes on. For the 11:15 train from Sheffield to Manchester Piccadilly, calling at Door and Totley, Grindleford, Haversage, Bamford, Hope, Edale, Chinley, New Mills Central, Stride, Marple, Romilly, Bredbury, Brinnington, Reddish North, Rideabout, Bellevue, Ashbury, Stockport and Manchester Piccadilly is cancelled. I'm stood on the platform, I'm feeling suicidal. And I don't even have anything to jump in front of. Have you ever tried to end it all in front of a rail replacement bus? So I think a big reason why I've been down recently is about a year and a half ago, my little sister Phoebe got diagnosed with leukemia. Hit it, Callum. What the hell? Don't high-five that! Did you see that? I didn't even hesitate. Straight away. Like he's been waiting all day to celebrate my little sister's diagnosis. Are you all right? Are you sure? You want a tinny? Yeah, you want a tinny? Yeah, all right, I'll get you a tinny. Get Cal a tinny, because I do feel bad about that, mate. So, don't you worry, son. There you go, have a bit of that. Good lad. You're not going to open them, Callum? Open the can. 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 Have a sip. 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 Get them the fuck away from me, lad. Because I don't like baked beans. I honestly hate them. I just say I like them because it's funny. I've got a girlfriend, like fucking... What are you gonna do? So... My mum rings me and she says, your sister Phoebe's been diagnosed with leukemia. And looked at my phone, it was on 10%. I plugged it in, I thought, I can't have that dying as well. It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be fine. Look at you folding your arms. This is my cancer pose. It's okay, trust me. I know what I'm doing. Relax. You're all good. I know it's uncomfortable to laugh about, but anyone who's been through it knows that you have to laugh about it. That's the way you get through it. Like Phoebe's been laughing about it since day one. I remember I spoke to her on the phone and she explained to me that she had acute lymphoblastic leukemia. And a lot of the time it's fatal, and best case scenario, it takes years to treat. And I tried to make her laugh. I was like, Jesus, Phoebes, and you ginger. And she said, not for long. At the time, that was like the funniest thing I'd heard in my life, and I couldn't stop laughing. But then it hit me and I started crying. And she was like, relax, Dan. I'd still rather have this than whatever it is you've got. Sadly, cancer affects 1 in 2 people. There'll be plenty of people watching this who've been through something similar, and I hope you don't mind me joking about it. But when you find out that a relative has cancer, you get hit with this wave of adrenaline. Like you feel like you'll do anything you can in the world to help. But in reality, there's nothing you can do. You know, you can't just turn up at the cancer ward like, do you need a hand? I can help. Have you tried plugging her in? It worked a treat on my iPhone. Never mind any of this chemo. Stick her in a bag of rice. You can't do that. You can't. You can give blood. That's a great way to help people with cancer. You've got to book an appointment. You can't just turn up with a bucket. Take the blood. We know you need it. This is what the sacrifice wanted. You can't do that. That's murder. But I don't really like needles and shit, but it felt like the right thing to do. Now, the rules have changed, but at the time, they explained to me that if you're a gay man and you've had sex with another man in the last 3 months, then you can't give blood. Yeah. And this made me very angry, man. I was like, well, with regret, that means that I qualify to give blood because things aren't going well for me, honey. I can't lie. I'm having a dry spell. Very dry. I'm not good at being gay, man. I think that's my problem. I'm not good at it. Like, sometimes I look at women's breasts and that's a weird thing for a gay man to admit to a room full of people. It's a weird thing for anyone to admit. But sometimes I find myself, I'm 100% gay, I'm sure of it, but sometimes I find myself looking at women's cleavage. I was on a train and there was this woman and I couldn't stop looking at her knockers. I don't know what you call them. I'm new to this, I don't know the lingo. Anyway, I was staring at these big bad Babylons and in my head I was like, your dad would be so proud. And I couldn't take my eyes off them. I couldn't. They were perfect. If I had to describe them, they look like a big man's horse, and I'm trying to get out there. I'm on Grindr. Anyone else? All right, I'll check. I'll fucking have a look. Oh, boom, hello. Boring job, works in insurance. Grindr is a scary place, right? A lot of dick pics on Grindr. But let me tell you now, every time I take a dick pic, I use an app that makes it look dead tiny. The app's called Camera. You can... Grindr's a terrifying place. You know, on Grindr, it tells you how far away someone is. I was on Grindr once. There was a guy. He was a meter. A fucking meter. I was like, well, where the fuck are you? Oh yeah, in my arse. How could I forget? Get out of there! My sister needs my blood! I'm not good at sex. I'm not. And I think it's because of porn. I think like watching porn has ruined sex for me. Like I picked up bad habits from it. You know, things that don't work when you're actually having sex. Like, for example, at the start, I'll do an advert. You could be a Royal Marine! If you can fuck a guy, you can fuck a third world country, and all right, we've got an hour left. We're getting through this. We're doing all good. We're doing all right. I'm dyspraxic. I get extra time. I'm not going fucking anywhere. Anyone tries to leave, it's a hate crime. So this will be one of the last times I'll ever do this show, and I've done it like at Edinburgh, and I toured it, and every time I speak to audience members afterwards, and every time they ask me the same question: how's Phoebe doing? Is your sister Phoebe okay? And I'm like, this isn't Phoebe's fucking show. What the hell? Fuck off. Yeah. The truth is, Phoebe's doing great. She's doing like really well. Like she's on like maintenance chemo, so she's not fully out of the woods, but it's a huge sign that she's on the like road to recovery. And like leukemia treatment takes a very long time, but the main thing is that she can carry on with her life, and her hair's grown back and all of that. But at one point, she wasn't doing great. At one point, her bloods weren't recovering. And she was convinced that that meant her bone marrow had been damaged, right? And to put her at ease, the doctors were like, let's try and find you a bone marrow match. So if the time comes, we've got that transplant ready. And she was like, it's very difficult to find a match, but there'll be a 1 in 4 chance if you have a sibling. Fucking me. They sent me in to save the day. They wanted my marrow. My sweet, sweet marrow. And I did this test, right, and weeks went by, and at the time, I've genuinely never wanted anything more in my life, like, because if I was a match, it would mean that Phoebe's chances of survival were so much higher, and I don't have, like, a god to pray to or anything like that, so, like, when life's really tough, the only way I can get through it is I just think, well, what if none of this is real anyway? Like, how do we know this is real life? Like, it could be a simulation, and there would be no way of me knowing. None of this could be real. Like, it could all be pointless. My life could just be a video game someone else is playing. And that does help. But I always think, if my life is a video game, who the fuck is playing this game? What little incel weirdo out there in the universe is playing Call of Duty Spec Ops? Like, imagine walking in to find your son playing my life. Are you winning? No, Dad, I don't think I am. Right now, I appear to be having a wank in a train station toilet. I'm not sure I am winning, Father. Actually, this character's pissing me off. I keep trying to kill him so I can get a new one. But none of the fucking trains are running! Yeah. So I get the call, and they say it's a perfect match. You and Phoebe, you have the same bone marrow. And I hung the phone up straight away, and I called my sister. And I said, Phoebe, I've got something really important to tell you. And she said, you're on speaker, I'm here with Mum and Nick. She does it as well. It's a family thing. And Nick said, hiya, Dan, mate. This one sounds quite heavy, so I'll leave you free to it, because in real life, he's the nicest guy ever. He is. He's so sound, so supportive, lovely, sweet. So nice. Such a good guy. But he should stop fucking my mum! I said, Phoebe, it's a perfect match. We have the same bone marrow. And my mum just starts like crying. And she hits us with one of those speeches. You know when you feel like you're in a film? She was like, look, Dan, I know hopefully we're never going to need it. But the fact that it's there if we need it, it means the world. And I can't describe to you two this feeling, like, as a mother, to have one child that is maybe going to die and the other child that you've created simply by existing could potentially save the other one's life. Like, the feelings that gives me as a mother, I can't put into words. And then Phoebe was like, I do not want his bone marrow. No fucking way. Not happening. What if I catch it? I come out of hospital cancer-free for the first time in 2 years. Like, give me the fucking beans. Before we fully end this, I just want to make one thing clear. When I first started writing this show, I did ask Phoebe if she was all right making me, with me writing some pretty horrific jokes about her illness, and she said no. But at least I asked. Now, she said, I'll do you a deal. You can do the show and make whatever jokes you like, but can you please tell all your audiences about something called the Anthony Nolan Register? It's like a bone marrow register. Loads of people like out there are desperate to find a match, and people don't know how easy it is. Anyone under 30, but particularly men under 30, they're desperate for. And like, if you get a match, you get the opportunity to potentially save a life. And she was like, everyone should be on that register. And I was like, all right, I'll get on it now. And she went, don't you fucking dare. You're mine.